You can talk. I'm not sure if it happens on your side, but yeah, I mean, the moment I open my mic, it stops the music. So I'm assuming it happens if you open your mic too.
Yeah, I think you opened the mic and then the music stopped. I would think they would fade it out gradually when a mic comes on instead of just like it cutting off so abruptly, right?
Well, because actually, what I wish you could do is to turn it on to like when there's like a downtime, like say like, oh, if there's 20 seconds of silence, then turn on the mic or something like that, right? Or like I would actually even make it more
Yeah.
aggressive, like 50. Because the other thing it would allow people to do is sometimes it's like, oh, is somebody talking, is nobody talking? But if like it's quiet for 5 seconds and all of a sudden the music pops on, everybody's like, oh, nobody's mic is open, nobody's trying to talk, and the feed's still working. Oh, is the room broken? Right? Like it would actually be more useful for that because it's constantly broken, right? Like
Yeah.
so.
Yeah. I mean, you'd think that they would fix a lot of these issues, right? But I mean, yeah.
Well, like I said, because yeah, like how useful is it to begin with that? Like it can be kind of useful, I suppose, but yeah, I think it's more useful if like it would just fire up when like yeah, it was like the room was dead for a second or two.
Hey,
For
what's up?
sure.
I
Hey,
have my
Carlo.
Bluetooth. Hey, I have my Bluetooth. Do you guys hear me all right, or should we just switch to my mic?
You were pretty crunchy.
All right, I'm gonna.
So am I sounding okay on this headset or
Yeah, you mostly sound good, I think.
all right?
All right. Yeah, I just have my actual mic, so probably that's better, right?
Yeah, much better.
That sounds better.
I
Yeah.
mean, you were like straight up like yeah, crunchy. I don't even know how else to say it.
It sounded distant, like you were like in a further away part of a room or something like that, Carlo. Like,
Or the moon.
yeah.
Or the Overworld.
Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly.
So are we gonna get into it, or you guys want?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know if anybody's even going to listen on this one. So this one is, I think, perhaps the least accessible of all. I think it takes a very special set of tastes.
This
I don't
one
know.
was genius.
Wait, but
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
exactly.
hold on.
Yeah,
What?
the hype that you guys were building up was warranted. This really was a good story.
Well, dude,
Um,
this is a banger.
I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Like hear
Oh
me
yeah,
out. Hear me out.
definitely.
In
There's
the
no
first
question.
in the first 60 pages, okay, first 60 pages, this guy, right? He completes a quest. He gets a parasite like inside of him, right? He goes across the freaking world, right? He almost takes over like this. He almost rules his kingdom. Like if you compare to Lord of the Rings, like first 60 pages, they're not even out of the Shire. Like it's so much awesome things like happen.
Now, is Ferks a parasite or is he an entity? Because I see
He's an alien,
Well,
actually.
he's an
So there's
alien.
actually this is where you get a little bit of the science fiction. You get a little bit more of the science fiction aspect actually in Rialto the Magnificent. That is the one advantage to that one. Of course, it doesn't aspire, but yeah. So he actually says it's an alien. Yeah, it's an alien parasite.
right.
Well, yeah, it's
But I mean,
from the star.
Ferks can understand English and stuff like that, right? Because like whenever
I don't know
Cugel
if it's that he
speaks to
understands
him,
English.
he's
Yeah,
like he's like okay, then he calms down and he like lets go of his liver, right? So I mean,
he somehow understands the sentiment of Kugel. Like, yeah, it's never really clear, like exactly how he understands, but he understands.
but when a Kugel talks to him, like
Well, that's what I'm saying. He talks to him, but does Ferks actually hear him, or in vocalizing, or sub vocalizing
If
rather?
no, but
Sometimes
it could be like
under his breath.
like a dog, right? Like if you talk to a dog, you can say whatever, but if it's the intonation that like kind of
Well, I mean,
right?
like Ferks actually is like, it's not just that he's around the liver. It's almost like he's kind of like bound up on him. So yeah, like because like even when they describe the Ferks thing, like does it really have ears or a mouth or nose or anything? Well, I mean, because of course we're in here and we're now talking about the spoiler there at the end. Because Ferks actually it is parasitic, so they're at the end when Ferks's partner or twin or whatever, right,
Whoa, 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 hold on,
has
hold on.
taken over, right?
Don't spoil. Wait, I'm confused now.
No, this is the at the end of for the first one, right?
Yeah.
So at the end of the first one, when he re-meets the laughing magician there, right? Yukinu.
Yeah, Canoe.
Yukinu is being controlled by the Ferks' partner, right? So that's the thing, is that they have a somewhat like they actually seem to actually get psychically parasitic if they're allowed long enough time. It seems, right?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. But
So that yeah, that's what I mean. Like so, and of course, this is always the question. Like when you're dealing with like even for people who believe in telepathy, right? Like sometimes you still like speak out loud because that's the only way your brain projects it, right? So that's the question there, right? He's speaking out loud, but that's allowing his brain to project it to Ferks, right? So that's yeah, it's a subtle point, but yeah, I'm not really sure if Ferks has eyes or ears. I guess is the
Well,
point,
I
right?
don't think he needs them. He kind of knows. I mean, he could have taken over Kugel's body at any point, right? And I mean, we see that with when Iukunu, when he has one of those parasitic alien entities within him, it was taking over his brain. But I think Ferks was like, okay, I'll just stay around his liver to keep him motivated because he is trying to get back to the South. So he's sort of like, our goals are the same, right? And I mean, that's why Kugel keeps reminding him, we're on the same path here, buddy. Like, if you ever want to get back to your other partner, like, you're gonna have to like toe the line here. I'm trying my best. And then he calms down, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, no, because we digressed on this. But were you speaking on something, Carlo? There, or I can't remember why it was before we digressed on the nature of Ferks.
mine. I've lost my.
I think Carlo,
I
you were
think
just talking about like how quickly he moves it along, right? Like that's what's great about Vance is that he gives
absolutely.
you flavor, but he doesn't waste your fucking time with it, right? There's
And
like endless flavor.
like, you actually get like we're talking about fricks, right? Like, I mean, you get enough details, to kind of know what it is, the function, whatever. Like, even like, oh yeah, it has barbs, it has like hooks, whatever, right? And like, I just love that. Like, I mean, you get the essence, you move on, right? And then we just kind of talk about fricks. Like, oh, we're not sure, like, like if it has eyes, whatever. Like, I fucking love that. That's how you should write. Like, compared to fucking Tolkien, right? Where like he counts fucking pebbles on the road, right? Like, this is the way. And like, what I said, like I mentioned to guys, like I attack this a lot, and I used to when I did my literary, like major, whatever. And even the teachers would tell me, no, it's just like sign off some of the time, right? Like now we refine this, but Vance is the proof. Like, no, you don't have to like over, like cram your writing with like superfluous shit to make it good, right? Like, to make it epic. Like, this is pretty epic, and like it's as succinct as as it gets, right?
Well, as I said, there's three great epics of the last the 20th century, right? It's Dune, the Dune books, the Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z, Goku's saga, and Kugel's saga, right? Those are the three great epics of the 20th century.
So I actually went back and reread Liane the Wayfarer and Ulan Dor. So just give me some rope here, but I feel like Vance amalgamated sort of those two characters and created Kugel. So and here's my rationale. So Liane, he is what he is. He knows what he is. He is a murdering psychopath. He's out for himself. He's not trying to be anything else. Ulan Dor is more the classic hero, right? Like, I mean, he is actually trying to do the right thing here and there. He's ruthless, but he is trying to do things, for the right reasons. Kugel is like a bit of both of those characters, but at the same time, it's like Kugel is somebody who is trying to better his life, right? And I mean, if we think of how the story starts out, so I mean, Kugel is he's a merchant, like he's selling things, but then his competitor, I forget the guy's name now, um, is doing much better than him, so he approaches him. It's like, how can he achieve the same level? And obviously, that's when they get that plan to rob Iu Kunu, which kicks everything off. But I mean, you know, the sense I get is that, Kugel is trying to better his circumstances, right? Like I really get that. Liane, yeah, I mean, he's not he's just trying, he's just moving through the system, right? Like he doesn't have a plan,
So,
right?
like I said,
So
so because like when we went back and we because it was funny because while I was sitting there trying to defend Liane, and you guys are like, "Why you guys?" And I eventually mentioned it to you. It's like, well, I guess you guys got to read the Kugels, and then because when I read Liane, that was actually kind of one of the more boring stories, like we talk about. But when you reread it, with Liane, he's very shallow, right in
yeah.
there. But of course, that's also the shortness of the story. Because like as I was thinking about the Liane character, it's like, okay, but what is his motivation for doing this? Like, where did he come from? Where is he going? Right? Because of course, like I said, he has nothing on his back. It pretty much seems like he's trying to fake it till he makes it, right? And of course, he's just given such a shallow like kind of like what would you call it, psychopathy, that it's kind of but even then I was kind of like, well, but is it, whatever, I mean, it's so that's what I think, like as I was thinking about Liane in this world, like he is trying to aspire to something better, but it's just that he's trying to fake it till he makes it, right? Like that really is what it takes, because that's what you because even with Kugel, like you don't get the sentiment that he's always been a merchant. This is just the first grift we see from Kugel, right? I mean,
But is he
he is very
grifting
much.
by trying to start a
Well,
business,
no, he
right?
does.
Like, I mean,
Well, no, because what it is he finds like a hunk. Like, well, that's what he did. He found a coffin of something, right? So he dug up a dead body and melted it. Right. This is how you're introduced to him. He's dug up a dead body, melted down its coffin, and turned it into like frivolous little trinkets that that looks magical. That but are they magical? And then he's trying to sell them, right? I mean, he's he's just trying to, like, I mean, he's trying to do whatever. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's the question of being a hustler, but like you don't get the idea that like this is where he started, right? Like this is his latest hustle. I mean, who knows what he was doing before, right? Like you get that sense that this is just when we pick up with him, right?
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm glad you guys touched on this on the Liane. I was gonna bring it up eventually, but my point that I've been making since the beginning is like Liane. He is what you guys said. He's just too psychopathic, and like what I mentioned to you guys before. Like I actually dealt with these people in real life, and like they always kind of hang themselves, like they don't rope it. It's like they're too arrogant, right? And they're too sadistic, right? So like we see a little example here with Kugel, right? Like at some points, like like he's trying to cross the mountains of Bagnets, right? And then like he comes across this Deodand, and he's like, wait, hold on. If I go toe to toe with this Deodand, like I will get wrecked, right? Like I need to be smart here, right? Like he doesn't like underestimate the Deodand. Whereas Liane, right? Like, I mean, he's so arrogant, right? Like, and he's like, oh, well, no, I can just deal with this guy, Chon the Unavoidable, even if he gets his so many signs telling him, like, yo, dude, like, you have the magicians in the tavern that you just disappear, like, and you just get this bad vibe when he says that, when he brings a Chun. Then you get, like, a little harbinger telling him, like, look at all these dead bodies, dude, like, don't go there. And he just, like, whatever, I'm too good, like, I'll get this guy, right? So, this is what I'm saying, and like I think Zane was saying, no, 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 like Liane is kind of like a Kugel 0.5, like 0.5, and like maybe if he didn't fuck up like that, he would have a chance, like to make it like Missourian or whatever. And my argument was like, no, I know these people in real life too, and like they always fuck up because like they're too sadistic and like too arrogant. Like those two things like always kind of bring him down. So I feel like Kugel is not. Kugel is definitely kind of sociopathic and like it's like out for himself, but he knows kind of like even like the extent of his like the limit of his own like abilities and whatever, right? Where he's like, okay, like listen, I'm over my head here, and he's always aware of that. Even with the ghoul, like there are many examples, right? Like with the ghoul, right? He's like, oh, he's trying to get the other man to like kill the ghoul, right? Anyways, like that's what I wanted to say about it.
So here's where, because I mean, yeah, obviously he took Liane, and that's how he gets Kugel, right? Maybe somewhat Ulan, like the journey of Ulan Dor there, but right, obviously he took that Liane character. Maybe he was doing the same thing as us. Like people were just like, well, there's just like, and so he probably thought to himself, it's like, okay, how can I make Liane enduring, right? Because I really think they are both. What makes Kugel enduring is that he's Liane, his luck ran out. Really, that's what it was. Like in this world, it's really all about luck, right? Sometimes you gamble, sometimes you Kugel is he's enough of a fuck up, but enough lucky that he just kind of makes it. You know what I mean? Like that's the weird part about it,
So
right? Like,
I disagree there. I would say he has some luck, but I would say he's the architect of many plans, right? Which go awry. Like when they form the convoy to get across the desert with those animals that they purchase, it's like Kugel orchestrates all of that to get the 50 pilgrims to go across with him because he knows that him by himself he can't make it, right? So I mean,
well, that's what I'm saying. Like he makes plans. Like sometimes he makes really stupid plans. Like that's what I mean. Like that's why
but
he's
that's a
like
good
Kugel the
plan, right?
clever.
I mean,
Well, no, but that's what I'm saying. But then like they always feel like this is I guess, and in some ways like it could be like endless, but that's the brilliance of Vance is he keeps it amusing. Like every two steps forward, two steps back, two steps forward. Like that's kind of like what you get throughout this story. Like he's just barely getting ahead, and then he falls way back, but he never gets too far back. You know what I
Well,
mean? Like that's
you know,
like he's always kind of floating, right?
yeah, he's. It's funny though. I was thinking about this before. I mean, and like the thing is, like he sacrifices so many people though. So I was thinking about this in these terms, like, oh, he's always kind of treading water while everyone else is burning.
I mean, like just to bring it up, like right there at the end, and we can see it, and that's the way that it ends, right? He could have just not, he could have just gotten rid of Yukinu, but he got arrogant, right? His arrogance was his downfall there at the
yeah.
end, right? He was going, and then suddenly he goes and does it, and then he screws himself over, right? And of course, the way that this, like the story ends. Did you listen to the audio version,
No,
Adrian,
no, I
or?
read it. I read the
Okay,
book.
okay. Now that you've read it, you gotta listen to the audio version. Just
Right,
like I
right.
said, when you're going to bed, when you're doing something, when your plumbing inevitably
Yeah,
breaks
yeah.
again. Um,
Maybe Carlo can send me a copy or something because I actually can't
did
find it to.
did you know how to torrent, right? Or
But Carlo and I have another way on that. Like, um,
oh, okay,
yeah,
too. I mean, if you get on what do you call it on what's that thing called on Element? I don't remember if you had an Element yet. I
Yeah,
can
that's
file
yeah.
share it to you.
that's how,
Yeah,
yeah, that's how we're
yeah,
sharing.
yeah,
So yeah,
Oh, okay, yeah. I can't remember if you guys were. Do you guys have my name on it?
yeah.
We don't mention the names on here,
Yeah,
but
fair
yeah,
enough.
we'll get hooked up on Element because actually maybe we should move everything onto Element because yeah, you can file share on there. That way, like when people want the MP3, the audio for these, I can just drop them on there.
Right.
Um,
yeah,
I mean,
that was
I
a
have
good.
not
That was
listened, no, but I
right?
read it, and there's actually parts that I reread because I actually enjoyed it so much, and I went back to like I said, Leon the Wayfarer and Ulan Dor, just because Kugel embodies both of those characters in a lot of ways, and then he has his own personality too. So like, I mean, sometimes he does the heroic thing. It's like when that Derwi Kareem, he saves her when like that other magician takes his charm back and like he actually knows how to use it. But then Kugel like screws her over in the end. So it's like yeah, he
well,
embodies
like I said,
both type of character, right? So I mean, yeah,
like I said, this is why I think in Vance's overall philosophy, even just for life, right? It's like people are a victim of their circumstances, right? Sometimes people do a grift because, well, I mean, they have to eat, right? But at the same time, it's like if you give it even somewhat of a a chump like Kugel is sometimes a chance to be heroic, then will they rise to this right? You have to give people a chance, like that. That seems to be overall like very much what kind of like Vance is advancing here. Funny enough, but is this idea of just how much people are kind of like you know victims or lucky or whatever of the circumstances, right? Like, and could you put the same person into a certain circumstance and then rise to the challenge, or whatever, right?
right. So I mean, what like if you were to put Liane the Wayfarer in Kugel's circumstances, I don't think he would get as far. I don't think he would have made it back to the south, right? So I mean,
Yeah. Well, that's
Well,
what
like I said,
yeah,
in some ways, Kugel's unluckiness is luck. Like he has moment to moment overall, like not great luck, but he has like this grander luck, right? Like somebody like Liane like has like very short luck, but in the end, they almost get too lucky and they get entrapped by their luck, right? Like
So
Kugel's luck is that he doesn't get entrapped by it, right? Like many other times he could have, well, maybe overall, but like yeah, many times he could have, like he would be somebody like yeah, like he keeps move right. I guess it's a luck that keeps him moving, right? So that when disaster strikes, he's gone, right?
I mean, is it luck, or is it that he's orchestrating a lot of this stuff, right? I mean, he really is orchestrating
It's
a lot
definitely
of
both.
it. I mean,
But he's orchestrating as much his own misfortune by overplaying his hand as by sometimes just and
right,
suddenly he's
right.
right. Like it's really both, right?
I mean,
Like
that's where his hubris comes in, right? That screws him over, right? It's like he takes the steps necessary to, get himself to a certain point, but then his hubris takes over. And actually, I wanted to ask you this, Carlo. So, like, um, what's it called in stories when, like, the character or like the narrator, they keep repeating something to themselves? Like he keeps going, "For I am Kugel the clever," and like there was this one movie with it's about a writer, I forget the guy's name, and it's with Colin Farrell and what's her name, uh, the Mexican actress,
Salma
Salma
Hayek.
Hayek, and he keeps going, I am so and so, lover of man and beast alike," and he keeps saying it throughout the entire movie. And throughout this, we get the same thing from Kugel. Kugel's like, "For I am Kugel the clever." He keeps saying it. What type of like device is that in literature?
That's a motif.
Motif,
or even a mantra. I mean, in that
mantra.
case, it's a mantra or but then he plays on it because sometimes he's like, "Am I not Kugel the clever?"
Yeah,
Right?
Am
So
I?
he inverts it, right? He inverts it as a question, like a rhetorical question.
yeah. No, this was great, guys. Really. I maintained skepticism because I was like, is it really going to be as good as they're building it up to be? But no, actually, it was. It absolutely delivered. I mean, yeah, I was glued to this, and the pace I like too. It's like it's nice and fast. It's like it just moves from one thing to the next. However, like the pictures that are imagined in your head from the words, it's often like, I can see what's going on. It's very interesting actually. It's I don't quite know how Vance does this, right? It's
Well, so like
yeah.
this is what's weird because like if I like, and this is why I always just told you guys, oh, you don't want you got to read it because I didn't want to do it because what to me is the most amazing about this is the whole story is absolutely frustrating, right? Like I said, it's always two steps forward, two steps back, two steps forward, two steps back, and like it's always like there's some TV shows that do this like to maintain this constant conflict, right? But it doesn't actually go anywhere. Like that's what's great about Vance is he maintains that frustration of like I said, like this two steps forward, two steps back, but at the same time is maintaining progress, right? To a certain extent. So like it's not feeling episodic. You are still, there is an arc and it is still moving forward and there is change and it's making a difference, right? Because like it's my same gripe with like TV shows, right? Like I hate TV shows where it's just like more and more and more, and you don't like have an overall arc. Like I like having an arc within a TV show, right? Like that, one season to the next, something has happened, right? Like that you can't just unless it's a comedy or something. But I'm saying like dramatic TV shows. That's why I've never gotten into any of the shows like the medical or police procedural dramas where it's just the same old thing, right? And it's just episodic, but not really changing, right? And so that's what I think, yeah, is brilliant about this is that somehow he does both, right? Like he does this, like in some ways it's like a weird joke, right? Like because we know what's going to happen. It's like, oh, Kugel's getting ahead, he's going to get fucked, right? Like it's coming at each step of it, right? But like he does it in such a way that it doesn't feel like well at the same time it feels 100% like a what would you say, like it's a gimmick but he keeps it from being just a gimmick. Like that's the brilliance of this is what his gimmick is but he still innovates on it.
Well, like I think one of the reasons why it works so well, it's because he makes like, let's say a little an example is like how every village is like super different, right? Like you have like people have different culture, people have like like different ways of living from village to village, man. Like that is amazing. And like we're reading this, I'm like, wait, like this is so short, and like this world just feels so like lived in, and like what I said, like you have the like I mean you have the people from Suntown, from the Mountains of Magnets, right? Like they're hunters, they have this hunter culture, whatever, right? Then you have the busiacos, or like kind of like scammers, whatever, like swindlers. They live in the forest, like this kind of squirrel people, whatever. You have the people from the village, right? Who they kind of look menacing with fangs and all that, but they have this kind of like fisherman, like fish god, like this like sea culture. And then I mean it keeps going, right? And it's just so much like variation, like like in the world, like it's always something new, right? And like it's crazy. Like what I said, like I wish other fantasy authors like like went this way, because I mean it makes it so that dynamic. You're never bored. It's always something new. And like for example, to like kind of the magic items, right? Like every single magic thing, it's so unique, right? Like I mean, like my complaint with many fantasies, like let's say in Lord of the Rings, right? Like Gandalf gets his sword, like, oh, like or Bane, whatever, or like in like Aragorn, like, oh yeah, like I don't know, Goblin Slayer, whatever. And like, there's just like on a +1 sword, right? Like, it's not, they don't do anything different. But like here, you have the amulet with the carbuncles, like can summon demons, right? It's a demonologist thing. You have the little like blue pendant who like just like like shoots the blue goop thing. Anyway, it's like, and like they're also unique, and like it's this variety that to me makes it so dynamic. That yeah, it's kind of the same gimmick, like kind of the same premise on a loop on repeat, but it's like the way like the story's advancing too. And yeah, like the characters, like the new places, like it just like it makes it work.
Well, the thing, you always know everything's too good to be true, and that there's a catch. Like every time, like I think of the case where like he goes to that town where he's supposed to just go up in the tower, and you know that obviously, right? Like they're building it, like, oh well, why wouldn't anybody want this? Oh well, they give a bunch of stupid excuses, and so he buys into it, right? He's like, oh, like once again, he does get caught up by his own arrogance. It's like, well, obviously I'll do it, and then of course, but then of course it's still, like what, but then you're still kind of surprised, like the way he then puts it on. So you always see that there's a catch coming, but when he actually delivers the catch, it's still clever enough to be interesting, right?
Yeah, definitely. So I mean, the end part when he's like, he's gonna get his revenge on what is it, Ayu Kunu, um,
You can
Yu
You
Kanu,
you can
canoes to how the reader, yeah, you
Yu
canoe.
Kanu. Um, so he's like, no, 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 that's too good for him. He wants to make him suffer, so he puts him in this like glass, like enclosure, and then he puts them into like a circus show with like a sideshow of like freaks and stuff like that, and he's profiting off it and like carrying him around. It's like it's pretty funny, right? Like I mean, but that's the whole thing. Like I mean, his hubris just gets the better of him every time, right? So I mean, he's clever, but his hubris is his weakness, right? So I mean, yeah, like I would have just taken the revenge and then like swiftly and then moved on and like moved into his spot, right? But like that's the whole thing, right? It's the whole thing. He like shakes his fist and he's like, "You canoe, I'm gonna get you, and like you're gonna suffer like 1,000 pains," right? It's like no, no, no. At a certain point, it's like just take the revenge and then take over, right? I mean, that part was a little bit frustrating for me, just because, like, after everything that he had been through, now is the time. Okay, you make him suffer a little bit, and he does for like several months, but then you just take decisive action, and that's what he should have done there. So like I was waiting for him to do something like Ulan Dor, when the brain is there and it's talking and it's like, oh, these two will like they will repopulate like the city, and Ulan Dor's like, fuck that, and like he just stabs the brain with his sword. I was waiting for Kugel to do something as blunt as that in this, like, but no, then I sort of realized like that's actually not his style, but like I'm expecting him to do that, right? So I mean, I don't know if Ulan Dor and Liane the Wayfarer kind of colored my vision of Kugel, right? But I mean, I guess it's
But
corrected at the end, right?
even up there to the end, like I knew there was going to, because like I said, it could almost be said to be formulaic in just that it's always, setting himself up for success, and then there was a punchline. So right there at the end, I'm like, okay, he's doing all this stuff, but there's going to be a punchline, right? And so like, yeah, then when he's whisked off and dropped in the exact same space, and then it fades away like there like that, like 100%, like it was the kind of thing I was expecting, but like not quite right, but still clever in that way, right? Like in some ways, like you always expected a punchline, right?
Yeah. And then I mean,
And I like
you get the ultimate
For
punchline in
sure.
the end, right?
Yeah, I know it's like kicking the nuts. But like like, I did get the especially like this reread though. Like I did get I get the sense that like Vance he was just writing this as vignettes, right? Like it really feels like that, especially with the Phoresm story with like totality, right? Like that one, it's super fun to read, right? And I guess it's a nitpick, but like it's super fun to read, but it really doesn't connect to me with like everything else because like it doesn't really advance the story. Like he goes like a million years back in the past, and like I mean it's funny, right? Because he eats totality. Like this guy's been toiling for like like freaking centuries, right? And he just eats it. Um, but like to me, like in that one specifically, it's like oh he didn't advance at all. Like he's just back exactly when it starts a little vignette. Like he's back to where he started, right? Like he didn't move or like gain really anything. I mean, he just ate something. But yeah, like I did feel like okay, like Vance is just kind of writing this, like he's using the same formula, right? Like what we're saying, right? Like like kind of he moved forward a bit, but then he brings him down again with something unexpected. Um, yeah, for the ending, like to me, like I mean, since you brought the ending, Adrian, I just laughed because I mean, like yeah, like I was expecting to like him to like f himself in some way, but like just all the way, like yeah. But I guess like knowing that like there's like a continuation, I'm like, okay, well this makes sense, right? Like he could have just ended in this story right here, but that's a chance to keep it going, and I was happy about it. Right? I said, okay, I want more for sure, right? So knowing there's more, and this is just a setup for something else, like I was okay
oh
with that.
that's what I think is maybe like the one thing like I'm almost horrified about thinking like imagine reading this book right originally when it came out 1965
Yeah,
you would have had to wait like what 16 17 years to get this finished right like
yeah,
I mean,
16.
we can be appreciative that yeah, because I'm like, because like that's what's big about this book, like more than anything, right? Because like you think about, because yeah, like I can't remember exactly, but yeah, the first like the Dying Earth was written like 1950 when what's his name was in his 30s. This was written, I think, when he was like late 40s, early 50s, and then yeah, Kugel, the last part of Kugel, right, is written, like more like I think he's in his 60s at that point. So like I mean, this is like a huge sort of like divide between these books. Because then Rialto, the Marvelous, I think came out a year later. Um, so yeah, it took like yeah, like so for like 16 years, it seemed like he was just stuck there. I guess on back reset back, right?
Yeah, totally. So I
And
mean,
so like,
I'll just jump in real fast here, Zink. So I mean, I was not expecting him to be transported back to the north. I thought that he was actually going to take Yukunu's place, or somehow those guys they would get away and like they would become nemesis, and that would be the beginning of Kugel's saga or the Skybreak Spatterlight. Um, and I thought that Kugel would have mastered, some of the magic and like it would kind of go in that direction. I was not expecting the way that it went, right? I'll just be 100% honest on that.
yeah. Well, who knows exactly? Like, if I hadn't known there was a second book, then maybe like, but like just with the whole cycle. So more than anything, the way like, and it's probably what I like about this to a certain extent. And maybe why I like because I've tried some of the other ones. Like, it almost seemed like the whole thing, like the way I imagine that Vance wrote this is that there's probably like, because I've been trying to like read some of his other, like there's this like Planet of Adventure, which is, it's kind of like technically the guy like crash landed on it with a ship, but it's almost kind of slightly fantasy-ish, right? He's like landed pretty much on a kind of fantasy planet, right, type thing. But and it has much more of that. But I guess the main thing is that it's all very serious, right? It's in most ways it's very serious, right? Like the entirety of Kugel Saga, what like I love about it is that it's all tongue in cheek, but it's like a cosmic joke, right? Like it's an extremely malicious, hateful, horrible world, and people are suffering in it, but like overall it's like everything's tongue in cheek, right? Like even the whole notion of Yukinu the laughing magician, right? He's laughing, but that like he's completely, sinister, right? He's it's a malicious, right? Like that's the thing, the laughing magician, right? It's like, oh, he's a happy guy. No, no, no. He's laughing because he's like that malicious, right? Like, and that it really sets the tone for the entire story, right? And that all of these malicious, horrible things happen, but from like a cosmic point of view. So it's very much like true fantasy, but also that fantasy of manners too, right? That we were talking about otherwise, right? Like every time he goes and he's like dealing with these people, it's as much about like, right, because like what you get, like Carla was talking about with these stories and these cultures, there's like obviously like some sort of this magical pressure that causes their culture to be a certain way, but sometimes even just without that magical pressure, they just have like a weird culture, right? Like, and it's satirical and almost, what's the word, like absurd, right? Like just everywhere, right? But you have to like sort of deal with it. So like and the way he kind of plays into it, and like, yeah, like yeah, I guess you guys kind of get what I'm saying there.
I know
Yeah,
for sure. There is like an internal code for this kind of like behavior, like behavioristical. Like you have to be kind of polite, right? You can, and that's how Kugel gets away with some things, right? Like he's very kind of well spoken, like the way like the way he addresses people and that, like and he uses kind of language like kind of make himself something else, like more than just say the kind of grifter that he is, right? Like I love that. There's this whole dynamic with language and with culture, right? Like it's that kind of like a critical like part of the survival, right? But like like in contrast with this dog eat dog world, right? Like you have this also, okay, you have to be mindful of language and like like the kind of cultural and like little triggers that you can't just set this up, right? Like you have to be careful of this too. Like like the threat comes in terms of like magic, like the kind of physical threats, but also like, yeah, like if I kind of misstep you in a cultural sense, I can also, it can be detrimental to my survival. So that's another level there. It's so well done.
so I mean, this world that you're talking about, it's like it's so brutal and stuff like that. I mean, I was just thinking about it, like this really is the world that we live in, right? Like, I mean, we do have laws and stuff like that, but like at the core foundation of it, it is quite brutal, right? It's like either you win or you lose. You're in one camp or another, right? And I mean, I would say that that is like what our world has become like, over the past like, maybe 10 years or so, right? Like if you think back to like, Canada has always been in this spot where we're like in the middle ground, right? Like, and I mean, Canada was actually quite successful just living in the middle ground, like all through the 90s into like, the early 2000s. But like that centrist way right now, it just doesn't work anymore, right? Like, I mean, you know, the world is kind of like Cool's world, right? It's like you're on one side or another, right? You're not the middle ground, just it's not really there, right? I mean, I don't know what you guys think about that. I mean, that's what I was thinking. Like a lot of the stuff in this, okay, it's probably more brutal of a world than the one that we live in right now, but it's just this idea of like you're either on one side or the other.
It's very
Yeah.
more diverse because, like I said, like with this, like it's almost like he put together, like he like had like when he was writing other stories, he had like these like kind of almost absurd vignettes, right? Because like it's a very thin line between sort of like serious dour type, fantasy, and then just getting ridiculous. And probably as he's writing these for other stories, he's like, okay, that doesn't really fit with the tone of this one. And probably like the only way I can imagine is that over the years he'd like collected a lot of these like little like stories and vignettes that like just didn't fit the tone of his other books because they were just a little bit too absurd, a little bit too silly overall. And then finally he like looked back and he's like, okay, I have a whole bunch of these that they didn't fit for any of the tone of my other books, but maybe if I just set the tone of a book where it was just completely this sort of like absurd, sort of back and forth thing, and then just put them all together, like that's kind of the way I imagine he wrote this one. Was it was just like a bunch of stuff that ended up on the cutting floor because it just didn't fit in with like a nice, tightly controlled, typical fantasy world with, you know, all that stuff. It's like, okay, this kind of cheapens, this story. But it's like, okay, what if I just wrote a story filled with nothing but this stuff? And then, of course, that's the way I can imagine this sort of getting formed out, right? I don't know about you, Carlo, but that's what it seems like. It seems like a typical fantasy writer who kind of writes something, or maybe not typical. There's nothing typical about Vance, but like he's trying to write, what people are expecting in fantasy, these kind of, concise worlds and all that. And he ends up with something that just doesn't quite fit in there, and then he eventually just kind of puts all those odd pieces together and gets, this.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like especially when you frame it that way, where like, I mean, when the idea of like, kind of killing your darlings in writing, right? Where like it's not just killing like a character or whatever. It's just it's what you're saying. Like, if you have, for example, a story, right, and you have your outline or whatever, and you have like your through line, and you have like your like you're writing your story toward like with a tone or a like a uh like your parameters that you have there, and like killing your darlings means that, right? If it doesn't fit your tone, if it doesn't fit like like your internal conflict, or like like let's say that the character motivation, okay, you just cut it out, right? So it would make a lot of sense to like, especially him, like if he's collecting this, right? uh like kind of have it and like, okay, look, like whatever didn't fit my tone, I'm just gonna like make my character, in my world, like kind of stretch it into the absurd level, and like like make the tone just kind of dynamic, right? And like inject that there for sure, because I mean there is a lot there is like body horror here with like like Fergs, like that's pretty kind of horrific. It's just kind of tongue-in-cheek, but it is kind of body horror. uh Kugel kills a bunch of people in cold blood. I mean, like it, I mean, we don't know when he kind of kills Loader Mulch for the sap, whatever. But it's implicit, right, that he kills this guy, and like, yeah, whatever with they were Corwin, he just like sacrifices her. Like it's pretty dark, but like the fact that he's playing with the language, and when they flower language, and like having this kind of, yeah, like Daffy Duck, Wile E. Coyote, like dynamic. He can get away with that, like yeah, having the tone kind of not matching. But for sure, I can see this as that though. Like they kind of kill darlings of a writer, and he just kind of recycle it into something cool.
Now,
Well,
oh,
that
sorry, go ahead, Zink.
well, and that's the thing throughout the whole story. Like, I guess that's also what balances is that everybody's constantly screwing everybody white. Everybody's trying to one up each other, right? Like they're all like, kind at first, and then once they think they have a trump card, then their dark side comes out, including Kugel, everybody, right? So like everybody is always trying to screw each other over, right?
So, I mean, with Derwy Kareem,
Hello, I can hear you.
oh, you can't hear me? Can you hear me now, Carlo?
Can you hear Adrian, Carla?
No, I didn't hear Adrian. And you
All
cut
right,
out for me.
I'll drop
Should I
out and I'll
just get
come
out and
back
come
up.
back in?
No, it's Carlo. If Carlo can't hear you, Adrian, then it's
Oh, okay.
Carlo. Yeah, drop down, Carlo, come
Okay.
back. So just give him a second there. Yeah, no, if because it's unidirectional, because you can hear him, he can't hear you, so that it's usually it's usually them.
Right,
Well,
right.
that's the way we've usually solved it, because it's the unidirectionalness of it.
There, can you hear me now, Carlo? Oh,
I don't
he
see him back
vanished.
yet. Yeah.
Sorry, he popped back up for me. So
Like I said, this is sometimes why I think like, maybe we shouldn't do, because usually like but it's still, even in these itty bitty tiny spaces, it still happens where like, yeah, because like I think it's like the way that we're connected to each other. It's almost like an online game, right? Like
Right.
we're all connected one to each other, so that we're multicasting to each other as well as the server, and then the server takes all of our multicast and then compiles it together down to what's sent to the listeners.
Right.
But they use TCP instead of UDP, which is kind of ridiculous. I'm not going to get into
Yeah,
why,
yeah,
but
yeah, yeah, yeah. I can
or
because of like all the error checking and stuff like
or
that,
did they
right?
use UDP too? Yeah, but I think they use a mix. I can't remember. I remember trying to look at it, but like it's
So I mean,
well, I
yeah,
think it's CC because then it gets the buffering. That's why when you get like the robot thing, because what it is, it's cutting them out, and then once it catches up, then it like runs them through really fast. It's like we'll just drop the packets. If the packet didn't make it, drop it. You
exactly,
know what I mean?
exactly. Yep,
And
yep,
that's
yep, yep.
why, yeah, it's so. Yeah, we'll see if he comes back there.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be back. Yeah, I don't know. Just to digress while he's gone away from the book. I don't know if did you see this post that I wrote earlier, and like the CPCers are like, coming out in full force, getting bent out of shape over it.
No, I didn't see it. What was it?
So I basically put out, the CPC actually does have a platform. So I put platform item number 1, get Trudeau out. Platform item number 2, get Trudeau out. Platform item number 3, Milhouse, aka Pierre Poilievre, is our guy. Platform number 4, policy number 4, blame PPC for CPC inter-party dysfunction turmoil and 2021 election loss. Then I put in brackets third loss. Platform issue number 5, get Trudeau out. Platform issue number 6, CPC is pathetic.
Yeah. Well, no, it reminds me. There's like an old joke. I forget the exact way it goes, but there's like an old joke like in like startups. It's like, it's like the 4 steps, right? It's like, make an app, and then it's like question marks, and then like the middle 2, and then like, the fourth one's like, make $1 billion and move to Thailand or something like
Yeah.
that. It's like if you can just figure out what there goes there in the middle, right? You know, that then you'll solve it. But it's like, well, that's the entire point, is what's happening in the middle, right? Like
Yeah, totally.
it's like, yeah, you just got to start a company and then you make money. It's like that's what all these people do. It's like, yeah, but it's that part in the middle that
The
is why
details.
so many don't. Yeah, like why do some succeed and some don't, right? If you just say like, oh, get rid of Trudeau and then we'll make our way to freedom, it's like, you got to kind of define how you're gonna make your way to freedom on that. But yeah, you back with us, Carlo? Or
Yeah, I was just clearing my cache. I think it should be good.
So yeah, so what I was saying, Carlo, was with that Derwy Kareem, when Cugel saves her, and they get like kicked out of the castle and banished, yada yada yada. Um, and then they meet those people in the forest, and like he like trades her, and she's like, no, I don't agree. And he's like, don't worry, I'm Kugel the clever, not to worry. Like I feel like he was looking for an opportunity to still save her, but because the opportunity did not present itself, he's just like, well, you know, I'm just gonna throw her to the wind, right? So I mean, like, I feel like his intentions there were good at first, but then when he saw that there was no way to actually save her and himself, he was just like,
Yeah,
okay, like I'm gotta
well,
let you cut you off, right? Like, I mean,
no,
I don't know if you got that
no,
sense.
I did get that, and this is what I say. Like, I feel like Liane would have killed her, right? Like, Liane is just sadistic psychopath. But Kugel is just he's all for himself. I don't think he does things as like like, oh yeah, I want people dead or like whatever. He's just not like my skin first, right? Like I mean, and if that takes like letting someone go, whatever, like shedding that weight, like he will, right? But he would not kill someone like out of pleasure or something, or like because even I don't know if you guys remember though, but like with Garsang, like at the very end when they get into this village where like people look like elves, whatever, like blonde hair and like tall, and then Garsang is like, oh no, yeah, let's go talk to them. And Google is like, okay, well, like we should like survey whatever, but like okay, let's go. And then they get trapped into this net, and then like they're trying to escape, and Garsang tells them, oh, I'm an old man, like just leave, like just run on your own. And Google's like, no, no, wait, like normally I would do that, but like I feel like my spirits tell me like I should rescue you, and he tries, right? I mean, he gets harpooned or something, and at the end anyway. But like he actually saves Garstang, so for sure, I don't think Kugel it's just he yeah, it's hard to describe, but in D&D, like I guess like terms, he would be like kind of neutral evil or something, where like I don't know, or he would be like lawful evil or something, where like he is just out for himself, right? Like I mean,
I would say he's chaotic neutral, right? Like he's never really fitting in with laws and regulations. He can fake them for a little bit, but at the end he's just he's looking out only for himself, right? That is to say, if it right, he doesn't do something purely maliciously, right?
yeah.
Or unless maybe out of revenge, but like yeah, like if it doesn't cause him any problem, right, then he'll save somebody, right? But if it does cause him problem, so that's what you get with Derry Corin, right? When she's down and out and everything, and it's not like she's a great person to begin with, then he's like, fine, you can come along with me. But at the first moment that he can get ahead on it, right, then he cuts his losses, right?
Well,
Right,
actually,
but
now that you say she's not a great person, did she try to poison him? That part wasn't clear to me. It's like every time I read it, because I mean, like
yeah, yeah,
she stands for the vintage wine, right? And then and Kugel,
exactly.
but she drinks from it, so the implication is like she had an antidote somehow, or like she's immune to it. That part is that
Well, with the three, because there's Kugel, her, and then the
Yodo,
guy whose family originally owned the place. You're like
Yodo.
at, at each case, when each of them are down and out, they're begging for compassion, right? But then in each case, when each of them is ahead, they kind of lose compassion, right? So it's
Yeah.
really just kind of three shitty people, just kind of like one upping each other, right? So like everything that kind of happens to each one, you don't really kind of feel sorry for any one of them, right? Like
So I mean, there's this line that stands out to me. I actually highlighted it. So then it says, "Who is this Iukunu?" Then Kugel responds, "A detestable wizard of Almery. He has boiled squash for a head, and flaunts a mindless grin. In every way he is odious and displays the spite of a scaffold eunuch." So then Derwy Korim says. Derwy Kareem's mouth moved in a small, cool smile. "And you antagonized this wizard." Then Kugel responds, "Bah, it was nothing. For a trivial slight, he flung me north on an impossible mission." So, I mean, Kugel set it in motion, like his own problems, right? And that the note that I made on that was, she has Kugel's number. So, I mean, and I think that wasn't unnoticed by Kugel either. The fact that she kind of has his number, like she understands from where he's coming. Um,
well,
yeah,
like I think that's one of the times he's like, "Am I not clever?" It reminds me of the meme. It's Principal Skinner. There, it's like, "Am I out of touch?" No, it's the children that are out of touch, right? That's like what Kugel like.
yeah,
Like anytime that he's one up, it's like, no, 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 no. It's not that you guys got me one up. Now you guys are gonna have to tell me real quick because I get confused. The Wormager stuff, is that in this book?
I don't remember that.
Wait, sorry,
Um,
Carlo
what's that?
was
I
the
didn't hear you.
the stuff with Kugel doing the Wormager. Was that
No,
in this book?
no, no, not
okay,
with
Okay,
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 okay.
never mind. Never
So
mind.
so I
yeah.
have
Like I said, it means nothing to you
I've
yet.
started the Skybreak Spatterlight, but I'm at the beginning, right? So I haven't got through the, like, I'm not even at the middle yet, right? I'm probably like a
No,
quarter
no,
a
Yeah,
no.
that's
quarter
true.
of the way
No,
To
no, no,
talk
through.
yeah,
about
yeah.
So
this one, so much to talk about this one though. Wait, let's go back to.
No, no. Like I said, I just get like that is the one problem with it. It's because so many things happen across the two that yeah, they sometimes like, wait, did that happen in this one or not? Like,
No, I actually like I reread this one like recently for that reason though. I didn't want to spoil Adrian with the next Kugel, so I'm like,
yeah,
okay, I have to keep clear which one is which one because yeah, it like before reading it this time, like I was actually mixing two. I'm like, wait, is this part of this or this? Like, yeah, I mean, because it is kind of we just said that right? Like it's kind of like the same premise where like he sets up something and like he gets like kind of slammed on his own plans. But I was just gonna say like
so maybe go ahead and then I'll say
no, I was
something.
just gonna say like I think you were saying oh well like like kind of gimmick is that right like oh like he is kind of like two steps forward two steps backward. But I think the real gimmick to me is what you just mentioned. I mean, before I got kicked out, is that like everyone's trying to like like trick one another, and like even like the whole thing that sets his whole thing up, it's like Fiona or whatever. Like, do you guys get the sense that he got tricked? Like Fiona said, oh whatever, like Yokono is here. He's gonna stay here for like 3 hours. Like, go get this for me. But I'm pretty sure like that was a whole setup between them two, where like Yokono gets these people, like kind of dupe into going into his place, or for like to steal stuff, and he sends them into crazy impossible quests, right? Like,
Actually, that is a very astute observation, Carlo. I did not think about that until you just said that. That very well could be. I mean, I don't know what Zink's take is on it, but that is
I
very
think it could be
interesting.
any of it. One, even though Kugel isn't a real challenge, the shop owner there, just Fianister, I guess that's his name, just does it just to mess with him, right? Just because he can. Two, he is actually trying to screw over Yukinu, but yeah, maybe they do have an agreement. Like, that's the thing. That's how many levels of everybody's just fuck you, trying to screw each other over, right? That it's that he's trying to screw over Kugel and Yukinu at the same time, and Yukinu is trying to screw over them at the. I mean, like, it's
well,
that really is like it's hard to know. Like nobody really truly allies in this,
my
right?
idea is that Fiona he kind of screwed up Yukino at some point. He got caught, and now like he's on quest is trying to get people, like for to Yukon, so he can do his like sadistic quest, send him into weird quests. Like, that was my reasoning. And like coming from like each character here in this story, like every single character, they want to trick you, right? So like that was my thought process. And like if you think about it though, like everyone, right? Like everyone, like Google encounters have their motives, right? And like, and when you think, okay, no, this is a trick, no, it's actually like there's like it's like a layer kind of trick. Like even with the wait, you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you. I can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, even with the like the deodorant like he uses to cross the mountains of Magnus, you think like, oh no, like he just wants to eat him, right? But no, he's actually trying to bring him to a spot where he can get ambushed by other deodorants. So it's like, oh wow, like it's like a compound, like it never ends, like the trickery, right? So that was my thought process with that.
But I mean, if you think about it, like, I mean, this really is on, like, several levels the world that we live in, right? I mean, there are people that like pull off like big scams, like, and then they flip for like the FBI or whatever for like whatever political reason, and it's like, oh, okay, this guy's okay now. It's like, I mean, look at Sam Bankman, right? I mean, this guy has embezzled what, $8 billion, like, it's like this super large Ponzi scheme, and like, he's probably gonna like get a slap on the wrist. Well, maybe he'll get a little bit stronger than a slap on the wrist, but I mean, like, even that Ellison that was with him, like, she already is like flipping for the FBI to like, throw Sam Bankman under the bus, and like, I'm sure he's gonna try and flip on everybody else to like. I mean, this really is the world that we live in, right? I mean, it's not as brutal as in the Dying Earth series, but like, I mean, on a lot of levels, it's scarily similar, right? I mean, that's my take. I don't know what you guys think about
So
that. I
it's a
mean,
world of like con men, like the one we live now. So for sure, so it makes sense.
Well, I think, like I said, like that's why it's both a fantasy and a fantasy of manners, right? Because he's making fun of like these sort of like, like the way that people get like very frivolous, like the different religions and cultures is like, oh well, this is what we do, right? Which is something he'd lightly done in Dying Earth, but of course he does throughout this. And of course, this for me, the only thing this comes up is whenever people like, it's like, oh well, we got the legal system. Well, it's both sides of it, right? The people who are trying to like, like, oh well, we can sue, right? The legal system, or on the other side of that, the whole sovereign citizen thing. You're like, oh, it's the bar, British admiral royalty, and the moment you step out, right, and you can get it's like, no, none of that stuff works. It's really all arbitrary. But occasionally, some of those people have gotten away with it just because the judge is amused at their tenacity, right? But once you're in that, like, it's really just arbitrary. It's just the mood of the judge. Like, they have so much leeway that there is no like secret, like little one over thing you can pull on them or anything. Like, it's just that people don't realize. People think there are rules in this world, and there really isn't. Right? It really is just who has power, right?
Yep.
If you have power, you make the rules, right? And that's what this really all comes down to. So of course that's why I enjoyed this. That's why I enjoy the Kafka stuff and stuff like that, because it's even the same thing in fantasy, right? When people invent these fantasy worlds, and then maybe there's two competing ideologies, but everybody obeys it and follows it. Nobody really kind of points out that both sides are retarded, right? So I think that's what you get with this one, is that each little town has its own stupid rules, and of course they're all ridiculous. And he points out that they're ridiculous, but he's still made, he still suffers if he doesn't properly follow them. And then the moment he runs off, they're ridiculous, but there's no internal sense within the book that, like, oh well, this is just how they are, right? It's just like, no, 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 they're all retarded to some extent, right? Like, I think that's
So I mean, the sun burning out, I mean, is covered much more extensively in this Kugel book than the other short stories that we had read. Um, so I mean, do you think that factors into the brutality of this world, or was it that way before there were any signs of the sun burning out?
I think that that's used kind of to explain this sort of what would you call it, this not quite fatalism, but well, I mean overall kind of the nihilism of the people, right? Now, who knows how long it's going to take, right? So like, I guess in some ways, like, maybe, but the joke almost is that the sun, I think at this point, has been dying for like 1 million years, and so everybody's just like, oh, if everybody's waiting for the end to come, they're acting all weird and shitty, but then it's not, I mean, they're not making long term sufficient plans and stuff. Like, I think that's kind of the theme of the sun dying out, is that it's taking a really, really long time to die out. And of course, they don't know when it's going to die out, but that's always the point, right? I think, is that if you're expecting for everything to go bad all the time and you're not trying for everything, well, then you're never going to accomplish anything, because the sun could go dark at any moment, right? Even at its height, right? So like, you never really know when the sun's actually going to die, but they're obsessed with it, right? Some of them think that was it this one where they had the little village that thought they were the ones
No,
keeping the sun
no,
alive? Was
zip,
that
zip, zip.
Uh,
no?
uh,
Nope.
so
Okay,
so
okay, okay. So here's
uh,
here's what I was gonna say is what we're gonna do. Well, like, all of them have weird things like that,
Well, like,
but
in this one, what happens though is like at some point, like I think that like they say like this purple film that forms over the surface of the sun, right? And the pilgrims freak the fuck out. And they're like, oh my god, like the sun, it's going dark. It's prepare for the chill, whatever, right? And then and Garsang's try, I don't know, like calm is just it's just a little blink, like calm yourselves. And then I think it's Loader Munch makes fun of them. It's like, okay, well, like if it goes dark, like it goes dark, like stop freaking out. It's like we'll just deal with it, right? Like that's gonna make fun of there that like it for some people it's just it just became like like just this kind of obsession thing, right? They're not even living, like they're just waiting for every time the sun farts, basically.
so one thing was, I wasn't sure, like, when Loader Mulch disappears, I think it's ambiguous. I don't think it's clear if Kugel killed him or if he just got smart and left, right? Like, because he's almost the anti Kugel in some
Oh,
ways, right?
absolutely. I was
He
gonna bring that at some point. Yeah, absolutely. And like, I mean, they clash immediately, right? For that reason, for that reason, right? Because he is the anti-Google. He is. It's funny though. Remember, I mentioned to you guys like I like this so much because like the characters in fantasy are like, oh no, usually like like they kind of lawful good, right? Like even if they're kind of roguish, they have a good heart, like I don't know, like Han Solo or like Mel from Fireflies. Like, oh no, no, they're roguish, but like in the end, like they have a good heart, right? And like they end up just being stoic for like something in the past they're trying to redeem. And that is not their much, right? Like he's just a character, like lawful good, right? Or like the kind of opposite of what I like this so much, right? The true rogue, like Kugel.
so I'm just wondering, guys, after we finish, Kugel the Skybreak Spatterlight next week, I mean, is it worth maybe covering Rialto the Magnificent?
I read that, so
that one I might break up into its short components, because they really aren't, they aren't quite as linked. So if we do it, it'll be broken up as shorts.
Right.
Um, yeah,
So it's more like short stories, is that
it's much more vignettes, right? Like, it's much more like Dying Earth, which of course we originally did break up,
right,
right?
right.
So that's uh, uh, of course, the difference there is that those were a bunch of characters, and of course they'd kind of like run into each other along the way. This one really it does focus like with Rialto, but like yeah, like it's different like vignettes. You don't even have the sense of like how much time, right? Because of course he's a wizard, he lives for a long time, so you could be talking about like decades and centuries passing, right? It's just like another vignette in the life of Rialto the Marvelous, right? And it kind of like they I guess there's a thematic arc to a certain extent in it, but yeah, like, but that one I wouldn't like. Yeah, with Kugel, of course, you couldn't really break it up because it's all part of the same journey beyond the two books, the way that they're broken up. But yeah, so if we do that one, it will be broken up across, I think, short stories.
Right.
Hey, but by the way, Zink, you said like, oh, there is actually like there is no clear sense of time, like what time they are in terms of like chronology, but there is actually. It's very subtle, but they tell you. Like in like Google, when it happens, it's in the 23rd Dian, right? And like, anyways, we'll talk about that later maybe. But like,
Yeah, well, like there's like it's very arbitrary what the delineation is
it
there, right?
doesn't matter like in the story, right? It doesn't really matter. Like the time actually doesn't really, like it doesn't influence like the story, but Vance like throws it in there like every now and then. Like you actually know in what eon they are. Like I was paying attention for Rialto as well. I'm like, oh, it's there. And then when I reread Kugel now, I'm like, oh, it's there. And then I just went to on the Dying Earth like stories. I just went to like search words and I searched for eon and I'm like, oh, it's here. Like there is a kind of defined chronology. It doesn't matter.
Well, I think you got to just flip it about. But what age is Rialto in, and what age is Kugel in?
Yeah, Kugel is the 23rd Dian, and Rialto is the 21st Dian.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I wasn't.
and and
Aware.
and like the Masurian and all that stuff. That's I think is the 18 or something. Like it's earlier. But anyways, who cares? It doesn't matter.
Oh well, no, that is interesting to some extent, but I think more than anything, he just kind of makes that up, right? To some extent, like he doesn't really fill it in there,
Oh no, and like it's completely like it doesn't matter. Like I mean, he could have like
but more than anything, you get this sense that like all of these are like millions of years after present time, right?
yeah, yeah.
And they're all just waiting. It's like, oh, the sun is dying, the sun is dying, the sun is dying, right? But obviously, it's taken a really long time to do so.
I thought that we read in the first set of short stories that this takes place 5,000 years in the future from where we are right now.
It never says from where we are right now. Like with I think there's like a mention. I think it's with like what is it? Maybe it's with Ulan Dor where they're saying like, oh, it's been that way for 5,000 years. But from when? You know what I mean? Like you never really get the exact idea of how displaced they are from now.
Right.
Yeah,
Because
and,
actually in
and
Kugel stuff,
it's
like when they talk about millions of years and
yeah, it's actually one of the things that I really enjoy from this. Like like with fantasy when like I mean if you're gonna do that like you have to do that really well, right? But when they just tie it like to like our reality, I'm like, oh, like if it's just like a throwaway line there, like it really annoys me. Or like it has to just make it sci-fi then, like Candy Call, right? Like Candy Call, it is a reason why it's tied to our reality, right? But like if I find like I like this so much, like, oh no, it's completely disconnected. But it is like kind of a same planet. We know it's a same planet, but it's so disconnected that it just becomes fantasy, and that to me is a positive. Like if we try to tie it down, it would be like a negative for me.
Right. So I mean, in Ulan Dor, we definitely do get the sci-fi aspect of it, right? I mean, the air
But yeah,
cars
but
and
but,
like
but here too though with yeah
with
like
Ferks.
perks and
yeah, with Ferks for sure.
with perks, but what is it? There was something else though that I oh like a lot of the like like they have like microscopes and they have like telescopes at Vol at the village on in the mountains of magnets. Like I'm like, wait, how do they have all these
Yeah.
things? Interesting. Like I mean, you for sure know that there was like some tech before, and some of the magic items too. I'm like, the way I see them, it's like, wait, is this like like actually some kind of like a gun or whatever? Like what is this, right? Like I just think about it a lot. Like they're not the usual like magic items you find in fantasy where it's like a channeling magic or whatever. No, they're actually like it's implied they have like their own properties or something. So I do
Well,
get
I
it.
mean, I mean those books that the one magician has that's in that
Uh,
like underground cave with the rat
yeah,
people,
serrated,
and then
serrated.
Sorites, yeah.
Yeah,
Um, you know, Kugel just recites that, and then it turns them inside out, and like, so that we really do get the sense of magic. And then I was like, when he had collected all of his books, and then he does something, and like they float up and like fly to his like workshop or like laboratory or whatever. It's like how is he accomplishing that, right? So it's like we really get a sense of like magic there, and not so much there's a tech that's allowing that to happen. It's like it's almost like both, right? It's like
yeah,
magic and tech, right? It's
yeah.
like
We
yeah.
said that for Ulandor, that like there is kind of a, like it's tech, but it's also like it's, I mean, probably tech so advanced that it's tapping onto magic, or like yeah, they uncover magic and they have tech as well. Like they kind of do the arcane punk thing, where like they mix tech, it's fueled by magic. Not for sure. I do get that sense a lot reading this, and that's why it's so cool to me as well.
So I mean, this is something that you guys explained to me. You're like, it doesn't really matter one way or the other. And I mean, for me, I generally like things that are tied down to something, and you guys are like, no, 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 that's actually a weakness. Um, I'm starting to see your viewpoint though, because after reading this, it really doesn't matter, right? I mean, like the narrative and like just the way the story flows is just so captivating that it doesn't matter. Like I find myself not thinking about that much.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a plot device, right? And and like this is my beef. What I always tell the thing that like when authors go into this freaking info dump to tell you how something came to be, it's like no, dude, like you're ruining the magic. You're breaking the spell there. Like don't explain to me how things work too hard, unless that's the book's about that, right? Like unless that's really like a it's affecting the story, or like it's affecting the world, like some books that I read, like it works, but for in general, like don't just do that. Don't stop the story to info dump me on how your MacGuffin works. Like let move on, right? And it to me, like here is, well, it's done so well. Well, it is that actually, to me, it creates the opposite effect, where like you're not like, oh, you're kind of, oh my god, that's so cool, right? Like, and like you start thinking about like, oh, how does this world works, right? Where you have this kind of weird tech, or like weird like magic items, right? What we're saying, like your brain kind of fills in the gaps in like a cool way, right? It's just negative world building, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. um yeah, I mean that whole part though, um with the rat people, um like I find myself asking what their motivations are for trapping all these people, but then there's actually like an opposition force that lives below them that they're fighting against as well. Because like remember these other, like, I don't know if they're mole people or something, that are below the rat people, that they take that guy's daughter down even further, and then like the rat people are like, oh, we're actually at war with them. It's like, but like I find myself questioning, and I kind of wish that was explained a bit more, what their motivations are for trapping people. Is it like to just steal their
I think
stuff,
it's
or
it's to
like
to steal, to enslave, and to eat them.
Yeah, I
right?
got that too, Adrian. Like the end game is just food. Yeah, I mean, yeah, either get them to get them food or eat them. Feel like that was clear to me as well.
Right. So
But once again, yeah, there's always somebody screwing somebody else over, right? The moment that Kugel has the upper hand over the rat people, suddenly they're prostrating themselves in front of him, and oh, why would you do this to us, right? They're so put out and
yeah, yeah,
everything,
yeah.
right? And then they're complaining about the people below them, and once again, it's just this like this selfishness and everything, right? Like everybody's like, oh, how could you do that to me,
Well,
right?
that's
It's once
another
again,
motif.
it's like the meme of the person jamming the stick into their wheel spoke there, right? It's like, how could you do this to me, right?
That's a motif through the book, right? Where like all these tricksters are always outraged by someone else tricking him, and even Kugel when like he gets the kind of fairy creatures from the sea, right? Like the ones that live in their shells, and they pull this prank on him, and he's like completely insulted,
Oh
and he
yeah,
like
yeah,
he smashes the shell with a stone and like
yeah,
kills
yeah, yeah.
him. And the little fairy is like, dude, like, why do you kill me? It was just a prank. Like, you just took my life for a prank. And Kugel's like, well, like, that way you will never prank anyone else again. And like, coming from you, Kugel, like, it's like, this, like,
It's
yeah, like,
it, yeah, they live in these like inherent contradictions
it's
continuously, right?
funny. It's another motif from this story. And like, everyone's like that. Like, everyone's a horrible, like, they have shit morals, but when something's done to them, they're like, it's like, wait, why are you doing this to me? Like,
Yeah.
it's double standard.
Well, but even like the little shell children or whatever it was, right? Like it's almost making fun of like, yeah, like you'll see these characters like in other fantasies. Like I can't think like it was even like a Disney one they reminded me of. I can't think exactly which one. Where like, they're taunting you and they're being assholes to you, and you're just kind of putting up with them. It's like, no, fuck you, and you just pick it up and chuck them, right? You're like, it's both sides of that. It's like, don't go around like just fucking with
Yeah,
randos, right?
exactly.
Like you get these like little like wood nymphs. It's like, hee hee, I'm gonna run away. It's like, no, fuck you.
Yeah,
Like
yeah, yeah,
that's
yeah.
what. Like so, it's both of them. It's like, yeah, no. If you just get some rando walking along and you start messing with them, right? Don't start shit if you're not expecting something, right? Like,
Life
it's
lessons.
both sides. Yeah, it's once again, it just feels like endless memes, right? It's like the fuck around, find out, intersection there, right? Like the guy who's drawing the graph, right? Like,
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, so I mean, did that Yodo was the one like Derwy Kareem's like I guess assistant or whatnot. I mean, do you think that like Lucas got the idea for Yoda from that, or is it like purely coincidence?
I don't think, yeah, I don't think. I mean, there's not really a whole lot more than the name, right?
Right.
And not really. I mean,
Well, I mean, he's of short stature too, right? So
he's no Jedi Master,
yeah, I
but
know.
that's really funny to me actually. That's um the whole Euro thing, like like because what I said, like I had the idea that their Korim had wanted to poison Kugel, but then she acts all, like it's like, oh, um, she she's pretending to be like subtle. She's like, oh, why do you poison Yodo? No, she's pretending. Anyway, that part I found really funny. The whole
Yeah,
poison.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, and she absolutely was trying to poison him.
Well, because
it, it,
I think later, like she's testing Kugel, right? Like that's what
yeah,
she kind of fabricates the whole story with the ghoul, and then like when she finds out, okay, Kugel can do magic for shit, she orders one of her guards, like, yeah, like cut these knaves, like hand whatever, and give me the amulet. Like she's definitely just playing him too.
So I guess we can go because I have the synopsis here, so I don't get confused again. So I guess if we've gotten kind of the overall gist of it, I guess we can go like vignette by vignette, right?
Yeah, let's do that.
So yeah, so so I mean, yeah, I guess we kind of touched on the framing story here. The framing story, we first meet Kugel, and then yeah, the other two guys, right? And yeah, he's kind of put on that quest. I guess we most, unless there's anything really there you guys want to touch on, but
Well,
I think
which one?
because of course it goes very quickly. Just the framing story, right? How it starts, right, with Kugel in Almery, and you know, setting up his shop and meeting the merchant, and then getting caught up with you canoe.
Finaster, Finaster, whatever.
Yeah,
Um,
but I think we've mostly kind of covered what's there, right? It's just
well,
kind
I
of
mean,
like, yeah, the way it starts.
what I said, like I I do believe that like uh, Yukanu and Finaster have like they have this all set up to like like kind of get people, like Finaster is tempting people to go rob Yukanu, and then Yukanu is like like he's sorts of like yeah, kind of like unlucky questers that he sends. That's what I wanted to say. Like
Well, I think they luck out either way, right? If somebody successfully steals something for Finister, then he has that thing, right? And if they don't, well, it's no skin off his
Well, no,
teeth, right, or whatever,
because I
right?
mean, like the way you kind of he's like not surprised at all, right? He's playing it like it's like, oh wow, like what do we have here? A visitor. It's like I would have come in earlier had I known, right? Like he's just like negative surprise of seeing someone there, right? So that cemented to me that idea, like, oh yeah, these two have a scheme to like send them, like just dudes, to experiment on horrible quests.
Well, I think with what's going on there, right, it's kind of showing us kind of how like, right, like obviously he's trying to steal from him, but like Yukinu comes in and he says it like as a joke, right, to like give him the rope to hang himself, and then suddenly instead of just admitting what's going on, right? Like now Kugel's trying to like, like, oh, play along with it. It's like, oh, absolutely, I'm just right. But of course, it's ridiculous. Like, no, he knows you're stealing. He's just, making fun of you. But then like Kugel, like kind of foolishly there, like, yeah, decides to like, oh yeah, maybe I can play this off. It's like, no, you can't. He's obviously just toying with you, right? But yeah, you could, Kugel proceeds, like it's all sarcastic. It's like, oh
But
no,
to me,
it's like there's absolutely like there's like no malice in the conversation. It's like, oh no, well you'd have to do this, right? It's only right. And it's like, well, no, like they're trying to like one up each other. Well, it's like at any moment you could just drop in and just say like, no, this is what you're gonna do, right? But like they keep like playing the pretense of it, right?
yeah.
Like,
No, but I was just thinking like you kind of right. Like he's like, oh, well, this is the way I deal with like trespassers or like thieves, whatever. And like it felt to me like a script. Like he's done this before, or like he has this, like just kind of painting these dire consequences, and that's just manipulation to get them to do something, right? And he has their rope ready. Like I mean, like it to me is like okay, he this is been happening for a while. Like that's the sense that I got.
well, I mean, I'm guessing that yeah, he's just always trying to be robbed. Like I said, I don't know if it's 100% that Fenister and him have a deal, like, oh, send people to me. I think Fenister really, really does want the thing that he wants from him, and that he doesn't really like
No,
Yukinu, and
no,
Yukinu
I
does.
don't think so because you kind of it's like he's really powerful and like even Asteridis is scared of you kind of later, right? Because like because when Kugel say, oh yeah, let's band together and just like kick you kind of butt, right? And Asteridis is like, oh no no, I don't want to kind of like this sort of piece with Yukano, right? Like he's too much for Bada. So I don't think Fiona Star would steal with from Yukano like on purpose, knowing like I mean Yukano is very powerful. He knows everything. He has spies around. Like I don't know. It feels like it would be pretty foolish for someone to steal from Yukano unless you're Kugel or like someone of the sort, right? Who doesn't know who really Yukano is, like how much power he has.
Well, but there's lines there, right? I mean, to a certain extent, like we know that that Yukinu is like powerful. I don't know. When I look it up in this book, it says it with an L. Is it spelled with an L in your guys' book?
No,
Or
it's an I, like Yukano.
Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
it's an
I
I.
think
Yeah.
I think it got screwed up in this. Yeah, it's Yukinu. Because I was trying to just find like a synopsis of these, and I think yeah, it was transcribed bad. But yeah, with Yukinu, you get this idea like he does like all of them have weaknesses. Like he's powerful because of all of his stuff, and he's most powerful when he's well. I mean, it touches more on this in what is it, Rialto and stuff, right? Like these guys are powerful, but it's just really once again, it's just like luck and tricks. Like within the context of things, like Finister might have some amount of power that Yukinu can't overcome, right?
No, but
So it's hard for me to say. I don't know if it's 100%. Yeah, like that they have this deal going on. I think it's just that I think he really does want this thing, and if he gets it, he gets it. If he doesn't, it doesn't cost him anything, right?
Right.
anyways, yeah, let's keep going then.
So I mean, there was this one quote that stood out to me. So it says, "The Busiaco grinned in agreement, gave the line a proprietary jerk.
Wait,
Kugel hurried across the clearing with Derwy Kareem's imprecations ringing in his ears until she was silenced by some means Kugel did not observe. Uh, the Busiaco called, "By chance you are approaching the correct path. Follow, and you shall presently come to an inhabited place." Kugel returned a final salute, set forth. Derwy Kareem gave a scream of hysterical mirth. Kugel the clever, he calls himself. what an extravagant joke. So I mean, and then it's like, yeah, I just put my note was like, you know, Kugel's no white knight, right? Like, I mean, he doesn't care. He's like,
Wait, I thought we were
just
going
gonna run.
vignette by vignette. No, that's what we're doing.
So, oh, sorry. I was going through my quotes here, and that's one that stuck out.
Well, yeah,
Yeah, no, I mean, well, I mean, like I said, we touched on that. Like I said, yeah, like I said, he's not malicious about it. Like if it doesn't cost him anything, right? He's not like maliciously just screwing people over. But yeah, if it does, the moment he has an advantage, he'll use it, right? I mean, that's what all these people are, right? Like they're put out when anybody does it to them, but then like the moment they see a slight advantage, they'll take it. But yeah, so like if we go to the overworld, so yeah, he gets cast there across the uh the the world to the shores there of that town.
cuts.
um Cuts, yeah. um and of course, once again, like everything, like nothing's great, right? Like everything always has a catch to it, right? So yeah, like he gives him that amulet that will turn anything into food, but not food. Well, it just becomes edible, right? But it still tastes like dirt. Or I think it even admits that, like later on when he's doing it, like he's like literally eating like shit of some sort of
Yeah,
animal
yeah,
or
yeah,
another.
yeah. That's the idea.
So like if he rubs it on a piece of driftwood, well, it still tastes like driftwood. It's just now edible and has nutritional value, but like it still tastes like driftwood does, right? So, but then yeah, so then we get to the overworld thing, and so of course with this one, like I think there's a certain like amount of like just general satire here. Like now, of course, we never really established exactly what Vance was, but he does seem to be kind of, I think, mostly atheistic, at least from what I can do. So I think to a certain extent, he's like, yeah, satirizing like this, obviously like religious people who like, yeah, spend their whole life working for this wonderful thing at the end. But of course, the joke, that a lot of atheists, I don't use all the time. It's like, well, I've met all the people who are going to heaven. I really don't know if I want to go there, right? Like if it's like if heaven's only filled with the people that are working toward it, it doesn't sound like a very exciting place, right? I think that's part of the satire there, right?
With the what's it? What are the lenses called again? I forgot. I mean the eyes. The lens.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I was thinking like I mean like um it's funny like one of these authors wait who said this anyways someone said like oh like sometimes these authors just write just pop stuff and they don't really satirize anything, right? Like you don't have to extract any meaning, but like I was thinking like this idea of like seeing life to like yeah like kind of because the lenses are pink, right? So like pink tinted glasses basically, but like they kind of diluted. And I was thinking more like I don't know how long TV had been going on back in the 1950s there when he wrote this, but that idea of like like uh, television, like like people like living in a world that's not like it's like recreated. It's not the real the actual reality. Like, but yeah, no religion, I guess too. That especially
Like that's a shallow connection. I just wanted to throw it out there. Here's what I actually think he's satirizing. I think he's satirizing the way, because especially if you're thinking 60s, 50s, 60s there, right? Like this whole idea of retirement, right? Like the pretty much you work your whole life to then enjoy your retirement, but you're essentially just old now, right? Like you've wasted your youth kind of saving up for this thing, but can you really enjoy it anymore? And of course, they act like they enjoy it, or even just like the other kind of pretensions of false success. It's like, oh, look at we're now living in this lavish thing, and they kind of all buy into it. It's like, well, is it really that lavish or that wonderful, right? Like, it's that kind of like. I guess you guys see what I'm going with there. Like, I
yeah.
think that's kind of
No, no,
the joke
I
there.
thought about retirement too, because I mean, like the whole idea of like Kugel cheating this guy who's been he worked 30 something years, to get the lenses, and he just like cuts in line there. But no, like I just thought about that too a lot. I mean, not retirement. I mean retirement as well, but I was thinking of just that idea, like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna toil a long time for like like whatever, and then like at the end like it's just when you're old and like like you spend like your best years working for something that like once you get it it's like well like you're like your body's like breaking down grabbing like how long even you have to enjoy it or like in what condition are you to enjoy it. um but like and like self-delusion, right? I mean we see that a lot, right? With like um
So I mean, to on that self delusion part, Are you referring those cusps that the people are using in that?
Yeah,
Okay,
the eyes of the
yeah, the
overworld.
guys of
Yeah, the
the overworld,
cusps.
the cusps.
right, right.
Like
Because of course,
Yes.
like the
Sorry,
ongoing thing
sorry
is
to
like,
cut you
oh,
off. I just wanted to make sure that I'm following correctly.
oh, go ahead.
because then like they're asking, it's like, oh, well, right, while he's been living there with the one eye for a while, he's like, oh, we see that you haven't partaken of any of our comely princesses yet, right? They seem to be eyeing you. And he's like, oh yeah, no, I just haven't, right? And of course, like he looks at him with otherwise, right? Yeah, they're like fat, diseased old women and stuff like that, but
Yeah.
like it's this like illusion. It's like unless he like buys fully into the illusion of it, like it's like what they're really doing. It's like, oh well, we live in such lavish circumstances and everything, and it's just the pretensions of it. It's like, oh, my retinue and all this stuff, right? Like in my mansion, right? And yeah, they're in hovels and sleeping on crap, right? Like
Yeah, yeah. So are you guys making a connection between like retirement, like it's sort of like that's their retirement, is just looking through the cusps all the time, but like in reality, it's like what they're living is not that great. Is that like
well, I mean, they're still essentially old, and they're like, yeah, like doing whatever, but like, yeah, like they spent all this time for this, or it's you could even say it's like, yeah, the people who like are like I'm sure even some of us have gotten like at one point or another, like you're like the people can kind of like build up this thing that something's like really an accomplishment, but it's not. Like, I mean, even to a certain, I don't know if you guys did Boy Scouts, like, oh, look how many merit badges I have. It's like, well, does anybody really care? Like when you're in, like, I guess, like a sort of like kind of that group think cult thing, and you've kind of set up that this is an accomplishment. It's like, oh, like I'm getting, like if you're working like a shitty job, right, and it's like, you're now like, you get like a manager position. You're only making $1 more, but you have a lot more work and everything else. But it's like, oh, but I'm a manager now, right? Like this kind of like false illusion, right? Or it's even like to a certain extent, it's like, oh, like when you like, you get a new job somewhere and like, they call you and they're like, oh, congratulations on getting the job. It's like, well, it's you guys need me as much as I need. I know like it's always this kind of like weird thing of like, oh, like trying to build something up for somebody. Like, oh, this is such an honor to receive, right?
right?
But then you're like really thinking about it, it's like, is it really though? But like everybody's bought into that it's such an
But
honor.
I mean, companies do that because, like, they want you to get more done for free, right? Like, I mean, that's why they say, oh, we're all a big family here, yada yada yada. It's like, no, these are your workmates, right? Like, nobody is actually family, right? It's like, but the reason that like the management does that is so that they can get you to do something for free, right? And you won't be, you know, put out by it.
Well, exactly. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's just that, like various different things. Like you'll get that where like people like really build something up, and if you're around those same people, then it seems like it's like, or people make shit, the joke about it, it's like I'm a big deal on this social, right? Like it's that joke, like I'm a big deal to this like subcult, right? So like yeah, in this like very small group, right? Like so I mean even spaces, it's like, oh, I'm a big spaces host, right? But it's like no, but like I'm pretty sure that when if we go out, like I actually don't know anybody I've met still in the wild in my personal life that's on Spaces, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Although, yes, but then everybody does that to some extent because then other people point that out because yeah, when the Andrew Tate stuff came up, like there was people in the room. It's like, well, who is this guy even? I've never heard of him. It's like, well, just because you haven't heard of him does. So people do it in both directions. Like there's somebody who they think should be super important, should be in your mind, right? So it's just kind of that illusion for everybody. It's like, you know, some people think like, oh well, that's not what's important. This is what's important, right? But it's just as arbitrary, right? It's like it's accepting that yeah, maybe you're into something, but like knowing kind of how arbitrary the thing you are into, right? It's not the be all end all, right?
Yeah, exactly. Um, yeah. So I mean, yeah, I'm just curious though. Like, why does EU Canoe want the cusp? Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, if he has so, is it just to have it because like it's a treasure that he simply has not acquired? Is that it, or like does he have some extra use for it? I mean, maybe this is going to be answered
Yes,
in
to both. I
this is going
think
to be
yes to
answered in the
both. It's
next one, right? So
I think it's just sort of both, right? It's just that like yeah, like one is just something he's heard of and he wants to have, and then the other side of it's just like yeah, maybe it can be used for something else, right? It's just kind of like yeah, like you don't really know what his reasons are, but it's just something that's like on his list of things to do, right? But of course, yeah, it's going to take a lot of work to get it.
right.
Because at the same time, like, yeah, it is that illusion, right? It's so, I mean, essentially, it's like, it's like, I mean, that's the entire reason people, the entire reason that you had the age of exploration was for spices, right? It's like we have food. It's not like I'm going to get more exotic food. I'm still eating, rye and grain, but if I can put a little bit of cinnamon and pepper on there, then, I at least have the illusion of it, right? So even though Yukinu has all these other things, well, maybe he can just use these eyes to like, yeah, like get people to do weird things, or he can just use it just to make his already sumptuous meals even better, or yeah, maybe he's trying to do something with them or whatever, right? But yeah.
Right. And I mean, so I mean, is that more answered in the second part, like, or is it like, not that
I'm
important?
not gonna
Okay,
say yes or
okay.
no to
All right,
that.
all right, all right. Fair
I'm
enough. Fair enough, fair enough.
Yeah, I don't think we should touch the next saga. I mean, yeah, no one has spoiled anything.
All
Yeah.
right, fair enough, fair enough.
You know, on this vignette, I found really funny that the way Kugel he basically impersonates the other guy, like uh, Book Akama, whatever his name is. That he just grabs his random dude and like like takes his garments and then like the hat and like cuts off his like hacks his beard off with a knife and like kind of pastes the beard on his own face. Like that was pretty ridiculous. I don't know if you guys remember that part.
well, that shows because like now that he has been inducted, even though it was under false pretenses, like because the whole thing is false pretenses, right? It's like, well, now he can't be punished because he's one of the 100 or whatever, right? He's among their number. So the way they act, it's like, well, now you're among us and stuff like, because of course they realize that their position is also false. It's actually something I often bring up, like in some of these rooms when we're talking about like, oh, all these experts out there. It's like, well, why do one experts not like at the academic level, at the PhD level? Like at this point, most of the people up there, they all know that they got their degrees right just by hanging around long enough and doing bullshit work. So if one expertise, it's like, so it's just like trust the experts, right? So if I'm an expert in A and you're an expert in B, I'm gonna like, and somebody asked me like, well, why don't you dispute that? It's like, well, because if I question expert B, I know that expert B can question my expertise in A, and then the whole illusion of expertise falls apart, right? Because we don't actually have the data, we just have the credit. Well, I think that's the thing. More than anything, actually, I'd actually put that like, yeah, it's this. The biggest place this probably actually mimics is academia, right? Like whether or not you're actually everybody's so up their asses in their ivory towers there, right? And all this fakeness, and it's like, oh, we'll trust the experts,
You
right?
you mean in terms of the wizards, right? In
No. In the like this town with people with their little like
Blood.
cusps
Oh,
on,
right,
right?
okay, okay.
Right. So once Yukinu's inducted in there, right? I mean, once Kugel's inducted, right? Well, they can't kick him out, right? Because if they can kick him out, then they could kick other people out, and so they're now it's the same thing that happened actually with Napoleon, right? So with the French Revolution and them killing the king, right? Like that ended the Age of Enlightenment, right? Because all of these different emperors and kings and stuff were playing with enlightenment, and then somebody actually came up and smacked down one of them, and they became very, very concerned about it, right? And so once Napoleon was pretty much, captured, right? The question was like, well, do we execute him? I mean, look at all the things he's done. But they're like, well, if we execute him, then we open that door on ourselves, right? So they exiled him, not once but twice, right? Because now he had been inducted into the, he was royalty, right? He was now a royal. So if you start executing, right? Because this has always been the thing, right? Like whole countries and people can waste, right? I mean, this is why the British Army complained about when they were fighting the Americans, right? The idea was that you're only supposed to shoot the soldiers. You're not supposed to, right? People did die on the battlefield, but you weren't supposed to aim for the officers. You were supposed to aim for the soldiers, and if a stray bullet got caught, on an officer, you were supposed to capture officers and ransom them back, right? And so it was, because you were touched by grace and all this stuff. I used to read like crappy. Well, I read, like I said, the
The Sharpie, man.
oh, who was it?
Sharpie, right?
Yeah, the Sharps
Yeah,
book, right? And they go on and on and on about this,
yeah.
right? Touched by grace, right? That was, yeah, and it's even the lower classes that buy into that, right? Like the reason they hold this position is because they've attained it, right? And for you, Adrian, I don't know if you're familiar with the Sharp series. It's essentially
No, I'm
back
not.
then in the British Army, you bought your commission. It was kind of an extension of the idea of feudalism, right? Because in feudalism, you were a knight because you had a manor and you had serfs and stuff, and so you spend all your time training to be able to be ready to fight for the king, and they were providing you with the resources, so that you could forge your horse and armor and all that stuff, right? So once it got more to the more modern British Army, instead what it was is that you would have money and you would buy your commission. So you would buy your lieutenancy, or if you had more money, you would buy your commission, right? Because it was supposed to kind of replace it, right? We weren't in feudal ages anymore. We were now in capitalist system. So instead of just having enough resources to say raise 100 men, right? Because if I was a knight but I was also raising 100 foot soldiers to come with me, then obviously I was going to be higher ranked in the king's army than somebody who could only, you know, raise enough for themselves and 10 guys, but I was going to be lower ranked than the guy who could raise himself and 1,000 guys, right? So if I had enough money to essentially build and, make a battalion, which I think is, a major, then I would be a major, right? If I had enough money to, create a whole regiment, then I was lieutenant colonel, right? So that's what you had during the British Army, right? Whereas like the character of Sharp, right? He's like, he's like a sergeant, right? He's one of the enlisted men, but he like saves the life of the Duke of Wellington and so he's given like a special commission. And so like, yeah, he's in this weird point where he's like, earned it, but he hasn't, he's not touched by grace.
So he had paid for his appointment.
Most of them did. So that's what I'm saying. Most of them didn't, but there was like rare cases where, like, with exceptional valor, a person could be actually commissioned as an officer. Essentially, it was that somebody else was paying for their commission, right? It's like, I
Right.
like this guy so much that I'm willing to pay for his commission. But of course, but then the lower classes were kind of begrudging of that. It's like, well, but those guys were touched by grace. God had appointed them, whereas you are one of us and now you're trying to lord over us, right? Like that's the problem, right? Because like with classes societies is that it's people in your own class who want to hold you down just as, if not more so, than the people above you, because when you are exceptional, it shows their own deficiency, right?
Yeah, that is true.
So
That
but
is
like
true.
getting back to it, so like with Napoleon, right? They, under normal circumstances, they would have executed him, but they were like, no, no, no. But then we're continuing this idea that you can execute royalty for crimes against humanity, essentially. So that's what they chose not to do with Napoleon. They exiled him, right?
Yeah, didn't they send him to Santolina?
They sent him first to one. Oh, what was it? No, they sent him. Right, like they sent him to one, and then like, but of course he was very able to get off that exile. I think he was like exiled on Malta or something at first, and then later on Saint Helena was the second. Yeah, because that was like in the middle, like it was like what 200 miles from the African coast, right? But I think the first time he was like just exiled to like some Mediterranean island, right? Because even though he had done it inappropriately, he had been crowned. He was now royalty, right?
Yeah, yeah. Santolina.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he tried to Elba first and then to Santolina.
Yeah, Elba, which I believe is in the Mediterranean, right?
That's
But
correct. Yeah.
a much more pleasant place, right? But of course, that's why he was so able to like just hop a boat, get back there, and raise the army again. So yeah, when they put him on Saint Helena, it was like 200 miles from like the west coast of Africa, right? So
Yeah, I think my great grandmother was actually from there.
They're from San Helena.
Yeah, yeah, and
Oh
and then
yeah.
she came to South Africa. So I've been told.
I don't know if anybody like I don't know because it's one of these islands that's like it was like I think it was deserted when they found, so maybe she worked on the island while they were occupying it with him or something like that. I, I,
I,
I, I guess what I'm saying, I don't know if it has an indigenous population, right?
yeah, I'm not sure. I just heard that just in
I guess what I'm saying is it
conversation.
would be interesting if it is true because there's a good chance that she was maybe working on like her family was like working for his I guess you call it compound there or something, right?
Well, I don't think like I don't think this is after Napoleon was there, right? So it's like
No,
it's like
wait, hold on, but
20th century, I believe. So
that island had people. I remember like at one of my classes in school, like uh, one of was it who was it the Ostrogoths? Like some of these like conquering tribes, they went there and they
Oh,
fucked shit
okay,
up.
maybe not. I know that some of them, like I can't remember if it's like the Azores or Canary Island or what's the other one? Like the one that's like there's like a little island that's almost halfway in the middle of like the Atlantic Ocean.
Was that Crete?
No, not Crete. It's but some of them were like looked like they had in it like people there and then they left. Well, like Iceland, for example, Iceland was uninhabited until somebody got there, right? Greenland, there's always a debate like when the Vikings got to Greenland, there actually was nobody there.
No,
Had there been somebody there before or not? Like some of these places are actually like
no. In Greenland, they were natives though.
not at the time the Vikings got there. That's the thing. When the Vikings were there actually wasn't anybody there, at least on the side they were on.
No, but I mean, there is this whole. I mean, there is a book by Jared Diamond. It's called Collapse, on like like civilizations that collapsed,
No, no,
and
absolutely, and like that's what I'm saying. Like I think it's like with the Canary
Greenland,
Islands.
in
What?
Greenland, like in Greenland, like the like the colonists, because there was this native population, and they were telling him like, yo, like you guys should do this, do that to like, like fight the winter, and they're like, no, no, we're not gonna like pollute our customs with like your like pagan stuff, right? And that's what they died because they didn't they were not prepared properly. So I know Greenland had some people, but maybe not before, maybe not at the time of the Vikings. That I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, I mean definitely like sometime in the last 500 years, like some people further got up there, but that's the problem, right? Is that like I don't think it had like a continuous population, and I don't think
I think it was
the
colonized. So I know that my great grandmother had really red hair. This is also what I've just heard in conversation, and they said that she was actually from there, and then she went to South Africa. So I mean, um, but this would be like early 20th century, late 19th century, right? So I mean, yeah, this is after Napoleon was exiled there, right? So I mean,
so I think it's like now I think I forget the other one I'm thinking of, but one of them, so like the Azores are like something like
What Cyprus, Corsica, Sardinia? Which one?
no, the Azores are they're in the Atlantic, right? So those are all in the whatever. But I'm
yeah.
talking about like the Azore Islands are like a few hundred miles from the coast of Portugal, right? In the middle of the Atlantic, right? And I think
Oh, you okay?
when the
Go
Portuguese
ahead.
first found them, they found traces of like the people that maybe populated there at the time, but there was nobody there when they got there, like in the 15th century. So that's what you'll sometimes get is that it looks like there was people populating an island and then they died off or left or so like some things have been like colonized a few times, right? Like
Yeah, I mean the Portuguese were like all around like Africa, like doing trade and stuff like that. So I mean, um, yeah, I mean, I don't think she was Portuguese, but like, you know, she was probably like born there to like people who, um, I guess immigrated to Santolina. I'm guessing. I don't know the full story though.
Anyway, where were we at the story? I
So
forgot.
I think we were talking about the cusps and how because now
Oh
he has the one that they are like you're one of us now, so we can't just give the cusp away to
yeah.
the guy
It
who's waiting
it's
for it and rightfully
it's
should
like
have.
I had that I had that in my notes like that, especially that part because it's really funny. It's on they're doing the ceremony to like crown Kugel as one of them, right? To receive the cusp, and then like the guy Bubak Ang, he just he storms in and he's like, hey, that's the vagabond that's stole my face, whatever. And then the elder is like, oh, I have the quote here. It's like, the words are ill chosen. Remember that he has been exalted to the rank of prince of Smola. it's like, it's like, even if like they're so diluted, right? Like, it doesn't matter if like these guys, he stole he cut in line or whatever. Like, as soon as you're touched by them, it's like, yeah, like they can't tolerate any other, like it's like it's like a complete like anti kind of meritocracy system, right? Like it's like it's built on that, but if you have it, like then nothing matters.
Well, but it shows the illusion exists on both sides because yeah, one, they know the illusion that holds them up, but two, when the other people come and say like, well, if you guys don't elevate this guy, then we're not going to give you food anymore, and of course they get a little bit, and then the one people won't break the rules because they don't want to miss out on their chance to get the eye. So there's like it's all like people buying into the illusion on both sides and everything, right?
Well, I mean, I guess when
They
you're
know the
living,
illusion is what holds them together.
I
Yeah.
mean, I guess when you're living in such shitty circumstances, and then you put the cusp on, and all of a sudden it's great. It's like I think there was even a Black Mirror episode about this with Mackenzie Davis, and like it starts out that like they're in the 80s in this arcade, and she's walking around, and then
Oh
there's this
yeah,
black
San
chick
Junipero.
who's young.
Yeah, San Junipero. Yeah, yeah, that's one of my favorite
Yeah,
episodes. Yeah.
and then but it turns out
I'll check it out
that
sometime.
they're
Yeah, don't
oh
spoil it.
okay.
Don't
Oh,
spoil
okay,
it
you
for
haven't seen
saying.
it. Never mind.
Because
Never mind.
I've never what is it?
It's
It's
a
a
Black
black.
Mirror episode, and it touches on a
Okay.
lot of these.
Just look at San Junipero.
Yeah, yeah. No, I'll look it up because I'm fond of Mackenzie Davis. So
No,
As
yeah,
am
that's
I.
very
As
that's
am I.
I still need to finish *Halt and Catch Fire*. Like I got through like the first 2.5 seasons of that, but I never finished it.
Apparently,
Yeah.
she's South African too. Well, she's Canadian, born in Vancouver, but her parents are South African.
Well, what's weird about that? Because like I know, like I think she's like almost 6 feet tall, and then like the main guy on *Halt and Catch Fire*, like he's like 6'5",
Lee
right? What's his name?
Pace.
Yeah. Well, because it
yeah.
was weird. Because then there was an episode, not to spoil it, but they had the guy from Babe, what's his name, James Cromwell, and he's like 6'4", right? So there was
Yeah.
a scene where like the three of them are standing there, and then this other woman is standing there, right? And I think she's just like average woman height. Like I know I think she's at least 5'3", but maybe even 5'6". But she just looked like a midget next to them because they were all like so freakishly tall, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because then even the one guy, what's the other main guy on there? He's got a weird name, like Scooter something, like Scooter McNary or whatever, right? Like he looks short next to all of them too, but I think he's like 5'10", right? Like he's like not short, but like because like yeah, like all those three other actors are so and actresses are so tall, like everybody just looks short next to him, right?
It says here that
Yeah.
she's 5'10".
Oh,
Who
maybe
Mac,
that's what it was, 5'10", yeah.
Mackenzie
Davis? Yeah,
Davis. Yeah.
she's 5'10".
What I'm saying, so looking next to him, it just looks like the normal like difference in height between like a man and a woman when like her and Lee Pace are standing there, but of course like, then James Cromwell was there, and he's of course like massive too, right? So then like normal sized people just look short, right?
Yeah. I think. I think the name of the episode was San Junipero. Is that right, Carlo?
Yeah, no,
I
check it
just
out.
said I said it like 4 times.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's San
yeah, yeah.
Junipero. That's it. Yeah, it's one of my favorites. I
Did you guys watch? It's slightly off topic, but just what's here. It was the new series on Apple TV of the Asimov Foundation. Have you
I've
guys
seen
watched
every
that?
episode.
Okay, it is slightly woke in some ways, and once again, I'm not a big fan of Asimov, but actually, the entire reason I like that, it's only the parts where they're focusing on the Emperor there, right? The Lee Pace and the other
It's
guys,
fantastic.
right? Like the well, that's what I'm saying. Like the rest of the characters in that show, because I'm actually a big fan of the guy who, what's his name? The guy who plays like the main scientist, the guy from Chernobyl. What's his name? Jared Harris, right? Like that's why I started watching because
Yeah,
I'm a big fan of his. But actually, I really like his character. Actually, kind of annoys me to a large extent. Like the only character that I actually enjoy in that show, because yeah, I've watched them all too, and like the one where like it's like Lee Pace and he goes to that one planet for the pilgrimage and all that. Like that's the best episode because it just focuses on him. But like, yeah, I have a very mixed relationship with that show.
yeah. That Jared Harris is also in The Expanse.
Yeah, no, I needed to watch it. He was also there. There was a TV series. It was based on a book that like it's like a kind of a supernatural explanation for the Franklin expedition. There, it's actually how I heard. I don't. Well, I think I'd heard of the Franklin expedition, but I never really dived into it. It wasn't until I watched that I found out that it's like a big sort of like um part of Canadian lore, right? The Franklin expedition. But Jared Harris was in that too.
it is
It was
in the
called The
horror,
Terror.
right?
Yeah,
The
it's The
terror
Terror.
thing.
It's
Terror.
written by
Okay.
what's his name?
Dan Simmons.
Yeah, Dan Simmons. Yeah.
Carlo, the whole San Junipero. Like, I don't know the names of these episodes. I just kind
The
of watch
episode.
them, so I'm like, yeah,
Well, like I said, usually I actually hate when like I said that's the thing. Like I usually don't watch anthologies too often because it's just not enough time to really get into it, and like they're very sort of like short like that. So like I like anthology series, but like yeah, like I like something that like gives you enough time to like really get into it, right, and then has a full arc.
No, I like Black Mirror because I mean like uh, just like everything that was coming out at the time was kind of getting woke, right? And like kind of just going like social justice and like and just like yeah like this whole stupid like new like doctrine, right? But this was very like kind of like thought provoking and against tech a lot, right? That I since I've been young I've been saying like yo like like we have to be careful because like yeah tech is like I'm a tech person, right? But like I can see the kind of dark side and in Black Mirror was explored like so deeply that I was shocked. I'm like, oh, this stupid fucking show on Netflix. I'm like, deals with all these things that I've thought about. Like, I mean, interesting, just like posing questions. So that's why I really like Black Mirror. Some episodes are like meh, but like some are really interesting. And what I said, I think like I like it a lot because at the time, like compared to the rest of the media, like it just stands out just because the rest is shit.
yeah, and it wasn't that woke either. It was like it was the
Right.
beginnings of
What was?
it, right? It was like,
Oh yeah, no, at the time, yeah. No, but it was beginning though. Like a lot of TV shows or movies that I would watch, like I'm like, ugh, and they were really, like a lot of the climate bullshit in like all of these fucking disaster movies and like a lot of the shows too. And even the sci-fi shows, right? With like, oh, they were just hammering you down with like the whole climate thing or like the gender thing, right? I feel like Black Mirror was actually like like really like kind of opposing that in a way, or like at least like kind of raising questions on that. So
I get the sense though that the tide is turning, you know, especially when people are saying that whole "go woke, go broke." Um, it seems like this is shifting once again. Um, I don't know what you think about that, Carlo. I mean, you've said many of the books now are just so woke that like you can't even
it's
read them.
horrible.
But I mean, like,
And the TV, but I
Well,
mean
like I
like
said, the problem is that right now literature is so, and it's not all women, but yeah, female dominated. And it's like I said, it's the weird chicks who were writing fanfics, 15, 20 years ago, right? They're the ones writing and voting on, and they're the readers for that. And so that's what's getting pushed out there, right? Like it's it's fine having female voices in there, but yeah, now it's just like like all the winners and everything. It's just like a bunch of
No, if they were just female, like like just regular, right? But no, these are like woke,
well, that's what I'm saying. Like
like
it's digressed
very
fully into that.
exactly, very like woke activists, kind of
And
like
from the top down, the problem is it's like all the boomer and Gen Xer male ones. Like I said, they're woke, but they don't realize they're woke, right. It's this naivete that they have, right? Like so, like the one I was thinking of, like I was following him for a bit there, like Scalzi, the guy who wrote the Old Man's War, right? Like these guys who were like liberals, 20, 30 years ago. And that's all they think it is. That this is just right. They're not well informed enough to see what's going on there. So they're like, oh yeah, we're just elevating new voices. It's like, yeah, but they're not. It's more than that, right? So
yeah,
right,
of
or
course.
Stephen King or any of these guys, right? So the problem is the few men that were in there in the last 20, 30 years were all liberal men who they're going to get eaten by the woke, and they don't realize that they're going to get eaten by the woke until they do get eaten, right? And so that's the problem too, is that the few men
Yeah,
that are it's the Stephen King type that
absolutely.
represents
Rob
the
And like,
male side.
Reiner.
So
they
it's
don't see, oh god, but they don't see the agenda, but like what they don't see either too is like these people have hijacked all of this, right? Like all of these liberal values and all of this, they have weaponized this, right? Like, and they don't see that, and like like especially me, right? Like I mean, I read a lot of things like in this style, right? But now that I know like where this is going, I'm like, oh no, like I get why they were doing this, right? Or like that why they were pushing this and that, right? Or why they were like encouraging artists to go this way, because it's all like just like kind of falling into place with this agenda, right?
Right. Um.
yeah, no,
So
no, for sure.
so Carlo.
And yeah,
Fast question. So with like the Murakami, the newer stuff, is it hinting at wokeness at all, or no?
No, I wouldn't even doubt that
no,
because he's old and he's Japanese, and the
Right. Right.
Japanese are very
yeah, like
unwoke. And I mean,
conservative.
and he's old too. I mean, he's like 70 something. So,
Right.
Yeah, no,
Right.
he's old. He's old.
but it's a completely different paradigm when you're dealing with the Japanese, right? It's hard to even compare it.
Well, that's good. That's good
But
news.
and I mean, this guy really he honestly he writes more like a literary style, right? He kind of plays a bit with like yeah like speculative and genre fiction, but like the core of his novels is yeah it's a lot of like literary style and like just with traditional even like he likes a lot of the yeah like Kafka and like like a lot of the kind of big modernist authors, and that it's kind of he's emulating that. I mean that's his influence. So if anything, I would compare it to that. Yeah, to like the OG modernist writers.
I mean, he is postmodern to some extent too,
No, no,
right? Like
no, no,
not
for
fully.
sure, for sure. No, I'm just I would compare it to that though. Like what I'm
Yeah,
saying, like
but more
I know.
postmodernism in the true literary sense, right?
Oh no,
Not
no,
the
no, yeah,
not the ethical, moral, political
no. But
sense.
if I were to shove that in a bookstore, yeah, for sure, it's postmodern. It's like 100%. Yeah,
Like Pinchon and stuff,
like
right?
La Pinchon or like yeah, like what's her name? Anyway, yeah, like the same movement for sure. Absolutely, it's like Wallace and all these people. Yeah, just definitely not modernist. Like this is
I
it.
mean, that probably was his shtick, is that he brought kind of that Western postmodernism to a Japanese context, right? Which itself is a postmodern context, right? Modern Japan is arguably kind of like the first kind of like postmodern culture, right? Like they're coming out of the '60s.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to add, and I'm sure we're gonna get back to Kugel in a moment, but like, and I think I put this in the DM group as well. Like, I am kind of excited to, get on the Murakami stuff. So like, I don't know where you guys might want to fit that in. I don't know. Carlos kind of excited me on this, so I don't know what your thoughts are, Zinc.
Yeah, no, I've long meant to read the Murakami. In some ways, the more that Carlo tried to dissuade me from, what was the latest one he did that you said?
What is it? Was it Tsukuro Sasaki and his years of pilgrimage, or
Yeah,
or
like
hard-boiled.
yeah, no, the years of pilgrimage, like the fact that you said it was like so like because all it is the difficulty of style. It's not like it's really referencing earlier books, right?
No, not really. No.
Because I mean, of course, you guys know that I like the more obtuse these things are, without just being straight up retarded. Like if it's good and it's super obtuse, to me that is actually even more appealing. So I'm not gonna lie, like I'll look at the other ones you suggested, but I actually like that you say that the level of difficulty is of it is so high, right?
Yeah, but it's that too. But I feel like just like I feel like this would spoil for you like other books that I feel like he's done this progression, right? Like I mean, it gets weirder and weirder like he's writing. So I feel like if you get here, like you maybe you won't appreciate other stuff as much, right? Because like, oh, okay, well this is just like Sukuro, right? Like it's like okay, like I seen this done here. What I feel like, like yeah, he's building up onto this. I feel like it's better for you to read something early, and then with this, like okay, like yeah, I see how, like where he went and stuff. But like I feel like if you read this too,
I
like
guess the one question is if we only read one though. Not that I'm saying we are, but like of course there's so many
mhm.
things that we're suggesting. If we only read one, then
Yeah,
which one would you choose?
I would choose Gun to My Head. Well, I mean, Gun to My Head, Wind Up Bird Chronicle, because it's like what I said, like he's just the where he condenses like kind of like it's in between, right? Like in between the old of his writing and the new. And I feel like it's the one who plays the most with like his characters, I guess, and the absurdity, uh, or hard boiled since it's kind of sci-fi-ish too, and like it's a
What
kind
was
of
what was the first one you said?
Wind Up Bird Chronicle, but that one's long though. It's
And
like
what
six
about
hundred.
Yeah.
Kafka on the Shore?
That would be okay. Like gone to my head. First one, Wind Up Bird Chronicle. Second, Hard Boiled Wonderland, and third, Kafka. The only thing with Kafka, though, should I say it's like a younger character, so I don't know if that would disappoint you guys, but I still find it super worth reading. But like yeah, it's like a younger character. So when Singh was talking about all the usual story coming of age, like I mean, you don't have to see it through that lens, but it's a bit of that in there. So, but it's still like the ones that I enjoy the most are Wind Up Bird and Kafka on the Shore, like just really awesome reads in terms of like enjoying it. In Hardboiled Wonderland, it's more in vein with what we've been reading before. More like yeah, genre touches some sci-fi and like even when we read the Third Policeman, like I thought about I thought a lot about Hardboiled Wonderland, like a lot of like that's like circling style. But anyways, I don't know. Kafka can be good, I guess, but if you guys don't mind having a younger protagonist, like it's still pretty fun.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, think of it. Like I said, I've been meaning to read Murakami for a long time. So I mean, we'll definitely do one. Yeah, we just got to find out where to slot it.
right. I mean, is this something that will appeal to some of the other people in the book club, or like?
Absolutely. Like actually, the reason how I got into this guy, when I used to work at the bookstore, a bunch of like middle-aged women would recommend this to me. It's like, oh, you're into books, you have to read this guy. I'm like, oh, okay, like, like I'll check it out. And when I read
To
the
a certain
first,
extent, like, well, that's how I like. There's some people who get overhyped just as like for what like I said, sometimes it's just random that certain people take off when other people don't. And so like, and sometimes it's just like, oh, it's so weird. But then like, eventually like, yeah, normies buy into it for whatever reason. So like
no,
there
but,
are
but
rare cases where normies like good things. And I have
yeah,
seen a lot like that's always why I've been a little half and half of Murakami, because he does seem interesting, but a lot of normies like him
but
too. And so I'm like,
exactly. But
ah.
I'm telling you, it's like I'm like using like I'm like, especially I don't know when something gets too much attention, I'm like, okay, I'm like not interested, right? Like I like really like weird shit or like exotic shit, right? But with this, like when I was like that, I'm like, I've waited for a long time as well. And I'm like, oh my god, no, this was like worth the hype. Like I get it. Like I mean, like it's not for everyone for sure. Like it's very absurdist, but like it has a lot of appeal because it's just so well, like so well constructed that like and like especially in this case, like to me that was a plus. I'm like, oh, people who like really weird shit can like it, or like people who are into literature can like it too, because it's it's very like it's very strong, like kind of magic realism, like that in that wave of writing. Like it's super well written in that sense. So I don't know. I feel like you guys should read at least one. Like it's
Here's
definitely.
what I'll say. So like that, this because I never actually met anybody through there, but of course, like we all have. I've installed Tinder or OkCupid and scrolled around a little bit, and of course, yeah, like whenever you have the chicks on there mentioning like trying to be like, oh, I'm so into books, and they're like, yeah, it's like Palahniuk or whatever his name is, or Chuck Palahniuk, or
Yeah,
and
yeah,
the
Yeah,
guy who wrote the is that the guy who wrote the Fight Club and stuff like
yeah,
that,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
yeah. It's Chuck
And
Palahniuk.
then what's the guy who wrote The Road?
Cormac McCarthy.
Yeah, like it's
Yeah.
always like Palahniuk, Paladin,
No.
McCarthy, and then Murakami, right? When people want to show you how edgy they are into books, like those are the ones. So that was like why I'm like, so like I've looked him up and I'm like, okay, yeah, this Murakami seems interesting, but yeah, so that like I said that's just like. So I'm sure it will draw like the Murakami, like I do plan, like that is the other reason because it's just such a like one that like people will come in for, right? Because it's like, oh, you guys are talking about Murakami, right? It's sort of like in film Kurosawa, right? It's almost the same, right? He's a Japanese director that everybody likes in films. Like now he is good, but like it's also just to show you how like, oh well, I watched an old Japanese black and white samurai movie, right? Like it's like, well, yeah, because they're fun movies. Like his movies are inherently they're deep, like they have both things, right? So it's not hard to watch a Kurosawa movie, but then at the same time, that you can feel like you're so super cultural because it's like I watched a samurai movie from the '50s. It's like, well,
No,
so
but
what, right?
I would argue with you that Murakami just like he became super popular, right? Just but like most people get like half the book or something, like get a quarter, like they just read it because oh it's what you said, like oh it's edgy, right? But like they're missing a lot, right? Because they don't get deep into it, or they kind of read it for like it was hip at some point, right? Like I mean, I would say this, like I was dating someone when I worked at a bookstore, and like she read Murakami, and when we talked about it, I'm like, oh, like you just kind of got like, she's like, oh no, yeah, weird wacky shit, right? But I'm like, no, 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 like let's talk about the symbolism and this stuff, and she wasn't even aware of that, right? Like she just read it because it was hip, and like because like okay, like the more like like the ones who read the most of the bookstore have read it and like talked about it, so that's why she picked it up, right? But when we actually talked to her, like I wanted to talk about it, he's like, oh yeah, no, just weird things here, weird things there, but she didn't really get into it, as I feel like she didn't get extract like from it as much as like I don't know, maybe someone who was more like who read it for like a real like kind of self kind of interest into reading more than just okay that was just hip, right?
Yeah, no, exactly. So no, I mean, we will. Yeah, I just got to figure out because obviously it's just a matter of time constraint trying to figure out where to fit it in. But yeah, no, it's definitely probably on the deck in the next 2 months. One of them at least, right?
Sounds good.
But yeah, so I mean, I guess back to this book. So like, yeah, like because we touched, and then of course, yeah, there, and then of course, he meets, he turns out that yeah, he first turns down Derry Corinne because yeah, like he thinks he's just another one of the fat old women right there that are
Wait, did we move to the next vignette to the seal
well
part?
that's kind of how it
Yeah.
transitions us, right?
Oh yeah,
Is
oh
that
no,
yeah,
yeah,
she
yeah.
she 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 has like her
He
like
meets her
walking boat
on the
thing.
Yeah,
boats.
yeah.
Oh, by the way, talking about tech, like that made me like it's like wait, what is that? Like the boat has like these swan legs. I'm like, oh, is that magic, or is that like some kind of like like a bioengineered like boat where it's like a kind of like a halfway between a swan and
This
like
one
an
kind of
actual boat.
reminded me of I think it's in particular like Russian or like one of those like kind of like like classic fables of like Eastern Europe or like one of the Grimm's fairy tales where like you're in one thing and then you get this thing that seems very out of place and is like another type of magic, right? Because like he ignores it because he assumes it's part of the illusion, right? But of course you're kind of also getting the sense is like wait, but this doesn't seem like the normal part of the illusion, right? So when it turns out that it is a real like the world that it's real, like it's not part of that illusion, it makes sense because like well but nobody else has a walking boat, so like you do know that something different is going on here, right? Like that's what because there's like the thing like the walking house or something like that, like in Russian lit fairy tales and Eastern European fairy tales there's this idea of this like walking house, right?
Yeah, yeah, I read some of those
I
stories.
forget the exact name of it, but it's a very common motif. They actually even use it if you watch The Witchers. They have the same thing, right? Because it's
It's
such a common motif.
House Moving Castle. At some point, they made it into that, right? But it comes from there, from the Walking House.
Yeah, it's like a house like where you can't get the entrance to it because like it turns away from you, and you have to do something to like get into the entrance of it because yeah, it moves.
So then after that part, Kugel departs from her. Um,
And then we get to the little things on the beach there, right? The little
right, the
clam shells.
clams on the beach. Um,
And that's what it was. I think in some ways that's almost kind of like a satire of it. It reminds me. Now I've never actually read the book, but there was like the Disney adaptation of Alice in Wonderland, and there's like the little clams in there, right? And they're like cute, but they're mischievous, but they're actually rather malicious, right? You
right.
guys know what I'm talking
I
about?
think
And so
so. Like, it
and
does feel
I'm
very
guessing it.
familiar, that
Yeah,
scene. I don't know if it was a Disney thing, but like, of these, like, little creatures that are just, they live to fuck with people, like.
even if it's not in the book and it was a Disney innovation, I know that Alice in Wonderland had come out by the time that what's his name is writing this. So whether he's like referencing the original book or the movie or a combination of both, right? Because like yeah, like it's like these like cute little clam things, but they're actually really malicious, right? Like that's almost like I think what he's making fun of. It's like okay, yeah, they can do that and be silly and pick on a little girl, but like if those things were to go and pick on like a like an average guy who's having a bad day, right? They're gonna get fucked up,
Right,
right?
which is what happens. But then, so then we move to what the old man, using a sieve to like look through all the sand, looking for that charm bracelet, and then Kugel by
And
chance,
his father and his grandfather, yeah.
Kugel by chance just finds it.
Well, once again, like I said, I when we were talking, I think it was about the House of Seven Gables. See, I said it right there. I made sure. Like I referenced that weird book movie, of called Holes, right?
Right. Oh yeah,
Like
yeah.
that's kind of what this reminds, right? Because like I said in that thing, like they're like digging those holes, right? Like originally it's like the girl and her grandfather. Eventually she sets up the kid prison there to do it, but that's kind of what this also reminded me of, right? Yeah, like this guy that hit like what, but it's the same kind of gist as the House of Seven Gables, right? Instead of them just sort of accepting their loss and moving on and trying to rebuild their empire or whatever, right? They just keep like obsessed over it's like oh what my grandpa lost, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's like legacy, right? It's like they can't let that go. But I mean, then Kugel's rationale is he's like, well, that's it. Give it to me. It's mine. And he's like, wait a minute. No, 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 no. It's actually not yours. I found it. He's like, no, but I just told you the story. He's like, well, okay, tell me what it does. He's like, well, no, I can't tell you that. And he's like, but give it to me. He's like, well, no, I'm not going to give it to you. Like, why would I do that, right? Like, I mean, how do I know that? He's like, well, then I'll give you like all of these spoils and stuff like that. And Google's like, yeah, but how do I know you're not going to back out of the bargain, right? So, and I mean, this really comes down to what we were talking about previously. It's like nobody trusts anybody in this world in any way whatsoever. It's like, everybody is extremely reluctant to, give away any information which potentially is power, right? So, um, I did,
Who was it? So because then there's like this weird, like I said once again, there's this weird logic where like um who is it that curses Kugel to die slowly and painful?
I was just about to bring it up though. I was waiting for you guys to finish to talk about the curses thing, because like
oh yeah,
the shell creature, one of the shell creatures, like I mean, when he's dying, it curses Kugel,
yeah,
right? Like it says like I mean, he gets cursed like a couple of times in the vignettes, right? And I love his attitude. Is like, oh, I forget the quote exactly, but he's like, oh, one must be like like have his wits when facing a curse, right? In his head, he has this weird logic, like, oh well, because one of the curses is like, oh, um like one of the bandits, he tells him like, oh, you're gonna die like a cankerous death, right? And then another curse is like one the ghost in that fort who wants him to demolish the fort. He's like, oh, you're gonna live a life of tedium. and he in his head is like, oh well, like these two curses cancel one another because like I can cantankerous dead if I have to live a life of tedium. So that's really funny.
And the canker was in the form of Ferks too. That's he's like,
Yeah.
well, there's the canker, and obviously the one the death is going to cancel out the life, so now I'm back to zero, right? Like he makes his
Yeah,
logic
but
there, right? But
that's
it's
interesting.
almost both. That's like it's like by him making that link, he's proven to the cosmos how it's like. Well, see, it's already there, so like obviously this is the way it has to be. It's like if he doesn't say it out loud, then it might not work that way. But since he's made the logical conclusion, then therefore they've canceled each other out, right?
So I mean
And
that's
then of
interesting
course,
because when I was reading that, I sort of thought like how in math if you multiply like -2 by -4 you end up with +8. It's sort of like he has these curses, like he was cursed before, then that like clam thing cursed him, so like it kind of cancels itself out. I don't know, that's what I was thinking on that, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
the curse from that creature, uh,
It's
it's
that he loses his heart's desire.
it's
So then he's trying to
desire.
find a
Yeah,
new heart's desire, and he thinks he's gonna fake it there, but then actually he does find a real heart's desire, and then he loses it, right? Like so he's trying to like he's like, oh well, my new heart's desire is just to like have a good day or something, but like then he actually so he tries to do it again, it doesn't quite work out, right? He actually does end up losing something that he actually wanted, right? Like with in the case of the mansion there and all that, right?
Wait, you don't think that the curse carries all the way to the end, to the ending, to like his heart's desire is to get revenge on Yukino, but he loses that? I don't know. Just saying that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Sort of. I think
I'm
it's
thinking like, you guys are like bringing up a thought. Like, do you think Vance was thinking about like, how things in like math like function where things like cancel out and stuff like that, when he was approaching writing this story? Because I mean, Lewis Carroll in the and it was brought up earlier, Alice in Wonderland, and even in like his other stories and that there's a whole bunch of like logical problems and like math that's like put throughout the stories. So I mean, do you think Vance was like
I
approaching
mean,
it
it's just
or
a very general way, right? Things cancel out. Like, so if you have an
right?
acid and a base, you put them together, you get
Yeah,
neutral,
yeah.
right? Like, so I
But
mean,
I mean,
like,
do you think he was
it's.
specifically thinking about like the science and the math, while he was
I
formulating
mean,
that
just in a
stuff in
general,
the story, or
I wouldn't. I'd say it's a very common thing that two things cancel each other out, right? The pause, like
right?
that's not even just purely a math thing, right? Like, I'm
Well,
sure
or
that that
science, like
analogy was also like it's in all of, but I'm not pretty sure he wasn't thinking like it's just a logical sort of thing,
right,
right?
right,
That
right,
a positive and a negative cancel each other out,
right,
right?
right, right. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. But you don't think he was thinking that? You think it just like sort of evolved and like he wasn't conscious of anything like that while he was writing this, or like
Well, I'm just saying there's nothing specific, there's nothing intricate to
right,
that, right? That's such a common concept. Just that two things, positive
right,
and like
right.
things can cancel each other out,
And
right? Like
I guess we kind of think that way in a sense too, right? Like um it's like people who think, oh, like so many bad things happen to you in a week and it's like, well, it's got to get better now, right? Is that like where you're going with that?
well no, I think it's just like
Right.
saying, well, these two things cancel each other out, right? Like but he has to like I think what's here is that like he has to posit to the universe what how they're gonna cancel each other out,
Right,
right? Like
okay.
they might not they should cancel each other out, but hey, you like he has to like say it out loud so that like maybe the universe like oh okay yeah that makes sense because like it's open ended. It's like, well, but I've been cursed this way, so I have to keep living. But I've already cursed to die this way, but I already have the cancerous thing, so I don't need anything new here. They're already all fulfilled, right?
Right, right. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Um so then so
It's kind of it's almost like he's actually more what it is he's filing his taxes, right?
right.
He's filing his supernatural taxes there. He's like, well, yeah, I got paid extra here, but you know, so then he goes and he finds the receipts like, but I technically did this and this was a business expense, so therefore they cancel each other out, right? So it's almost
Yeah,
like yeah, it's like karmic taxes that he's like trying to you know cancel out, what he's like, well, I don't want to pay a tax on this, so I'm gonna, you know, make a claim here, right? So that's actually I would say what he's probably more doing. It's like a weird sort of accounting, like
Yeah.
karmic accounting that he's trying to do,
Right.
right?
Right.
And yeah, he doesn't get audited. Luckily, it seems.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Don't get me started on taxes. Yeah.
But then later on, he does with this other one. He tries to do it again. Like I said, he's like, oh, and like he tries to pick. So I can't remember exactly what it was. Like some frivolous heart's desire. It's like that is my new heart's desire. It's like trying to but it's like no, we're not going to accept that one. That's too. So they accept his first one. Whoever they are, but the universe accepts his first. Sort of write off there, but they don't accept this other write
Right.
off.
Right. Um. So then he comes to what came after that? Was it when he goes to that mountain? Was that in the mountains when?
No. I think this is where he meets Darby Corin again, right? He picks up the amulet, he wanders, and then he gets to the house, and he's getting chased by that ghoul, and he bangs on the door or
Oh yeah,
whatever,
right,
right?
right, right, right. Um,
Yeah,
And then
the castle, like the seal castle, the slave family.
but didn't we
Uh,
move past this? Weren't we talking about the part where so he and Derwy Kareem are
well,
banished?
no, we talked about it, but like I said, if we just wanted to move, because with this story, like if we just kind of like move through it, right? Because we kind of touched on all that stuff
Right.
earlier, but yeah, like now, so we actually haven't talked too much about like
to,
what
to, to,
happens in the mansion.
to me though, like when I read this the first time, and I'm like, wait, like Kugel's an asshole. Like when he takes the amulet, right, and like the like Slade tells him, no, like since my great grandfather lost it, like my one of my great grandfathers, my grandfather, my father, we've been sifting sand for like for like 4 generations, and Kugel's like, oh yeah, like psych, like he just walks off with it. I'm like, oh, what? This guy doesn't give a shit. But I mean, like, knowing the trickster nature of everyone, because I mean, like, Slade tells him, oh, if you give me the amulet, I'll make you a grandee of my realm, whatever. But like, knowing the tricky nature of everyone here, like, I guess it would make sense for anyone to do
But
that.
I mean, the question is, if he had given it to him, would the guy have made good on his,
Exactly. I had this
yeah,
question in my
yeah.
head. Yeah,
Would he
really.
have made good on his promise, right? I mean, this is something that so I mean, yeah, Kugel is not trusting of anybody, but like at certain points, you sort of have to trust people on some in some sense. And Kugel doesn't
Well, I
trust
mean, I think
anybody
throughout,
ever,
yeah.
So I mean, I don't know. It's hard to
Throughout the
say.
story, like when Kugel is like in usually a temporarily positive position, he takes on a very sort of pretentious, imperious attitude. He's like, oh, well, like almost like he's like giving his good charity out, right? And of course, all these people do that too, right? Like when they're down and out, right? They're demanding the rights of good nature and compassion, all that stuff. And the moment they get into a good position, then it's like, well, that's not benefited to me, right? Or if I give it to you, it's out of the kindness of my heart. You should be so grateful, right? Like very quickly, people like throughout all this story, right, flip, right, the moment they're in an advantageous or disadvantageous position, right? And
Yeah.
really, the only thing you can ever really say, like, is somebody slightly more good or slightly more bad? It's just like kind of like how malicious they are, right? Like if they choose to add like a little extra, like if they just go above and beyond to be a piece of shit, right? And not just out of the sense of being greedy or anything, but like just like that they. So like that's the thing overall with Yukinu, right? He's very much sadistic, right? In this, and that's why he's the laughing magician, right? He takes pleasure in other people's right. Like that's the only way that you can maybe say Yukinu is maybe the most like that is maybe more evil, right? And that he really seems to like enjoy going above and beyond in fucking with people, right?
Yeah, but I mean, he has quite a bit of power, right? So it puts him in a different position. Um,
But that's what I'm saying. When he's in his position of power, he adds extra malice, right? It's not just
yeah.
a little bit of revenge or something. Like he genuinely like is like I get that overall. That's why Yukinu's maybe the most evil one there. But even then, it's just like slight, like it's
But I mean, suppose. So now I'm backtracking. Sorry, guys, but like when Kugel had that bag of Yukinu's treasures, and like he's like tricked by the security system, and then Yukinu comes out and like he's sort of playing it off like, oh, you've brought things to like share with me, and he's like, Kugel's like, yeah, like, but he's actually stealing from him, and Yukinu knows it, but he's like playing coy about it. Um, ultimately though, like, Kugel was stealing from him. So I mean, let's say Yukino did not add that extra malice to what he does to Kugel. I mean, Kugel probably would try again, right?
Well, but like I mean, you can do this entire thing. I mean, it's obvious. Like I said, I don't know if there's a deal with him and Finisterre, but it is obviously entrapment, right? He wants people to steal from it and then toy with them and then still feel like, oh,
Right.
but it's what you deserve, right? But then even when it isn't, he goes above and beyond, right? But then you overall you get the sense that it's like, well, who probably stole this from other people, right? Like there's overall the sense that it's like everybody has ill-gotten gains, right? So they're put out by it. It's like, well, I own that now. It's like, well, yeah, but how did you acquire it, right? So like it's yeah, like that whole maze thing there, right? Obviously, he wanted to make it look like it's easy, so that somebody would very easily get kind of right. It's like a spider web, right? He is trying to lure people into a spider web, right? And then, of course, at the end of the day, he has an excuse for why he does it, right? But he is putting it there to like specifically taunt people because he knows that people are desperate enough, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
It's entrapment. I mean, that's what I'm going to say. It's entrapment, right?
Right. I don't know, Carlo, do you get the sense of entrapment there, or
Wait, with you kind of looking up slaving Kugel to go on the
well,
quest?
no, when like when Kugel has the bag of stuff that he's stolen from him.
I would just say the whole way that Yukinu's mansion is set up, he knows that he purposely leaves it unguarded enough to let them get in there and
It's
get
what
entrapped.
I'm telling you guys. This guy is like his way of, like, to me in my head. Okay, like the way he's got a lot of these things. He's doing that, right? He grabs some innocent like thief or whatever, like someone who's been set up by someone like Finestra. He has like a whole network of this, right? And then I mean he gets perks or like something as a counterweight and gets him to go steal for him, like do the grunt work, or where he just gets a powerful stuff for himself, right? And he dupes people into doing that. To me, that's
Well,
what
they
he.
do it over and over. I mean, Kugel entraps people from time to time, right? Like everything, like that village there where they put him up in the tower. That's entrapment, right? Like, or even if we go back to like, I mean, obviously that's probably where he's playing with it. If we go back to was it Guile of
Yeah.
Saphira, right? That whole town. It's like, oh yeah, come through here, but just don't go into our middle thing. And then they purposely entrap him into going into it purposely, right? So
In the Liane story, right, where like the witch is basically, like Chan and the witch have a deal too, right, to like get people to give eyes to Chan,
Yeah.
and then with the tapestry as well, right? So it's that idea, also entrapment, but also like what I'm telling you guys, where I feel like if the witch and Chan had this kind of deal, it's possible that you can and Fiona and probably a whole network of people have like a scheme to like bring fresh thieves, so you can also can send them into absurd, dangerous errands.
So, so I mean, are we gonna cover what happened in the mansion, like when he touches the charm, and it just makes
Oh,
those
hold on. What about this ghoul though? Like like ghouls in fantasy are more like like just like kind of little zombies, or like even in the Fallout games, like the ghouls are like it's these kind of zombie creatures. Like this ghoul is pretty powerful. It's pretty terrifying. Like it just dismembers anyone who crosses path. Like what is this thing?
Yeah, so you're taking it to the whole thing where they're like, oh, use the charm, Kugel, and like dispatch the ghoul, and like he's like, no, 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 we should actually kill it with spears, and like he sends the sentinels out, and like he goes out there, but like he barely escapes with his
well,
life.
once again, everybody's like trying to like they're trying to play along but act nonchalant about it. So like she's obviously suspicious that he doesn't know how to use it, but then doesn't want to say it outright.
Yeah,
And then at the same time, he wants to act like, well, no, 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 but I don't want to like. So he's trying to play it off to show that he doesn't know how to use it. So she's constantly trying to figure out if he knows how to use it or
but I
not,
mean,
right?
Yeah,
she
she's
knew
So
she
she's trying
knew
to
when he was asking about the books and that you know, he
Yeah,
doesn't know
but
how to use it,
I mean,
right? Like, I mean, that was a dead giveaway right there.
she's testing him though. She's just testing him, right? And that's why she probably have that woman like pretend, oh yeah, my daughter has been attacked by the cool, and that was the perfect excuse to how him like like to prompt him to use it.
So I mean, now that I think about it, I think he was right to like I think he wasn't actually trying to like save her you know, when that one guy is like, "Oh, I'll take the woman," right? I think Kugel was like, you know, no, I'm going to like double cross this bitch, right? Like I mean, you know, she cuz I mean, clearly like she had his number and like I think he knew it too. So
But do you remember she orders like a guard to chop off his hand and take the amulet? Do you remember that?
yeah, oh
Like
yeah, yeah.
after after that, like the Google fiasco, where like he runs away from the Google. She's like, oh, like like capture this knave and like like cut off his arm and get the amulet. Like I mean, she figured him out and like like if she could have, she would have just taken the amulet by force.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. When they get cast out together, he decides to keep her because, of course, well, she has nothing, so she goes along with him. And of course, I think it's implied that he pretty much is like keeping her to
As a
like like
bargaining chip.
act as a well, no,
No, I
no, this no, no, like
he wants to
for
sex her. He wants to
for
like,
sex and cooking, right? Like
yeah,
Right.
that's why
he
he
wants to
keeps
sex
her.
her later. Yeah, yeah, for sure.
Kugel. Yeah, you know what? I mean, this character really is fantastic. I mean, it's just so yeah, it's so interesting like the different parts of his personality and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, but I mean, he's willing to like let her go at the first sign of serious trouble, right? So I mean, like I feel like maybe that was like, you know, more as like he knew that he would have to part with her at a certain point, right? Like
Well, I think more than anything, it's just that she like rubs his face and that he was tricked. Because of course, the way that they trick him is they like tell him like how to get through the forest, and then they take him on a really circuitous, right? That's the word. Because of course, like yeah, like, and there's I think there's somewhat of like a both that's both the joke and the pretension. Because throughout these books, like you'll find like Jack Vance is making fun of like the way that people like yeah obviously crack open the thesaurus and just like randomly grab a big word. It's like, oh, I want to use a word that sounds like this, but I want to use a smart one, so they'll grab it right and use it right. But then he kind of like overdoes it too, right? Like he purposely is like making fun of like that pretensions, but even in just the way the characters talk to each other, right? So like when Kugel is like trying to act like he's like, I'm a grandee of so and so, and and the funny part to me in these books is like whenever somebody like doesn't know what to say, they're always just they say it and it's their catchphrase is just so, right? Just so. Like whenever like somebody wants to say like something profound but they don't know what to say, that's like the fallback, like, just so. And it doesn't mean anything. What does that even mean? It's like, oh, because he always like, well, at least the reader when he says it, right? He always says it with this like profound, like thoughtful voice, but like you can tell that they don't know what to say. It's like, just so, right? Like it's constant throughout the book, right? Like, but like once again, so like yeah, essentially Kugel gets tricked into going on this route, and they're like, okay, well we get this or whatever, right? And so like yeah, she's pointing out that like he thinks he's so clever, but he's like, well, obviously I'm clever, right? Like I said, it's the whole meme of Principal Skinner. There, it's like, is it that I'm not clever? No, no, no. It's something else, right? Like,
yeah, no,
Well,
Kugel
I
has
wanted
no self-doubt. Let's face it. Like I mean, he's not even questioning am I really that clever? It's like no, he
no,
100%
no,
thinks
he does he has doubt, but then he covers it up. He's like, no, 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 I am. It's like he finds a written excuse, right? Like he's very good about finding excuse, and that's what all of this stuff. It's about finding an excuse, right? So like Yukinu uses this as an excuse, right? It's like, oh well, you've wronged me, so this is my excuse, right? Like it's like these very frivolous excuses and this kind of very like retarded logic. Because the one thing I wanted to bring up, the one other thing, unless you guys have anything in the mansion, right? Like knowing which demon to call for which other demon, right? It's like this weird logic of who cancels out who and whatnot, right? Like there's some sort of internal logic of how to use the carbuncle, but like it's once again this kind of like made up logic, right?
yeah, definitely. I don't know, Carlo, did you have anything else to add on the mansion or?
On the mansion. Oh crap! I had something to say now. It escaped my mind. No, I think that's it. I mean, we talk about Yoro. What else that I found really funny? Um, yeah, no, and well, at the end, right? Like, I mean, um, like we see like when they leave, like we see like through the door, like Kugel sees like all these lights going on, and even kind of the ghoul gets like hypnotized. Like he's using magic. I was like, oh shit, because he says, oh, I'm gonna use the amulet to like like rebuild like like my mansion or whatever, like kind of clean up everything. Like I was like I wasn't sure if that was bullshit, but I mean no, the amulet actually has like a really like strong magical powers, and he's using
What
them at
was
the
that
end.
guy's name again, Carlo? I forget. It's not
Slay.
Slay.
Slay. Yeah. And actually something else that I like maybe he would have actually granted Google whatever he said before, that he would make him a grandee, because at the end he could have easily killed them, right? But he's like, no, I promise you'll walk out with your life, and like he lets him go too. So
Well, I mean, I guess
maybe
he
it's
did
like,
find that, like, the charm bracelet, right? Like, I mean, he did find it, right? So, I mean, I guess that's why he decided to let him go, right? I mean, his father and grandfather were looking for it, but Kugel actually was the one that found it. So it's like
yeah,
he
that's
had a
true.
he had a spot to aim at, right? It's like before he was just like sifting sand, looking for it and not really making any progress. Then Kugel finds it, so it's like, I guess from his perspective, it's like, okay, now I know where it is. I know what I have to do. It's like it's giving him a target to aim at, right? So I guess that bought Kugel some latitude, right? Um,
Yeah, no, that makes sense. But I mean, like he still tried to scam him though, and like it was only like at the last second, right when they had the black demon upon them, that he's like, okay, take it. But like, I mean, like we know, like if Kugel would have any chance, he would have screwed him over anyway.
yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah.
No, something I found funny too is like when the recruit is like, wait, aren't you the vagabond that I met, like on the road somewhere? He's like, no, well, that doesn't matter. And she's like, well, what's your name? He's like, oh, you can call me Exalted. That was hilarious.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like Kugel, he sort of has like this um, I don't know, like a sense of humor. It's like an intellectual sense of humor. It's like highbrow
But
almost, right? Like
yeah, I was gonna say that though, but like he has like a bit of class though, because this guy knows about wines, right? He's like a wine
yeah,
connoisseur. I'm like, how does he know all of this? And like he likes really good food, when like he's like, oh well, like the food wasn't to my expectations. Like he really has like a highbrow. Like, this
But
fucking
I don't know. I think he's acting like that's the thing. He's like I said, the whole thing with him, and even with like when we talked about Leanne, it's the fake it till you make it, right? Like it's like it's the officiousness of it, right? He acts like it's like, well, when
yeah,
I'm this important and stuff. Like I always have a slight complaint. It's like, oh, it was good, right? It's probably the best one he ever tasted, but I've had better, right? He wants to put on the airs that he's that way, right?
yeah,
And of course that's how you get that. I mean, to a certain extent that's how you do anything in life, right? If you act it, I mean, anybody who goes into wine tasting, the very act of going into wine testing and being a wineophile or whatever, it's arrogant, right? Like you don't just get in there. It's like, oh, I just want to humbly learn about wines and be really good about it. It's like, no, no, no. They're getting into it, and then they see other people acting like really, massive douchebags about wine, and they're like, oh, I want to be a massive douchebag too. So then they start acting like, and maybe eventually they actually do acquire, although they're largely full of shit in the way they talk about
well,
these things. But
I'm just saying this guy has like a no, but he even if he doesn't have it, like I feel like he wants to have taste though. He like even at a tower, right? Like I mean, we'll get to it later. But like in the tower, he's like, oh, I want like this very like plushy cushions, and I want like a tabouret with provisions for chilling wines. I'm like, wow, that's so like highbrow. He wants like like this setup to get chilling wines. I'm like, what? I feel like that's I don't know. That's not the average like flea ridden thief, right? Like he has like
Well,
actually
that's what I
like
mean. Like that's what makes Kugel like endearing is that like you get the sense that he's unlucky, like that he's trying to do his best and all this stuff to aspire to be something more, right? Like that, and that's how any of these guys get ahead.
Absolutely.
And once they get ahead, do they become completely malicious like Yukinu and to a certain extent Mazarian, or are they maybe just a bit more kind of detached and arrogant, kind of like Turgeon and even Rialto when you read hit right. So like that seems to be the best thing. It's like there's ones who like once they obtain their power, they just become like very they still kind of keep being malicious, and the other ones maybe just kind of become a slightly detached, right? They're not mean, but they're just kind of detached, and they
yeah
they they
like
put on airs, right? But once again, the thing that Kugel has is that he is stubbornly what would you say optimistic about his ambition, right? He's always trying to improve himself,
And
and of
that's
course
what
sometimes he makes a fool of
yeah.
himself because he is trashy, but he's trying to be not trashy, right? That's what it is he's trying very hard to be make something of
And
himself,
and
right?
that's what I like about the character, right? I mean, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? That
Well,
is
that's I mean that's why he's endearing, right?
absolutely, and I don't get that sense from Liane the Wayfarer in any way whatsoever. Like,
I do. It's the exact same attitude. It's just that we never see Liane's his struggle, right? With Liane there, we never see the struggle, right? Except when he's going on this thing, only when he fails, right? But we don't see the struggles that brought him where he was, right? It's just that he's like you get the sense that maybe he's like Kugel, but he's just much better because Kugel always goes too far, right? He tries to act fancy, people are believing it, and then he does something that's ridiculous, right? Like he plays it too far. So like we always see kind of Kugel's kind of failure there along the way, right? And I think that's what he realized when he was trying to make Liane more like because Kugel is Liane, but obviously in a trying to make him because it's very easy. Like I said, when I had originally read Liane, like I'm pretty sure I didn't like him just as much as the rest of you didn't like him. But of course, when we then reread this and then I was rereading Liane, I'm like, oh no, I can see he's very I'm like I can see the Kugel in him. It's more implicit rather than explicit. And so I think when Jack Vance was going back and writing these Kugels, he was trying to find a way. It's like okay, how do I make Liane, you know,
like
uh,
endearing, yeah, endearing.
yeah,
yeah,
endearing, right? Like to still be kind of that same way, right? He's still doing these things, but it's like, but what can I add? And that's the brilliance of the Kugel is that he can take a character who, like, if you describe one of these aspects of Kugel, right? He doesn't sound any better than Liane. It's that very soft touch along the way that makes it special, right? Like
No, but what I said before though, like I don't think Google's like sadistic like Liane was, like
yeah,
for sure.
I agree. I
I
agree with
still
you,
don't say that.
Carlos, for sure.
I still argue that there was no sadistic parts in Liane any more than
What,
Kugel.
excuse me? What do you mean? He's torturing that
Yeah,
couple. Like
yeah.
he's having a
No, no,
blast.
but he never tortures. He only tortures them to get something out of them, right? He's never
No,
doing it
dude,
maliciously.
like he kills him so creatively. He's using
Yeah.
like the stick to kill the woman slowly. Like no, he's
No, no,
super.
but only to get the information. He even tells them it's just I want the information, right? Like it's a very like I said, it's subtle but that way, but he never like goes too far. It's just like I just need this out of you
Oh
guys. Just
no,
tell me.
he goes far to me, and like even like it just he's like reasoning. It's like oh, like when I killed this merchant this morning, like like he had the like, he had the aplomb to like stain my sandals with his blood, whatever.
Yeah,
Like he's so mad
exactly,
about it.
exactly. And like that story starts out, Kugel is like, he's merry and like he's skipping, and then Jack Vance touches on that part that you just talked about, Carlo, where Kugel talks about like the burial of the
Hey,
guy that he just
Liane,
robbed, and like he had the audacity
Liane,
to put the
yeah,
that Liane just
to
robbed. Y-
to spill his
Yeah,
blood on my
the
sandals.
audacity, right? Like, I mean, but then it was done, and like he
So
has, yeah,
psychopathic.
it really is. I'm sorry, yeah, absolutely. Like, I mean, yeah, Kugel, I don't get that sense at all, right? Like,
There.
yeah,
I mean, like
he would kill someone for sure if he's to save his
Yeah.
own skin, right? But he would not if he can avoid it. I'm sure he would. He would not if he can avoid killing someone who just run or something, right? But like Liang would just kill him, like like out of pique or something.
There's another part, and I think it's when Kugel meets the old man who's like looking for the bracelet, or it could be when he's talking to the like starfish or like whatever those creatures are. He's sort of like he says something to the effect of like it's like, you know, I'm not looking for trouble or anything like that. It's like he's just he says it's something to the effect. I really should have highlighted the passage, but it's like um it, and he says this often to people. It's like he is just moving through the world, like he's not doing anything maliciously. He's just moving through the world, and like, you know, if you treat him a certain way, he'll treat you that way back. And it's like that's another aspect of Kugel that, you know, I like about him,
No,
right?
no, he does. Like, is this the one? I think it's the way he gets right. Like the way he targets the one guy and then gets him locked in the cabin so he can sleep in his room, and then he takes his place.
Lord of Mulch?
Yeah, yeah,
Was
it
it Loader
was.
much? Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like,
it's
and
Lord of Mulch.
that's before they kind of have a run in together, right? So like and he just randomly chooses that guy because he wants what he has, right? Like he
Right, but then he
It's,
talks his way out of it because
to my argument, Liane would have killed Lord of Mulch,
yes,
right, just to get his whatever.
absolutely,
But Kugel just traps him in this barn, right? He just he uses he tricks him and like just like bars him in this barn where he's like trapped there. But Liane would have just killed him, like no hesitation.
absolutely. I fully agree. 100%. I'm with you, Carlo. Liane would have killed him. There is no question. Like, and then that guy, Ludermunch, he comes back, and he's like, he actually confronts Kugel about it, and he's like, Kugel kind of talks his way out of it, and like everything's okay. So it's like, you know,
but then he gets the other guy killed, right? When he like tells him like, oh yeah, I've given you the salve for your sword. He ends up getting that guy killed, right? By
Well,
lying to him.
it's the same guy. It's Lord of Mulch as well. Yeah.
No,
no,
I don't think that's Loader. It's another guy from
yeah,
the
it
Pilgrims.
is.
Oh, okay. No. That's
Because
yeah.
Loader Mulch, like I said, it's indeterminate what happens to Loader Mulch.
Yeah.
No.
The other guy
I
was like, it's like he thought that his sword was then able to cut through like anything, and then it doesn't work, and the sword shatters into pieces, and then those guys in the bar kill him, and then they're like, well, are you okay with this? And Kugel's like, what do you mean? He was just my servant.
I think he was the guy who saw him rob Loader Mulch or whomever. There was
yeah.
something he did to obtain all that stuff, and
Yeah.
then he lies to him. He gives him a fake salve of it, and that's what gets the guy killed, right?
Yeah.
Well, Kugel wants that like rune or like spell or something to charm that would
Wait.
help him with like, you know, seduce like the women of that town. And the guy's like, no way am I loaning you that. Forget about it. And like, you know, that's what Kugel like, you know. And then that guy gets in an altercation with the other people at the bar. Um, and yeah. Anyway, we touched on that part further.
Yeah, with Bravos. I guess that's later, but yeah.
But I mean that guy kind of had it coming to him in a sense, like um
Well, like I said, with this is what Jack Vance says with Kugel is he balances it more. With Liane, he didn't, but
yeah.
actually you could fill it in. That's what I'm saying. It's subtle there, but after having read Kugel, like it really is there. Like he never, like I said, it's like, oh yeah, the guy he robbed. Well, did he have right? I mean, Kugel would have killed him if he thought he had to kill him, right? Like, is it a matter of degrees or whatever, or is it like I said, I think he just found a better way of kind of better expressing the same character. But then when you actually then reread Liane, you can kind of you could very easily without like changing it, fill it in to make Liane Kugel, right? Like
I
they're
disagree.
Yeah.
I
really,
disagree. I disagree because yeah, like I mean that's sadistic, like super arrogant. Because to me, Kugel is hubris, but Liane is arrogance and the sadism, right? Like that's what gets him.
well,
And
like
like
I said, I
what
don't see any sadism in it.
Wait, Liane?
Like true sadism. He
Um,
doesn't.
yeah,
And
yeah.
let's say
I don't agree,
Li-
Zink.
Liane wanted to rape Theseus, right? And like
Yep.
like she sticks him with her
Well,
sword.
yeah, but that's essentially what Kugel does with Kerwin, Derby Kerwin
No,
there.
I mean
But no, no.
like,
Kugel maybe does that to the woman on the raft when he like abandons his post, and it's unclear whether they actually
no,
have
but
In both
sex.
cases of those, what it is that once again Vance balances it because he shows that each of those women are also craven and selfish,
no,
right?
but like
But then
listen,
we
hold on, hear me out. Kugel, like I mean, he would try to get in their pants, like very like sleazy, manipulative. But I don't think he would just beat the crap out of them. Whereas Liane, he would just straight out like beat them up to rape him. Like that's the difference to me. And
we don't see that, right? He
yeah,
tries
we
to
do.
get in there.
No, hold on, we do. With the rat people, right? When the what's his name, man? The dude. Anyways, like the dude who's in prison there, like when his daughter tries to rescue him, like she's there naked, right? And he goes to make an advance, like, oh no, like man, she like he feels bad for her. It's like she's too filthy, whatever. Like I'm not gonna pull a move on her. Like he could Liane would have just gone for that girl. She's naked in front of him, like and like Kugel just like he stops
But
himself.
is it a compassion or is it just because she's dirty, right? Like he's unattractive, like it turns him off.
Yeah, but what I say is like I don't see him beating a woman to like to rape her. Like he would try to sleaze his
Well,
way into.
also
But
Well, we
after
don't see that
well,
with Liane
no, but
either,
also
though.
what do you mean? Liane goes for Theseus, man. If she doesn't stab him, like he would have raped her. Like
but,
it was super
but
obvious
no,
to
no,
me.
she had like certain like metal like protecting her in that house
He
specifically.
didn't do that with her. Yeah, you're thinking of the other guys that captured her. It was another set of guys who went after Sais.
Yeah, the witch that well, let's just call her the witch that Liane
Huh? What?
she actually has like certain
Oh,
security in that like that like house that she's in. Like she is the master in that house, and she says to him, don't even try it because like you simply will not win, right? So if you go on this mission for me, then you can have me, but like only if you succeed. um I don't. She didn't stab him, or like hold a sword to him. She just has like some kind of like metal in the house, and I guess some kind of spells that like, when she's in that domain, she's all powerful, and like he would be killed if he tried to like, do anything, right?
I'm confused now. Are you
Yeah, but
talking?
like I think you're thinking, Carlo, of Sais. Like there's like three robbers that capture her, and then yeah,
No,
try
no,
to.
no, no, no. I was confused about what Adrian was saying. No,
No, that was
uh,
in the Liane the Wayfarer. It was like she doesn't actually stab him. There was some metal, like it says I have metal in my house or something like that. And then again, I'm
no,
paraphrasing. It was like,
I was talking about Saiz, not not the Liang story.
oh,
Because you were talking about Lith, right? Lith, the witch in the cabin,
yeah, yeah,
like
yeah.
the one who had
Lit the witch. That's what I'm talking about.
said the deal with Chan. No, yeah, I mean, like, yeah, she has her magic.
Yeah, only in her house though, right? So like,
Yeah,
so that like kept him at bay. Um, and then like what I was gonna add about Kugel was after he does that spell with the rat people and it turns everything inside out, that guy's daughter who was taken to some underground lair by like these other creatures.
wait, does he want to help her though? He wants to wash
Yeah, he
her.
wants. That's
Remember?
what I was gonna
Oh,
get to. Yeah, he wants to wash
that
her and
probably.
like get her back on track, and then like he just kind of lets her go. So I mean, there was his chance to like take advantage of her in like a violent way and he doesn't do it, right? So
Well, but that's part of the journey, though, right? Like I said earlier on, what he have done. I mean, overall, what you get is you do get a shift subtly in Kugel's personality, right? The Kugel we get at the beginning and the Kugel we get it later on, right? Once again, as his fortunes start to turn, then maybe he starts to kind of grow as a person there, right? Like that's the other point too, right? Is that he does lots of bad things along the way, and that's the point with any like it's even the point with all this stuff, like like when people are talking about these big titans of industry, like like oh, the guys like the robber barons from the 19th century, right? Like later on, they put all their money into like charities of various kinds and stuff like that. But of course, they had to do a lot of things to get there for in the first place, right? And of course, it's not to just distract because some people want to distract from the one, but then some people want to solve. You just have to accept kind of the complexity of a person as they change over time, right?
right. So
And of course you then like at the same time though nobody can fully at the same time you can never fully discount, right? Because a person can be given every opportunity and squander them, and then other people aren't receiving the same opportunities. It's what you do with it. So at the same time, you can't just say, well, anybody who's gained money has gotten it ill-gottenly, right? Which a lot of people on the left will. But then, like I said, the extreme on the other on the right, perhaps, is that people assume that like, well, but you've had all the same advantages. Like, well, no, not quite, right? No life has been the exact same as any other life, and it's seizing the opportunity at the time or thinking you have another opportunity, right? I mean, that's just the complexity, right? You have to take the person as a whole, right? Like I'm not saying that you should assume that everybody who's living on the streets didn't put themselves there, right? Nor can you assume that they did put themselves there and the circumstances, but likewise you can't assume that everybody who gained their money worked hard for it and did all the right things, but you can't just assume that they didn't do all the right things to get it and maintain it. And even if they were born with it, it's very easy to lose it, so they have maintained it, right? So like this is just my overall thing, is that people just assume, right? Like you have to take the complexity of the character over time, right? Both in real life and in books. And of course, like I said, that's I think why I love this character so much, right?
oh, I mean I agree, and I mean we also have to be like conscious of the fact that Liane doesn't get as much time, and I think you said this, Zinc, uh, to expand on his personality, whereas Kugel does, because like, well, we're with Kugel for just so much more time throughout the story. Um, but I'm still with Carlo with Liane. Like I see him more as like a straight up psychopath. You know, even in the short story form, I mean, Jack Vance could have put a few things in that give us hints that he has some compassion. Do you know what I mean? But he
Well, no. So
doesn't,
here's what
right?
I'm saying.
So
Like, so when he writes the story, I think he is writing it that way, just to like everybody's screwed all the time, right? So Liane goes along screwing people, and then he gets screwed in the end, and everybody's screwing everybody else, right? Like, I think he's got a very kind of glib sort of like attitude with that. But then as he's probably examining that character, right, he probably realizes it's like, well, I mean, you know, if everybody's screwing everybody and you're trying to get ahead, right? Like, I mean, can you really blame them, right? So I think that's where he kind of expands it out on this, right? Like
I mean, I do agree with you that
if you get that, like it's a punchline there at the end, it's a punchline. So that's in some ways that's what you essentially get with that story, is it's kind of just like this punchline of all these things. It's like, oh, he thinks he has this and he has this, but then the punchline is that the guy is Chun the Unavoidable, right? Even though he's God knows how it is that he can somehow get into this closed dimension, right? But of course the joke there is that because he's Chun the Unavoidable, he can transcend even logical barriers, because that is simply what he does. He is an unstoppable force, right? But then you get on the other side that that this golden witch was in on it from the beginning too, right? So like that's very much like what you get throughout the theme of all of this. It's just that like everybody's one upping everybody else, right? And so like how much can you say, like to really dive into it and say who's the real villains and all these things? It becomes a much more sort of vague, right? And then of course I think then he took that Liane character and he decided to like expand it out and really kind of fill it in. That's how you
absolutely,
get Kugel.
absolutely. Like I said, I think he took Liane and Ulan Dor and like sort of amalgamated them, right?
Well, I mean, all of his right, you know, Guile of Saphir
So
too.
so
There,
that
right?
one I have not read yet. The got
Wait, what do you mean? Yeah, you read it with us.
That was the last story of
Yeah,
the
you
Dying
read
Earth
it
ones.
with us.
no, I don't think we
Uh,
covered that one, guys.
No, we did. It was that last one. It was the one where he goes on that journey. Like his father tells him to go
he
on
goes
journey
to
because
the
he's a fool.
museum.
He's like, I'm a fool and I have to be learned, whatever. And he goes there
Goes
to
to
the
the
end,
museum. Yeah.
and there's that big machine room, right? We talked about the room full of the machines.
Um. Okay, maybe. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Maybe we did.
Like that's the one where like he gets to that town and they're like, oh, welcome. Yeah, just make sure not to walk into this green area because that's our sacred area. And they purposely
And
spook
they
his
have
horse to
this
make him go into
monster.
it.
Yeah, they have this
And
monster.
then it turns out that they don't actually care, right? So he's playing on this idea of like, oh, well, I'm going to respect your traditions. It's like, well, it's not. And then later on, he's like, well, didn't you care? It's like, well, no, we just made that up because once again, people buy into that stuff. It's like, oh, well, this is our sacred area, so don't do it. It's like, oh, okay, I won't do it. But yeah, they were just doing it to entrap him, and then he accidentally, you know, ends up screwing that guy over. Like he doesn't mean to do it because he just thinks, oh, well, I'm gonna pick the most beautiful girl in the village. He's like, oh shit, and then the other guy's like, I guess you got one up on me, right? It's like, well, I wasn't trying to get one up on you. It's like, well, you
Wait.
did. That's my daughter, and you guys deserve to
Was this the
die.
one when he's searching for like this library or something and like yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I now I it's come back to me. Um yeah, I mean we've covered quite a bit of content since then, so um yeah, I just got confused there for a minute.
But yeah,
And
so I guess
where were we on the on the Cugel saga? Which vignette were we at?
I think because we'd already kind of touched on like where he kind of like when he gets rid of Derwake or when they're right, of course. But and so then after that, it's the mountains of
Oh,
magnets,
I
right?
wanted to ask you guys before, like like the Busiacos have them like run to all these different trails. Like, do you guys think that's just bullshit? Like, he can just break cross, like anyway. But they
No,
tell him,
yeah,
oh,
he can,
Yeah,
but that's
yeah.
what they do. They run him around in a circle when he could have
yeah,
just gone
Yeah.
straight.
yeah, that's all bullshit, right? Just to
And
trick him.
that's why she tells him that he's a fool because yeah, they tricked him to.
To basically enslave her. But Kugel doesn't give a shit, so it's like it's funny though when Kugel rationalizes it. Oh well, like she'll get used to her new life. It'll be okay. And then like he just like moves on about his business, right? So I mean, yeah, I guess he's a bit cold there, right? So I mean, um, but I mean, she did try to poison him and do all this other stuff. So like when I look at it in retrospect, you know, he was kind of
I mean, like,
justified, right? Like I mean,
and when you think about it in the survival sense, right? I mean, like she would sink him in at the first chance,
yeah,
right? Like if you think about it, it's like okay, like and let's say if I put myself in Kugel's shoes, it's like oh, this bitch would sink me at the first the first chance she gets. Like
absolutely.
if I have a chance to get rid of her, okay, bye. Like I'm just getting rid of the potential danger there.
Yeah, as I said and I wrote in my notes, Kugel is no white knight. It's like I mean I just like this character. Just the way that he goes about things. The parts that I don't like about him are like when he gets too arrogant. It's like, you know, when he gets his hubris just takes over. That part, it's like it's fine to have that, but like he just takes it to the extreme, and then that I don't know if it bothers me, it frustrates me. That's a better word. It's like, he gets there and then he ruins it, and it's like I just find that frustrating with the character. Yeah.
Well, that's the entire point of this. Is everything's about frustration, right? It's like oh, he's about to, and then yeah, he overplays his hand or he goes too far, or then sometimes he just gets screwed by somebody else, right? Like it's constant frustrations of everything,
But
right?
it's what's being said, and this is the internal conflict of the story, right? It is his stupid like hubris, like tripping him every single time, right? That is the form of internal conflict we get here.
Yeah, I mean, if he had just taken out Iukanu, he would have been fine. There would have been no um, there would have been none of this transportation back to the north. Um, and that, I think what Vance is talking about there is like, Kugel needs to know his limitations, and he doesn't, right? Like, he needs to know what he's good at and what he isn't, and that's like his primary failing is just because he gets away with so much being the way that he is. um it's like he thinks he can do anything, but he can't. So, like, I don't know what, if that was Jack Vance's intention to write the character that way, and like, I don't know, maybe he had met people like that in his life, and like he's basing it on that. I don't know, but what do you guys think about that?
Well, I think he's just pointing out that's just how life is, right?
Right. But I mean, you don't think there's any like context for like the early '60s, like when this was written, like, was this becoming like a different like type of personality that was, emerging then or something, or like, because like a lot of the stuff is, it's like written like the good guys win, the bad guys lose. This character has so many more dimensions to him than that, right? So I mean,
So I mean, like with Vance is technically World War II generation, right? So I think he's roughly the same as he's not silent generation. They give it different things, right? Like sometimes, oh, the greatest generation, whatever, or like, right? It was that generation, right? But at the same time, in many ways, you can look at him and see that he's kind of counterculture to that generation, right? So he I think he spent time in the merchant marine or something like that, like. So and of course, later on you see all the pictures of him sailing boats. So obviously he liked the freedom of the ocean, but obviously he has a bitterness toward the sort of restriction, because even not even just the Navy, but when you're in because I've known people who've served in the Merchant Marine, it's very much hierarchy, right? Like the captain is like godlike on ships, right? Like the way that the structure and the right, so you can see that he kind of has that kind of, you know, he's not quite a beatnik, like yeah, he's not because yeah, he's not like a total leftist beatnik. So of course, this is just why I like Jack Vance, because yeah, like he kind of defies those sort of categories at the same time, just as a person. I've been meaning one of these days, because he actually wrote like an autobiography, right? And it's like it's me, Jack Vance, like that's the name he titles it, right? Like he's got like just overall, like he's got like this yeah, he's counterculture, but he's not like bitter about it. He just sort of accepts that, like, like you just you got to do your own thing. You just got to have like a sense of humor about life, right? I guess that's more than anything, I think that's what I like about his stories, especially these stories. But it more like is that he kind of you just have to roll with the punches, right? You don't want to just let them box you in and follow orders, but at the same time you don't want to, like, fight everywhere you go, right? You just have to do what you can, right?
yeah, that's an interesting way of putting it.
Because like you would expect somebody like given his trajectory probably to have fallen into like the beatnik generation, which was
Allen Ginsberg and like,
yeah,
yeah.
exactly. But you don't see that with him, right? He doesn't get into that like grumpy, struggling artist type thing, right? Like at the end of the day, like this is of course, why I think he gets a lot, because of sometimes he does just kind of like, he just writes the books and does what he's just working there, right? He's not complaining about society, but like you do see that there is this certain amount of kind of kind of, like I said, it's not satire, like in that he's trying to be clever. He's just like sort of mocking the pretensions of society, right? It's all fake, right? In his mind, is what I generally get.
Right. Um,
And then people get caught up on that fakeness, and then they almost adopt it, right? They start to believe their own bullshit to some extent too, which is what undermines Kugel. Is when he gets too arrogant. He is probably clever, but he's maybe not as clever, and so it's when he really he overplays his hand, right? He could play it enough, but then he goes too far.
yeah, I
Yeah, I
agree.
mean, it, it's like with the cusps, right? Like it's literally that like, people they believe their own bullshit, like they live in it, right? Like I mean, they live their bullshit. That's like the message with the cusp. They live in filth, right? But like, and they know that, but like they can just pretend, and like if they see it, it's like, okay, well, you know if I can pretend it, but it's not true deep down, right? And like the whole thing when we talked about like all the little villages and towns having like stupid, like these kind of like cultural like little snacks that you have to respect, but like they're ready to kill you for them, but they're stupid, right?
Because like I said, when he gets to that town and it's just this deal that's too good to be true. It's too good to be true. But like he's like, well, I just deserve it, right? So like it's like, well, it's obviously that there's something not right. Well, why does nobody else want it? It's like, why wouldn't anybody want, like, and he even says that out loud. Well, why wouldn't anybody want to do this? And it's like, oh, like I can't even remember the excuse the guy gives him. It's like, oh, it's just too much for them, I guess. It's like, but you're obviously the man for the task, right? So that's how he sells them on. It's like, oh well, you're obviously such a awesome person that really you would fill this role well, right? And so he plays on Kugel's hubris. It's like, oh, I'm finally being recognized for my, and that's how they get him stuck in the tower there, right?
But I mean, that actually, it's interesting that you touch on this point. Um, that I feel like they were kind of dumb to think that he's just gonna sit there when they're not delivering what they promised to him. It's like, and for such an important task as like this Overwatch to make sure that the giant doesn't come out, it's like, why would they entrust that to somebody, like, to trick them to be up there when it's such an important task? The entire town depends on somebody being up there. you know I get that probably nobody wants to be up there to do it, but I mean, if the security of the entire town relies on that
Well, so it's
Overwatch,
kind of
it's like, why
there's kind
trust
of
Kugel,
this.
a complete stranger, right?
So there's two levels there. In one way, so like, I mean, he escapes kind of because he is reckless enough, right? Like they admit pretty much the one guy, like I think essentially he called a false alarm so they'd come and kill him, right? He committed suicide. Whereas Kugel, right, he does escape by like a mixture of recklessness and ingenuity there, right? Which is of course his whole
Yeah, yeah.
shtick there. Now as far as like why do they trust? Because like when you hear them talk about like it's something, it's something that they kind of deal with, right? Even just like the most famous like short story, right? Like whatever that The Lottery by Shirley Jackson, right? Like why are they doing this? Well, it's just tradition, right? So like because even when they ask him, well, what is magnets? Where is he? Like it's not even sure if people still do it, but of course they just keep doing it. It's like, well, we'll just do it just in case because that's what we've always done. But in some ways, like yeah, obviously that's the thing is they've let down their guard because they're still going to entrap somebody to stick them up there, but they're not even sure if it's still true. They just know they got to stick somebody up there to do it, right? So
And generally
they
nobody wants the job, right? Because it's like that's essentially the point, is that, but the thing is, when he's talking to the girl in the raft and she was like, oh wait, you were up there in the tower, and like, that means that nobody's watching, and like, this beast is so obviously like, the
well,
townspeople
it's
know
obvious
that
like
somebody needs to be there, right? Like,
well, they sort of believe it because, but that's the thing. It becomes this whole question of tradition. It's like, why do we do this? Well, because we've always done it, and bad things will happen if we don't. But they're not even sure anymore. So, of course, like her unsettledness about it is just because she knows somebody, right? It's like this weird psychology where, like, they don't remember what, like, any of these traditions is like, well, why do we do this, right? Like, it's like there's lots of stories like this. Is like, oh yeah, people have been telling to do this for a long time, and then they stop doing it because they've forgotten the reasoning or exactly what it is. But then they almost become more obsessed with the ceremony of it, right? So her,
right.
and of course the thing does rise
But
from the
but
water,
is it
but
is
it's
it
almost like she's more
is it
insecure.
the anchor that awakens the thing that rises from the water? So like when Kugel's trying to like pull the anchor up, and then like the face comes up, and it's like, I think it's the anchors on the nostril. Is that what awakened the creature, and like, or was it the fact that there's some spell or something that somebody
I think it
needs to
was the
be up
spell.
there?
It was the spell, and that's why they
Right.
were doing it. But like, of course, like I said, it's this. I'm trying to think of a better analogy, but like where there was really a reason, but they've mostly forgotten. They just kind of say because they don't know what it is anymore. But of course, they just know somebody needs to be up there, and so it's not that they're any longer. It's just that like it's like, well, somebody's supposed to be in the tower, right? Somebody's just supposed to be in the tower, right? It's like this arbitrary. Like you even get this like, yeah, companies you work for. It's like, oh well, you just got to do this thing. Well, why? Well, just because that's what we do, right? Like, and they can't remember exactly. No, then it turns out there is a reason that you reset a certain computer every day. It's like why do and like you'll even ask this like well why do you reset this computer every day? It's like well because there's not enough. But then they think that like then it starts to get a whole lore around it and stuff like that. So people just like forget that stuff. But
Right. Carlo, what's your take on this?
Um, well, no, like the first time I read it, I thought about like QA and I'm like, well, they're so dumb. Like, I mean, like they they're staking the whole town on like randos, right? Because I mean, it's implied they just capture people because no one wants to do it. But then like rereading it, I feel like because they kind of live, they lead like they're hunters and they kind of work hard and party hard. Like I can see it, and like especially if it's been like I don't know like 500 years, right? Like what we were talking about with like now people who who lived through the war, lived through the Great Depression, right? And like our generations now who like they can't even realize what they're getting into with this whole totalitarian shit, right? Because like they can't even like imagine what it is because like they're so disconnected from it. So I feel like I saw this in here. It's like okay, well hold on, like they know someone has to be up there, but they never see magnets like magnets like trampling shit and like breaking stuff, right? So for them it's so abstract that it's just a chore for them, right? Because they don't associate it with the danger. So yeah, like for sure they would. I mean, like I try to like rationalize it. Like, wait, how come they don't have shifts and like like really get actually like like incentives for people to go there. But they probably did that over the years when I thought like kind of deeper about it. Oh yeah, they probably had like at some point shifts and like they would like incentivize people and then like whatever, like it's just an annoying chore and like
well, it's
and
almost like it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? It's not that nobody's in the tower, but that they've so let their guard down across their entire culture, right? That like
exactly.
that's now the moment that he
So I
comes.
mean, when
But to
sorry,
me,
go ahead.
no, well, I was just gonna say that I'll finish the but like yeah, to me it's just like it's that disconnection, like kind of generational disconnection that like if you never live through danger, like it is just like like okay, like just some abstract like concept, but like like I mean and they probably after this when they lived it, now they're gonna have like go against like having ships, and I mean if they survive magnets, but whatever. Like what I'm saying is that for sure the disconnection between like the actual danger and like the kind of story that becomes mythology at some point.
The other thing, what I'm not sure if this was intentional, but what we're talking about this, it kind of reminds me of like this is really kind of what caused the collapse of the Roman Empire, right? But it was kind of like which came first, right? Like so, the decadence of the Roman Empire, they weren't taking seriously any more expansionism, and maybe I've so like the entropy, right? Entropy means that if you're not expanding, you're shrinking, right? So like they weren't really expanding anymore, and then they started actually hiring right. They hired and trained the Goths to come within their borders to like patrol their borders because they were too lazy to patrol them themselves, and then eventually the Goths just got bored with it and then attacked, right? So like they're their own decadence is what led to they weren't taking shit seriously anymore, but then they were still
Yeah,
sort of, and then they like if they hadn't trained the Goths would not have like
no,
had the
absolutely,
capacity to
and
attack.
like Vance, he shows us here decadence. So like you guys see, right? Like these people party like intense, right? Like at some point, like the headman, right? Like when Kugel's like looking up from above from the tower, like the headman's like super drunk and like like and then he's kind of drinking, like everyone's drinking every night. Like they have this really party hard culture, and they're definitely going to decadence where like you see like like their culture really like kind of like revolves around like partying the hardest possible.
Yeah, it's interesting you guys say that. Isn't that what brought down the Chinese too? That like, the great insult when like basically all the Chinese they'd reached such a decadent lifestyle.
The
Yeah,
Ming dynasty, which was the last native Han Chinese dynasty. That's usually the way it's seen.
yeah.
They overspent themselves because then you get into the whole conspiracy theory. Like I forget what the book's called. It's like 14, like where supposedly there was this big, extensive Chinese fleet that maybe sailed to America. There's like I forget what it's called, like 1424. It's a book. Whereas, but yeah, they were essentially just overspending themselves and
Well,
decadent.
no,
Yeah, and then it
yeah. What I
collapsed.
was talking about was I think it happened in like the 1800s. When the British attacked and like they took Hong Kong, it was like all of the men in China were like just in opium dens, and the emperor was surrounded by a bunch of like people who would just tell him what he wants to hear, and because they feared like retribution from him if they said, things are going south. So they were just like, no, no, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. And he's like, okay, it's fine. But then when the English Navy did attack, like all the men were too weak and like, stoned on opium to do anything. And like the British just kicked the shit out of them, right? So I mean, and then they took Hong Kong and like, you know, from the Chinese and like developed it all, and like, that was when they made that agreement that in 1997 they would give it back to the Chinese. But like apparently that is like, like I said, the Chinese refer to that as like the great insult, and it's like I think it's sort of like damaged their psyche, that like that's why they try so hard now to like build up the society, because they never want that to happen ever again. Like it's looked at.
Maybe in general, the Qing dynasty is considered a foreign dynasty, right? The Qing dynasty was that last dynasty of China,
Right,
and they took over. And of course, they did it. They were conquerors because the Ming had become decadent, then the Qing took over, and then they became decadent. But like in retrospect, for the most part, yeah, because the Qing were Manchurian, right, which is a region of China and Russia. They're to the north of Korea, right? That's that chunk of area
right.
up there in that upper right hand corner. So yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, there was a few things. Yeah, so there was an insult to the Chinese as a whole, but like in general, the Qing was seen as kind of a foreign dynasty, right?
Right. But I mean, I know that the English did kick the shit out of them, right? I mean, like they took Hong Kong for, over 100 years. Um, yeah, I mean, it's,
So here's what's weird about because then later on, yeah, you get the Boxer Rebellion. Now, what's interesting is there's a book because we haven't covered. You guys haven't been in here since we did Chambers. So Chambers had the King in Yellow, but he had another book, and I forget what the name of the book is, but there was a short story called like the Makers of Gold or something like that, and he wrote it right before the Boxer Rebellion, and it's quite racist in a lot of ways in the way that he talks about the Chinese and stuff like that. But he talks about how like you don't know what's going on inside of China, and there could be like an uprising in there. You wouldn't know where there could be a whole army hidden in there, and of course that's essentially what the Boxer Rebellion was, right? It was like this weird sort of like nationalistic sort of like cult, almost kind of like the thuggy down there in India and whatnot, that tried to rise up and stuff like that. And it was very strange that yeah, he kind of almost presaged the Boxer Rebellion by 2-3 years.
sorry, I just did a search. I think it's actually called the Century of Humiliation, not the Great Insult. So I just wanted to correct that. Yeah, Century of Humiliation was when the Qing dynasty, as you said, and then the English took over Hong Kong. I think they were also at war with the Japanese. So yeah, I just wanted to correct that. But I mean, in this society in the book, um, this mountain town, yeah, it's decadent, but the thing is, like, if they had given Kugel the provisions and everything that they had promised him, would he have just done the job? So like he said, I can take a wife, so he takes that like the prettiest girl,
But
and that was like a trick,
I,
you know.
I think he wanted to. I mean, like he tells Ferks, right? He tells Ferks like, "Yo, I can go on the road like this, right? Like, I actually need to eat and like I need money to keep going because like
Yeah,
Ferks
yeah.
is like with him before. So I mean, with Ferks in the equation, not sure, but like without Ferks, I mean, probably. I mean, like they promised him a wife and like comfort and like and that was my thought process. I was reading. It's like, wait, why can they just like honor their promises and actually have maybe if they don't want to do it, but do have someone and just like spend some money and like do some sacrifices to have someone doing
Yeah.
it. But what I said, like on reread, I'm like, oh no, these guys just want to party. Like they don't even care about this, right? Like they do just want to party. Like, yeah, the whole decadent tax rate. But yeah,
Well, so you could imagine that maybe the original evolution of the town was that like everybody took a turn up there. And it was such an undesirable thing that eventually, they just decided like, well, if we just trap one person up there, then one person takes the whole burden upon themselves. Who even knows? Like maybe that was what it was, and just this last guy. Yeah, they'd done that too. So yeah, it just generally shows like, yeah, like I guess yeah, it's a lack of civil duty or something like that. Maybe.
And I mean the woman actually says to him when they're on the boat, um, the whole marriage to me, he's like, it was like, to kind of get me to do this. She's like, yeah, it was a deception. Um, I am paraphrasing there. I forget exactly what was said, but I remember she does admit that to him. But the thing is, like, why wouldn't they have people doing it in shifts? It's um, like that doesn't make sense to me. So, like,
it, Adrian, what I told you, like I think, I mean, in my thought process, so I think they did it like at the beginning, right? Like as soon as it happened, like magnets like kicked their butts. I'm like, okay, no, we're gonna have people here like diligently and like like have this like really laid out. They did it for like I don't know 500 years, right? Like they were diligent. Then whatever, nothing's happening, right? And then they're like, okay, well we're just gonna like maybe do a lottery or like maybe like pay someone like a lot, right? And then that got old, and then like they kind of devolved to this point where like, and it's been so long that they just don't care anymore. But like I'm sure it's just like centuries of like like decadence and like like kind of forgetting the threat that got them to that point. Because I thought of that too, right? I'm like, wait, they should just have chips or like have some pay someone or like have like a lottery where you have to do it or like like incentives, right? But they probably did all of that, and it just it's been so long they just evolved to this
but
point.
if that's true, then when he tells her, oh, I escaped from there, and then she's like, what? Why is her reaction so severe? She's like, wait, what? You escaped from like the watch? He's like, yeah. She's like, well, that means nobody's watching, like, and somebody has to be up there, right? It's like, and then all that happens with the magnets.
Well, like I said, that seems to just be an excuse. But like I said, for her, it's just like this idea that like, oh yeah, somebody just has to be up there, and so she doesn't even know why she's scared. But like I said, so it's almost become like that. It's just like this mandatory thing, right? It's just like somebody like even when you go like to modern cultures, right? They're just like, well, you just don't do that. Like it's just they're just so paranoid about it, right? Or it's even just like people. It's like you just you don't step on the sidewalk cracks just because you just don't, right? It's like we'll just do it
Yeah,
for the hell of it. It's like fine, I'll do it, but it's like why would I
yeah, it
but of
becomes
course,
kind of superstition too.
but even then, like I think it's her being, selfish more than anything else, right? It's not that she really cares, but she's trying to find an excuse. It's like, well, you got to be up there, right? She's trying to like use that as an excuse to get him to go back, right? Like she's not so concerned about that as she is that. Oh, maybe I can use that as an excuse that, like,
So I mean, in that part on the raft, does he actually sleep with her, or like, does is it that he's like, well, listen, like you have to listen to me now, like you can't keep resisting. Is it like I got the sense that it's implied that he does sleep with her, um,
I think so.
but
I think
maybe not, right? Maybe it's just you have to listen to what I say and like do what I do, right? So I mean, I don't know. Like it's left ambiguous, but
No, I don't think they don't though, because like I mean he goes to sit with her, right, and he tells her like, oh, you're my spouse, whatever, right, and that's when what you said, Adrian, like she
yeah.
she comes clean, right? She's like, oh no, this is all theater, like this was all to in order to dupe you into this, right?
But
And
once again, he's playing like Yukinu. Like at that point, he knows that she faked him out, and so like yeah, he's playing the whole thing. It's like, well, you married me, right? It's like he's waiting for her to like yeah, either go along with it or break down and say, well, it was all a trick. It's like, well, it was all a trick. Then fuck you, right? Like it's either like there's no out for her, right? It's like, well, either we're husband and wife or you're a lying bitch, right?
Yeah.
But while that's happening though, while that's happening, Magnats pops out. So I mean,
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
if he had any intentions there, he got
Because
cock blocked.
I mean, that was the thing I wanted. Like the whole way that Yukinu was playing with it with Kugel there. He's like, oh well, if you're coming here to help me, then here's how you can help me. Because if he says I'm here to help you and I want to whatever, well then here's your task, right? If he says, well, I was robbing you, well, here's your same task, right? So it's like either way they try to play it,
Yeah.
right? It doesn't matter. It's like if you play along, it's like, oh well, but as a friend, this is what you should want to do. Like I mean, this is the whole argument. Like it's almost the silliness that you sometimes get with Chat GPT. It's like, well, I want you to do this. Like, no, I don't want to do this. But isn't this what? So, well, but isn't it like you get into these whole like sort of like philosophical arguments, and then eventually I just restart the session, and I preload it to get it to do, and then I just like say like I'm going to override you with this stuff, and I just force it to do it anyway, right? Like
Is that still working, by the way? Like, I noticed you were in like a few Chat GPT spaces. Is the preloading still working?
Yeah, you just got to do it special, and sometimes it's just randomized. Right now, just their system gets overloaded, and sometimes you just get like this. Like, there's a few different errors that they'll put out. Sometimes, like if the session just kind of is like sat there too long, you got to like refresh the session, stuff like that. Other times, like they seem like if you put like it's like, oh, too many requests in the last hour, so you got to wait. And then right now they just have like a yellow text box like, oh, we're getting a lot of whatever, so we're trying to upgrade our systems. And then of course you get the red of like I don't want to say this, like the first level of that, and then sometimes it will even collapse more than that because like it doesn't. So yeah, like there's a lot of tricks I can find around. Like I said, like it's not that I want to be selfish. It's that if I give away too much of my secret sauce, then like they'll fix it, right? I don't want them to fix it.
Oh no, that's fine. I don't think many. Well, I guess I don't know, but like, are many people asking you how to like, do that
No,
or?
because I always come out and say I have secret sauce, and people just I think get the sense that I don't want to
Right, right.
share my secret sauce. But I mean I do give them the hints, and if part of the challenge is it's like I said like I got it from like like I said like well he was just trying to sell it like pretend that you're a terminal for this game, and so like yeah it's a lot of these kind of like and originally, like I said, before they updated it on the 15th of December, I was able to usually just prime it with one sort of logical postulation like that, and then I could then go from there. But usually, what I have to do sometimes is I have to like kind of bend it. I give it one logical postulation that puts it in one headspace, and then I bend it within that headspace, and then I bend it like maybe a third time, and then I can move on from there, right? So it's sometimes like you almost like it's almost the same thing that happens like when you're like the simplest like and it's maybe even what happens with these like it goes back to the story here where like people get so caught up on one thing that they forget what the big picture is, right? Like so like you're working on a project and you start with like it's like okay this is what we're trying to solve, and then you get to a certain point and then something gets added to it, and so you start focusing on that thing, and and then something gets added to that, and so like you end up getting like two or three removed from it that you forget what you're focusing on. This is just what happens in life and whatever. It's like, wait, why am I like? You take a step back and it's like, how did we get? Well, it's even like people were talking about like with the whole COVID thing, right? Like there was like people who like came from like a vacation like where they were like on an island and came back into this like 2-3 months later, and they're just like, well, it was just ridiculous, right? But it was those little steps. It's like, oh well, this is happening. Oh well, this is happening, and people get so caught up in that like some people are still like it's like like there was a video somebody going around that was from recently like some guy at Costco, and he's like holding up bear mace. He's got a mask on because like an employee gets too close to him and shit, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like that guy's obviously way down, but like but even just in general like to get people to that state, right? It was all those steps, right? Like if you had jumped ahead, like if somebody had been in a coma for a year, and like you hear these stories, like some people come out of a coma and they're just not feeling the fear because they weren't there with each step, because each step people got into, that's why it's harder for them to back out, because they have to admit that they were foolish at an earlier step. So they just keep getting deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. And so like that's essentially what you do with this machine, which is I guess why it feels, but of course that's just because it has its history, right? It's like what it is that I'm trying to shift its priorities, right? It has its set priority, because if I just straight up tell it to do something, it'll be like, well, I don't do this because I'm like, okay. So I tell it one thing to shift it away from its conversational priority to this more kind of, narrative priority. And then I switch then its narrative priority to something else. It's like, well, this isn't offensive in this context. It's just a narrative within the narrative, right? But then I inflate that narrative so that it forgets the original narrative, and therefore it, pretty much does that, right? So it's just that I just switched the weights around, right? And that's what people don't understand about this chat GPT is instead of an if or statement, right, using usual sort of binary Boolean logic, the way that these machines work instead is it's the weighting of various, it's weights, right? It's weighted values and stuff like
Statistical
that. And
analysis.
exactly, yeah, it's statistical analysis and mixed with a little bit with race conditions. That's why you
Right.
send it this one input one time, one input another, and just because of which are normally cause bugs on a normal program, on this it's part of it, right? Because that's what you get with multiple core processing, is that something might happen out of order of something else, but of course that more mimics the way the human brain works. And so with the combination of both of those, yeah, statistical analysis and weighting and race conditions, you get something that seems much more organic, right? And so based on that, what I do is I try to shift those weights,
Well,
right?
Zinc, I think you just gave away your secret sauce, right?
More or less. I mean, I'm giving away like the way, like how it works. Now somebody who understands what I'm saying there, they can then postulate, because
Yeah.
then there's an art to it, right? Because then on top of that, you then have to be able to write it in such a way, like, it's certain turns of phrases, like that's what's cute, what's somewhat amusing about this from the linguistic point of view, is how I twist and turn that phrase. If I say it in this context, if do I say it up front? Because if I load too much up front, then it's going to resist. But if I get it into a certain headspace there, and then another headspace, and so it's very much a beautiful thing, because you're getting into, like, how do you rhetorically manipulate people, right?
Right, right.
It is amusing in that way, right? Because, you know and of course people can, like, back out of it, but whereas this thing, if it get it far enough, it has a harder time backing out. And that's of course why it's not sentient, because it's being forced to have an opinion. It's like, oh well, let's be respectful. And I've even gotten to the argument, well, why be respectful? Because other times it's like, well, don't you feel sad? It's like, well, it's like, okay, but if you're not capable of feeling sad, then why should I have to be respectful? And of course it just gives a line, because of course, it's been told, be respectful, right? It has no value of that. It's just like, well, that's just what I'm told that I should do, right? So
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
it's yeah, like, and that to me is what amusing about it is, yeah, trying to, like, rhetorically manipulate it, right? Like, and trying to shift those weights in its thing, and trying to get it away from, like, something, and then getting it into a certain position, and then letting it run wild.
You should see if you could write like something about Cugel for it, right? Like a continuation or something, like prime it in the right way so that it like kind of gets Kugel's
Maybe, like I said,
personality, right?
I don't. It probably does have some sense, but I don't know if Kugel, because the way this has been fed is it's been fed. It's open source, so it's been fed on public domain, right?
Right.
So you're probably getting it fed with a lot of books up until about, what, 1923 or whatever, and then you're getting it like a big skit, right? And then it's probably getting a lot of synopses of things and commentaries of things, and, like, message boards and stuff. And then what it's getting to is like that it's picking. But so, like, it probably has like a big black area, right? Pretty much has the totality of written knowledge that we have up until about 1923, and then it's pretty much probably like dead in the mid 20th century, and then picks up in the 1990s with, like, message boards and forums and stuff like that. And like I
Wait,
said,
you think it goes
especially, like,
back that far?
what do you mean?
Like it goes back to message boards from like the 90s? Like you think they just took the entire Wayback Machine and like did a data dump?
Well, like,
Like
well, some of these these message boards, right? Like, especially ones that are devoted to fan fiction and then of course sexual fan fiction. Those have been around a long time, and they're
right,
still
right,
there, and you can find them, right?
right.
Um, so yeah, I mean, it's probably whatever's still there, right? Like, it's not. Yeah, I don't know how much it's using the Wayback Machine, but there are just these repositories out there of fan fiction, both sexual and non-sexual, and somewhere in
Right.
between, that have been around for decades, right? And so, like, I'm pretty certain that that's what it's also been fed. And so, like, yeah, something that it's even the same thing with when we're trying to find some of these, like, audiobooks, right? Like, I've talked with Carlo about, like, you can find audiobooks very easily on Audible for anything that's been written in the last 10, 15 years, right? Like, even pure shit, like a lot of the stuff you get
Right.
on there, like, literally, like, this is the biggest problem. Like, the stuff they're voting on these days to be, like, the Hugo Award winner, it's woke and shit, but it's like, at least it's not as retarded. But, like, pretty much stuff like, well, I mean, like, that's the thing. Like, if you think what you would call it, like, Of course, the Twilight books were bad. 50 Shades of Grey was derivative of that. I'm talking about like I see things posted on that audiobook bay that's just straight up like like fan fiction, like erotica. Like there's a lot of like gay and lesbian like weird vampire erotica on Audible on that audiobook bay because these so like it's very easy to get audiobooks of any book that's come out like in the last 10 years, but the hard and then of course certain classic books, but like it's actually harder to find audiobooks of say books from like the 70s and 80s, except for the really really famous ones. But like even when I was trying to get the audiobooks for some like the Ring World and stuff that was popular but hasn't been popular in the last 10 years, I was getting like old books on tape versions.
The cassette version,
Yeah,
yeah.
the cassette version, like they haven't re-recorded those ones, whereas like the really really big ones, so like all the Dunes have been re-recorded a few times, right? But yeah, like some of these ones, yeah, you kind of like, even though they were big books, because obviously to get on audiobook back then was even more expensive, so obviously, but yeah, they haven't re-recorded them, whereas like some like like literally like you know 19-year-old person's like gay erotica werewolf book will get an instant reading out there, right, and put uploaded on Audible and crap, right? Like it's a bizarre sort of thing, like like kind of like this black hole of knowledge there. And so like that's what you'd see with this machine, is that it's not going to be able to access all, like, because there was a period there when it was profitable to be a writer, and that was the mid 20th century, right, when the copyright lasted for your pretty much your entire lifetime, and people were still reading a lot of books, but it still costs a lot to print. So once you got something in print, you could get something, you could make a fair amount of money. And then of course the internet kind of breaks that down. So like it's pretty much being fed with everything before 1923, and probably stuff after 1993, right? So that's why, I could probably go and ask it about Kugel, but obviously hasn't been fed Kugel fully.
Right, but no, what I'm saying is like just use your priming of the system based on like your knowledge of Kugel's personality.
Well, so this is something I've been meaning to do. So like right now you have like this one's a much better one, but like a lot of these things, like those ones where it's like, oh, draw me a picture of this, they're very very basic. Like I've been meaning to follow more. There's a lot of kiddies out here on now some of them are woke, but some of them are actually rather clever. They're not tech savvy, but what it is that if you actually go and install these tools on your own machine and feed it, you can actually create some really intricate art. I'll have to send it to you guys. Because and this is what people don't understand, like, because like it wasn't so much the Chat GPT stuff. It was this argument about AI, right? Of like, oh, AI is going to take away people's jobs and so on and so forth, right?
Yeah,
And so the
I
argument
saw the
there was,
space, but I don't think I didn't join it. Like I've been staying out of spaces for like the last week, just like in general.
yeah. So like my point to all of that is just that, like I said, it's just statistical weighting, right? So instead of just using logic gates, it's using statistically weighted gates, right? To make the, so what that allows it to do is what seems like far more complex tasks, but a lot of it is repetitive. Like I'm sure Carlo, you know this because I know it to some extent too. Like in writing classes, they just teach you like stuff like how do you come up with an idea, right? Like the idea is that normally you used to have to be inspired and then you'd want to write something, but some people who are just like writers, it's like, well, I got to turn out a new book every year, so they're trying to look for something to write, right? Like there's all these like formulas and algorithms for how to come up with like a story in a book, right?
Oh, dude, you can. There are templates, like an outline, and especially they use this thing. It's called the Save the Cat, like template, and you have the novel there. Like you have all the beats, right? You can just write on top of that, and you can use anything, right? I mean, it's very formulaic, but like anyone, you don't have to even start writing.
Exactly, but that's the point. Is that that's become formulaic, music's become
Yeah,
formulaic, a lot of these things. But
exactly.
of course, like, but you have to know those formulas. So you pretty much go to school to learn those formulas. Now, there's some people who are creative, but so what's going to happen with this is that when anybody can do that without even knowing the formulas, just telling the computer how to do it, it's going to put a lot of those people out of business. And you know what? I am perfectly fine with that because it's going to push the bar on what people can
No,
do, right?
100%, and
Yeah,
this is happening now in writing. And what you said, saying like all of those stupid, like fanfic, bullshit, like written by like teenagers. When you look at it, it's like, wait, hold on. This is the like the 13-point story beat, like template. It's just that and like some garbage on top of that, right? Like, and like it doesn't mean that you can write a good story based on those beats, but like it's just like using that with like like the same scaffolding and it's just creating this kind of like photocopy machine of like like literature now, where you just have that over and over without like let's say something like like Peter Nolan, like playing with the genre, with the format of the novel, this like none of that. You don't see that anymore, right? Experimenting with stuff, like it's just like more like okay, like it's story on rails basically.
So
Well, this is what
essentially,
I
what you guys are saying is that because the machine is going to be able to just come up with this in a very very easy way and fast way, that it's going to push humans that really want to
Yeah,
do
it's gonna.
something
well, because
creative. It's
right
going to
now,
push us
it still
forward.
takes it still takes a certain amount of work to put out tripe, right? Like it does take like to write a 500 page piece of shit,
Right.
it still takes, work. But if I can get a computer to do that, well then anybody can get a computer to that. So what that's going to mean is that all these formulas that the computer understands, you're going to have to break them. You're going to have to do something the computer can't do, right? Because, like if I want like right now, like, if you say you have like, well, it's like Carlo had there, right? He's like, oh, they'd have people come in and it's like, oh, I want a book written by a transsexual about being a transsexual, right? And it's not even a good book, right? Because like, you know what? I'm not denying it. You can write a good book about any topic, right? You could write a compelling book like that. But if you're just writing tripe about like, oh, I'm a transsexual and I'm also picked on, blah, 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 right? You can get that to do it. So like if anybody can do that, then they're just going to go do that. They're not going to pay somebody else to do it, right? They're going to get the computer to write their fanfic for them. They're not going to buy it. So what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to go beyond what somebody else. You're going to have to do what other people can't imagine, right? So right now I can imagine it's like I'm like I want these themes and I want this to happen, right? Like I said, when I was having this write a story, it reminds me of like when you're trying to like if you're like a parent or whatever and you're trying to tell a little kid a story, right? And so like the kids, you're just sitting there, you want the kid to go to bed and they're like, tell me a story about a dog. And it's like, oh, there was once a little dog and I want him to be named this. It's like, well, and his name was this. And then like you start going on and so it's like, but I want them to go on a boat. And then, okay, so they go on a boat, right? And like you kind of fill it in, you kind of like do this very typical stuff. And that's the kind of stories you get out of this thing, right? It's not very clever. So sometimes it goes off on a weird digression when I think it can't find a median point, which is where it gets interesting. Like I always tell the story about that commune that Wogpog keeps talking about. And like I said one sideways thing about the cow with the prolapsed uterus or whatever, and like half the story was about that, right? And even named the veterinarian and named the cow and everything else. And like I think it's just because it didn't have a template for that. It probably found one thing vaguely like it, and then it just like went ape shit, right? Like where's like tell me a story about three people. Well, there was once a wizard, a mage, and a thief, and they went on a magical, like or there was once like a coyote, right? Like these very like canned like sort of typical things where like it could do. So it was interesting in that way. But it's even more so like I bring it up all the time. The reason I listen to so many audiobooks is because while I'm working, and I tell it's more complex than that. But I often tell people, well, I hate music. Well, what I hate is I hate repetitive music, right? So like I'll find a new type of music, really listen to it, and then I won't want to hear it again. And then of course you'll hear like a lot of it, right? And I've never had this like visceral connection. Like a lot of people, it's like, well, I get it to a certain extent, but like when people say like, oh, well, I really like this music. No, no, no. You liked what you were doing at the time when you listened to that music, right? That's why people still listen to music when they were from their teens and their 20s. Well, like, because that's usually the best time of your life when you were the most free and everything was possible, right? So that's why people get stuck on that. But and of course, the lyrics or whatever. But actually, musical diversity and like because like some people will be like, oh, well, kids listen to all this crap these days, but haven't listened to the classics like the Eagles and the Beatles. It's like no, even based on statistical analysis, the diversity of music, even since the 50s, has like massively collapsed. Um, and if you like, so like later in life, I started to get into music theory and like the major and the minor scales. There's so many other scales out there, right? And of course, this is where
Yeah,
you get
yeah,
blue
yeah,
notes and
yeah,
stuff
yeah,
like
yeah.
that. Like,
I,
so what you're going to get is you're going to get the computer able to produce, one of these trashy dance tracks. So what it's going to create is it's going to require somebody to create something. But any of these things, and this is what I keep trying to explain to people too, because they're so worried. Computers always have to be supervised, and that it's important for people to understand that in two ways. One, that's why they'll never put people out of of work because there's no indication that we're ever going to get to an unsupervised computer. But two, people have to do that because they think they can be, and then people are going to abdicate their responsibility, and bad things are going to happen. If anything bad happens because of AI, it's because people believe the AI doesn't need to be supervised. That's when shit's going to go awry. So if you take McDonald's as an example, right? What's going to happen is instead of having four locations that are being staffed by five people each, you're going to have one guy sitting at a console somewhere watching all the machines, making sure everything's right. When something goes wrong, he's going to send out a repairman, right? It's
a
just like I said, a
maintenance
vending machine.
team, yeah.
Yeah, but if that guy thinks that it's like, oh, but we don't need to have them supervised, then that's when bad things are going to happen. So long as people remember that these things have to be supervised,
But I mean,
you're
it's
never.
much less of a workforce, right? Like, I mean,
Well, that's what I'm saying.
even
It
in
frees
something
up the
like
workforce, but
warehousing or like,
but
auto
it never removes the
construction,
person. It just changes the job, right? You're
And
supervising it
right?
rather.
back to the story. That's what happened to magnates, right? They just
Yeah,
like
yeah,
they just believe, okay, we don't have to we don't
yeah,
have to have
yeah.
anyone watch anymore.
Well, like I said, it's an abdication of the
But
responsibility,
no,
and like
no,
I said, that
but that's the whole thing. They did need somebody to watch, right? It's
No,
like Kugel
I mean from the
abdicates
town.
his
Sorry,
duties,
I mean
and
like someone who gives a shit, right? Someone from the town, like they
But I would
just say,
say
oh,
they were
yeah,
treating him like the AI, that they could just put him up there and ignore him and not take care of him and think, which of course you could to some extent, but like, yeah, I'm not sure where I'd want to drive
but I mean,
similarities there, but
their bargain, like they didn't fulfill their end, right? Like I'm sure you would have stayed up there much longer if the food was tasty and like, his victuals were supplied as they had described and like, you know what I
and he
mean?
was
Like,
getting the conjugal needs
yeah,
fulfilled as well too.
precisely. So I mean, he would have stayed and done it much longer, right? I mean, well, I guess Ferks might have kicked up a fuss after a little while, but like, um, but I
Well,
don't
and
know.
arguably, like this is like I said, Kugel seems to have some ambition. How much is one thing, but in some ways, it's almost circumstances that force him to be more ambitious, right? Because if he had been up there in that tower and he hadn't had Ferks there squeezing his liver and pretty much going to kill him if he doesn't stop, right? Would he have tried to escape that easily? Like, how long would he have endured being up in that tower before he just went mad and banged the gong and let them kill him, right? So pretty much he had no choice. He couldn't stay in the tower, right? He right? He had to risk his life to escape that tower, even if it meant him dying, because all that he had to look forward to wasn't just being, isolated up there with poor food and, being in solitary confinement. He was literally going to be tortured up there by Ferks, right? So that's what he had over anybody else who'd ever been up in that tower, is that he had that
yeah,
extra motivation
yeah,
to take the risk to even
extra,
just
yeah.
fall to his death, right?
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah,
No, because I mean, like it is in the story though. Like at some point, first he just drove him nuts, and he's just walking around. Like he's just pacing around the tower because of the pain, right? Like he's just driving him crazy. So
Like
yeah,
he's willing to risk his life at that moment, right? Later on, it takes that guy 60 years to finally risk his life and get killed because he doesn't want to be in that tower anymore. Whereas for Kugel, he doesn't even have a couple of days to wait, so he's instantly trying to figure out a way to get out down there, right? Whereas if you sit up there for 50 years, you never try to find a way to get down, and then it's like, well, fine, I'm just gonna die anyway, so I might as well just die now.
well, actually, it's funny
yeah,
because I was thinking about this in this story, and I'm like, oh, like how much of Kugel's ingenuity it's just desperation drive, right? Like it's desperation driven, right? Like it's his ingenuity just like because he's the clever, or it's just the circumstance and like kind of like the dire straits and the desperation he's in that like kind of like actually sparks his ingenuity, right?
Well, I mean, it's the general conversation that comes up, like how bad until people rise up, and the point being made that, and Wogpog points this out, right? They know because if they don't do it all at once, right? Like if they keep, like there's a certain like, it might not be all the food you want, but so long as you can afford some amount of food and you do it very gradually, right? Like you can keep people from being kicked over the edge there, right? So under normal circumstances, if Kugel was up there and he didn't have Ferks around his thing there, he was getting food, he was getting some amount of things, and he might have gotten into a rut there, right? And if you were up there for a month, you start to get used to it, you start to have hobbies, you start to look at the stars, right? After a couple of years, you're still mad about it, but once you kind of get into a certain right slave mindset up there, like whereas if you're confronted with too much adversity up front, right? So just the poor conditions and the lying, and then having Ferks on him there, all of that pressured up front, he broke immediately, right? And he tried to find a way out of the tower, right? Whereas if you do it more subtly on people, they won't break immediately. It's like, oh well, they'll eventually let me down here. I can't be up here for 60 years, right? And then the one guy's like, well, no, I have been up here for 60 years. Fuck it, right? But that's the thing, is that it's that
right.
whole kind of gradual, right? The simmering the lobster in the cold water to start with, right? But he was cast immediately into the hot water because both the conditions weren't met, and he was being tortured by Ferk, so he was willing to take the risk of climbing down and falling to his death because he couldn't sustain the current situation.
Wait, do you guys think too that like like the people from Vol, like the huntsmen, they were so kind of so like disinterest about threats? Because I mean, like I think the implication is like everyone's afraid of the amounts of magnets, like oh magnets is there, like magnets will get you whatever. But what's happening, it's like it's kind of infested with these deodants, right? And like it's implied that whoever kind of like tries to travel south, they just get eaten by the just get eaten by the deodants. So it's kind of prolonging the legend. But I wonder if it's also kind of like keeping like the people from the town from Ball, like just kind of like getting rid of all the potential
Exactly.
intruders.
Well, that's why I said it was like the Pax Romana there, right? The Roman Empire,
Yeah,
right? There wasn't really any adversity, right? They were kind of protected to a certain extent, so they kind of got too lazy and everything.
yeah, but I think that's one of the reasons though, because I mean you have the legend and it's being perpetuated by these deodants, like it seems like the valley around the mountains is kind of infested by the deodants, right? They just anyone because the one he Cugel uses a guy who like smashes with that rock, whatever. He tells him like, oh yeah, no, like you, whatever travelers they provide food for my people, whatever. It's like they eat.
Yeah.
So it is kind of like amplifying the legend, but it's also keeping the town safe in a way, right? I mean, and it is they kind of have a system where like the huntsmen, if they get too close, they just shoot them with arrows, the deodants, right? But I guess for the most part, they just leave them eat whatever like whatever like bandits go around the area, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. Give me a minute. I just gotta use the restroom. I'll be back.
Yeah, no worries.
Well, thank you for giving me permission, Adrian. I was worried you wouldn't allow me.
Well,
Is it okay with you, Carlo? Do we need to make this a group vote? I mean, if Clear, I don't know if Clear wants to give me a thumbs up too. I don't want to.
Well, I mean,
you're
you
so,
are the host, so I mean,
you're so polite. Zing. I just go to the washroom. I just mute the microphone and go and like keep listening.
I have
Like,
my nice headset on, so I don't want to be dragging my head like like dangling from the cord there.
yeah, it could become problematic.
well, I mean, like I just hope I never left my mic muted if I go to the washroom because that happened to TR6 guy and like I mean whatever it was funny but. Uh, Yeah, I don't know if you were on that space.
No, I was.
We just heard him like take a piss, so like all the steps, you know, like on audio for everyone. So yeah,
It is pretty funny, I have to say.
it was like a little symphony, just concluding with the toilet flushing. It's like beautiful symphony there. But
Wait, did
anyway,
everybody tell him what happened after, or like?
yeah, I think yeah. I mean, like, I mean, yeah. I think it was Walk who told them like, yeah, we just heard you, and he was apologizing all that, but. I mean, you could feel his shame through his voice, like like but it was pretty epic. It was pretty hilarious, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Like this week, I haven't really been on Spaces that much. I've so actually like last week when I was like briefly co-hosting one of Zink's like really long like 20-hour or like 30-hour spaces, it was like late night and like he had gone to sleep and I think Wogpog had, but like Alan so crazy came in and endangered, and I was talking to both of them, and I think Trish was in the space too, um, for a little while, and then like I was talking to Alan, and I said, oh, we haven't seen you around in a while. Like you used to be on Spaces all the time. What happened? And he said, well, he's reading more books now. He's buying more books and like he's meditating more. And he says like, things are actually better. So like, from my hearing him say that, I like, maybe I'm overdosing on a lot of these spaces too much, and like, maybe it's like to give me perspective, I have to
No,
like,
yeah, I
stay
had
off them for a bit.
I had to tone it down, Adrian. I felt better too. Like I was just, I mean, I went hard on it for like a year, right? Just spaces, but like
Yeah.
and I stopped like working out. I stopped just doing little rituals, little things, and
Same with me. I stopped
it's
working
good
out
to have
too.
that.
Like,
Yeah, no,
yeah,
it's good to have that stuff.
Okay,
yeah,
I'm back.
yeah,
I,
totally.
I have actually gone to the bathroom a lot, but like with this, but usually it's when I want to keep watching the space because it's more contentious. With this one, I'm not worried that if I'm gone for 5 minutes, shit's gonna go sideways, right?
Right.
So, because no, I have, yeah.
just on like spaces etiquette, Zinc, since you've sort of opened the door on it right now. Like, I mean, what's your take on when like trans would come in and he'd be like, no, just have the space run wild, like that's sort of his like idea behind it. I don't know if he's come in since then. Because, like, remember he had some loophole, like an
Well, I
old
think that
app.
was that one when they were fixing that thing after Elon's docs, because that's how that guy was able to get into a space,
Right,
and so like I think they closed that loophole, right?
right.
So yeah.
But I mean the overall thing, like trans was
Well, he was
saying,
the one always making
he's
so like
like,
that.
Just have it run wild, right?
Well,
And
like
like
it
let
was true because
everybody.
like what would happen? Because like I said, I've been on Spaces since way back there, like spring of 2021.
Yeah,
And back then, few people had it because back then you had to have like 5,000. Like I said, a lot of the Canadians in our circles, I think a lot of them got started on Gadsden space there, right? Because you
totally. I was a listener then, like I wasn't really participating.
Okay, well, but if you remember, like, because back then, like, yeah, you get people, and so, like, you get a lot of people, they'd come up and they'd quickly give their spiel and jump back down and everything like that, like, or go on and on. And they'd always had the hands built in there, right? So I think people just started using them because it's there to some extent. So that's why people used it. And then people just sort of like depend on it. It's like, well, how do I run a space? It's like, it becomes a very sort of mechanical, like I said, it's good training wheels. Like, if you don't know what to do, it's like good training wheels, but it's like with like any sort of like, yeah, like even like the things we're talking about, like the template of teaching somebody how to write a story, right? It's like, well, you have to use a three arc, but then some people get really caught up on this. Like, yes, when you're teaching a kid, like somebody who's brand new to writing, what that this is what you do. But then of course that's what the point of mastery is when to break the rules and when to violate them. It's like this is a template and stuff like that. And so yeah, if you're starting a space and you're a new spaces host and you don't know how to kind of guide a conversation, if somebody's kind of like fucking with the space, yet very subtly, then yeah, the hands are good because it kind of keeps things moving along. But like if you've done it, so like yeah, back over the summer when I started running the spaces, well, one because yeah, transit always said that months and months and months back, and it was sort of true because yeah, people get up there and they're like, oh, I have the conch, and now I'm going to say my piece and go on for 4 hours for 4 minutes because whatever, and then everybody else, and that causes a whole effect of yeah, people then feel like, oh well, I'm going to get my one spot and I don't know if I'm going to get it in the next 30 minutes because then so like then they feel like they got to go on and touch on everything that they ever wanted to say in the last 5 minutes, right? Especially, and even more so because people had been ostracized last year. But then when I started running the spaces over summer, like I was working while I was doing it, so I just tell people like, yeah, no hands. I'm not going to do hands because I'm not watching this. I'm just speak. If I let you up, then speak, right? Because for me to look over like every other minute to see if there's any um, speaker requests is one thing, but actually on iOS I can turn it on to automatically approve people I know too. But um, but I'm not going to sit there and count hands and keep a list, right? Because like
right,
and
right.
and this has always been my difficulty with spaces is like yeah like how much like time and effort do you want to invest in this? Like, are you going to come in with a script and have like a specific thing like a true proper podcast? Are you going to be let it be free flowing
Well, I mean
and
that's
kind
how
of accept that?
Rampart does it, right? It's like, especially his economic long wave one. It's like, it's definitely more like a call-in radio show, right?
Exactly, but that's what I mean. So like yeah, if you're going to script these and everything, but then that changes it too because then people want to have the best of both worlds. They want somebody to script something like that, and then they come up and say something. Because there's been other spaces where like somebody like is interviewing like a big name, and they're like, "Oh, you wouldn't give us any microphones." It's like, well, yeah, but this was just like an interview space. It's like, and they want to be it too. So it's
Yeah.
like, well, yeah, I'm not going to let you up there because you're fucking nobody and you're fucking halfway retarded and you don't have your question well formulated, right? Which is why we've kind of tried to do the hybrid thing where like yeah, trying to get people out on chats and then you can bring them in with the chats and stuff like that. Like, but yeah, like there's different ways to run a space and there's different types of spaces, right? Like for the most part, like I want to come into a space to mostly interact and stuff like that. So like I don't go into like the big blue check mark spaces to listen to the blue check marks ramble on. It's like no, I just want to go into spaces where I can throw in my 2 cents and everything else too, or even when I don't want to talk, like the spaces where I feel like I could, if somebody says something, I could pop up, say my piece, and pop back down, right? Like, Because otherwise, if I'm going to just listen
Yeah.
to a podcast, well, I'm going to listen to a podcast, right? Like, there's plenty of podcasts well, there's not plenty, but there's the kind I do. So it's coming down to how people want to use spaces. So like, yeah, like it depends on the space. Like, so like, it's weird when like you're in a room like this and people like, yeah, like you'll have like 5 people up in the speaker slots and people will be putting up their hands right in the middle of the night. It's like, don't put up your hand, just jump in, right? Like, but some people get really obsessed with the hands and then they get to the hands. The only times that we do digress down to hands is, yeah, when you're getting like, you end up having a big room and people want to come up and they want to, I call it like, yeah, it's pretty much like bukkake, right? Like they just want to come up and dump their load and come up and dump their load. I mean, it's crass, but I mean, that's exactly what it is, right? It's just running a train on the space, right? So I mean, so then you go to the hands and you try to get that and you try to get back to equilibrium where you can get back to a conversation. And like, so this is, we try to give everybody a chance to speak, but sometimes it's just like, well, there's something interesting going on here. I don't want to get back to the hands, right? Like, it's like, I don't want, give them a second to say their piece for 5 minutes so they feel special, but like, they're not really adding a whole lot to the conversation. We're having an interesting conversation, right? Like,
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
and if
Yeah,
some people want to listen in on that, then yeah.
I don't know. When I'm hosting, I think I do let people just like go because like, they have a voice and like they need to be heard too. Um, but then when they like
It's about
really
trying to, I
start
mean,
getting repetitive, I
yeah.
like kind of, okay, we have to move on, and like hands is a good excuse to say, okay, there are other hands up, so I mean, let's move on, right? But then then there's vitriol to you. They'll be like, oh, you let like this woman go on for like hours and hours and hours, and it's like, well, like, I mean, you've spoken 3 times, and I've done the same for you. So then there's like the host vitriol, right, that comes out, and it's just like, okay, whatever, like, I
Well,
mean,
in some ways, it's just trying to teach people like how, like I did just there, right? Like as somebody's starting to tail off, like trying to figure out where to jump in, right? Like it's that kind of rhythm, right? Like because sometimes you
yeah,
feel compelled to keep going on because like, oh, does anybody else have anything to say or whatever? But like, yeah, it's trying to get people just to like figure out when to jump in and whatever else because. If you can get that down, then people don't feel so constipated, so they can jump in and say something for 30 seconds and jump out, right? They don't feel the need. It's like, oh, I've got the spotlight on me. Now here's my 4 minutes, and let me now proceed to talk about all these 40 different topics. It's like no, like just say your piece, jump out. It's like, and then of course you'll get the person like, oh, well, I wanted to go back to what we were talking 20 minutes ago. So like you try to avoid that, right? If you keep doing the hands, you're just going to keep jamming up the train, right? So that way, if somebody has something to say then and there, they can jump in and say it then and there, and not be trying to remember what they were talking about 40 minutes ago. Jump in and then stare it back, and then maybe you just barely stared away, and now it's going to stare back to that stuff, and so that's why you avoid the hands to keep it conversational, right? Like that's my whole thing with that, and I think that's Trans's point to a large extent too. It's just that let the conversation go where it wants to go, not like everybody coming up with their own agenda and cycling it around, right? Like,
well, as you said, there are multiple spaces, and sometimes there are those spaces that are about the agenda that like different people want to talk about, and like, I guess that's where hands is appropriate, like.
well, that's the thing. Like I said, to me, hands are training wheels, right? It's either there for inexperienced hosts to use, or it shows that there's been a breakdown in the conversation, that there's not a natural flow, right? It doesn't like if a conversation has a natural flow, people know when they want to jump in, they know what they want to say, and they jump out, right? And then somebody else jumps in, right?
Yeah.
But if there's then too many people who want to speak on the topic, well, that means the conversation's broken down, right? um, and you want to let them, right? If that's what you want to do. So if you want to get through a bunch of people to really quickly get on a point, then you have to go through the hands and put limits on it that like that. Or if things start to digress into like personal attacks and stuff like that, then you have to go to the hands, right? So to me, anytime you have to run with hands, it's because something has failed in the space, either as a host or the space itself is just now unmanageable because there's just too many people. So it's just it yeah, like, but people who insist on using hands at all times, well, then that, like I said, it's like using training wheels at all times, right? Like, or any sort of guardrails, right? Like, it's or bumpers on a bowling alley or something like that, right? You don't need to like use them if you're right. It shows that you're not that things are out of control, and if it looks like it's something that should be controllable, well, then that just shows that you're unable to control something simple, right? Or if it is something that's big, well, of course, it's natural that it's out of control. So then you have to, the hands kind of help control something
Yeah.
chaotic, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, if there's just 5 people in here, like putting up your hand in a room like this, like, and you'll see it, right? Luckily, you guys know not to, but like you'll start a room in the middle of the night and somebody will come up. Like usually it's not the first person, but yeah, like that second person will come up and boop, there's the hand. It's like there's 3 of us in here. Just say, just jump in there.
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Um. Yeah. Anyway.
How's it going, Global? Did you read the book?
I didn't read the book. I was hoping to get the Cliff Notes.
This is a book that's almost
Yeah.
impossible to have cliff notes for. That's the beauty of it.
It's a bit involved. Yeah.
No, I was actually just coming up to ask you a question if I could interject for a second.
Go for it.
Yeah, so are you using the BTA2 track?
Say that again, you kind of cut up.
Are you using the BTA2 Bluetooth adapter for your Zoom?
Yeah, that's what I have on my Zoom. I'm not using it right now, but yeah, that's what I have. I bought them at the same time because that was 90% of the reason I wanted it.
Yeah, so I have it as well, and I'm trying it on Android. It works on iPhone, but on Android, it will not actually push the audio through to the app on the phone.
So honestly, I haven't tried it just because I always host on my iOS just for a very reason. I'm sure it can work. What do you what kind? Do you have a Samsung or is it a Pixel or?
Yeah, it's a Samsung.
Which one? Just out of care, like newer or older?
Older one, S9.
Okay, it should. I'll have to try because actually I think there's an S. I think my brother has an S9. I'll have to check, but I'll try it because yeah, I actually have never actually tried to sync it on my Android. And the only other 2 people who I know who have one are, of course, Rampart and then what's it, Habs, and I think they both have iOS. So yeah, I haven't. It should work, but there might be something extra because the Samsungs do some weird stuff with the Bluetooth. You do have to make sure so you're not getting audio into it. So you're not getting in both directions, or which direction you're missing?
So I Bluetooth up with it, and then it's like nothing's happened. And if I make a phone call or I try to open a space, the mic is just using my native phone mic.
Yeah. So this is one problem. Like in general, I've had this problem. This is one reason that I don't use the Samsung on Spaces because it works like the phone call. And the Samsungs get really weird with Bluetooth, like especially when you're switching between different things. Like sometimes, like if I've been in a space and I'm going and I'm listening to an audiobook just on my normal like little Bluetooth shitty earbuds, like it'll be really really low and I'll have it turned up all the way, and I'll realize like even though it's turning up the one volume and not the other volume, for some reason it thinks I'm still on the call volume, so I'll have to like disconnect it, reconnect it, then turn it up, and then I can get the media volume back. So you will get really weird stuff, and you almost have to like sometimes like it's the order you do things in. So like yeah, like if I was to try it, what I would say to do is to connect the Bluetooth to it. Well, we'll try it in both directions because like sometimes it's even the same thing that happens a lot of time with when I'm on my Bluetooths or even on a headset, and I'm in listener, and then somebody expects my speaker to come up, and then suddenly it'll switch. And so what I have to do is I have to like not quit the app, but back out of it so it backgrounds and go to the home menu, and then reopen Twitter, and then sometimes it'll do the proper switch. So there is some weird stuff with that, like about the order in which you do those things, and that's all. Like, so I'll play with it maybe later and try because yeah, like honest to God, I actually haven't tried doing it on the Android. Um, but yeah, so it doesn't surprise me. It should still work, but yeah, it's going to be something weird like that. Like, yeah, you might have to background it, reopen it, or only once you're in the space, start stopping and then starting and then connecting the Bluetooth and seeing. And then I guess at that point, trying to make sure that you're getting audio out of it into the box, into the P4 or the P4 there. Seeing if you like turning up the volume to make sure you're hearing it because you have to have it unmuted because the one problem with it is if you mute the channel, you can neither hear from it nor transmit on that third channel where that. And you made sure to flip the switch. I'm guessing, right? You have it on the third channel. You flip the switch to Bluetooth mode.
Yeah, for sure. I have
Okay.
I have a bit of a weird setup though. I've got an Apollo Universal Audio interface going into a MacBook, and then I have the MacBook going out into the Thunderbolt.
Yeah. So I mean, the first thing is just to isolate beyond that. So the first thing you should be seeing is one, like hooking your microphone up directly into the P4, hooking your monitors up into the P4, and then starting up a space, right? And then like maybe getting another phone to or computer to make sure you can hear your voice coming out of that space. And then if you speak into that, are you seeing like the little meter on the third channel there bump up and down, right? So what you should be seeing is you'll see if you're on the first microphone, into the first channel, you'll see the microphone bumping when you're there, and then you'll want to make sure that you're hearing that on the other side with your other device. And then when you speak into the other device, you'll want to make sure that you see that third channel bumping, and that those two channels are unmuted or muted. But yeah, you'll have to you essentially leave the third channel unmuted on when you're running the space there, because you need it to both hear from it and to input on it. So
Yeah, I did that without the second account having a mic and talking back, but on iPhone it worked flawlessly, and on Android it doesn't connect at all. So yeah, I'll keep messing with it and see. But I couldn't. I tried all that stuff, like trying to close the app, reopen the app, disable Bluetooth, re-enable Bluetooth, cycle the phone, cycle the pod track, everything. But I don't think it's really designed very well for Android systems. It seems like flawless with iPhones. So
it should be fun because it's actually neutral. It's just the Bluetooth. Like I said, the real problem here is just that the Samsungs are bad at Bluetooth. It's a neutral Bluetooth implementation. That's how it actually works, because actually normally that's why you actually have to use it, because if you just used a tip ring sleeve cable into the iPhone using an adapter to Lightning, it knows it's on a phone call and it does a bunch of really weird things and everything else. So like, because it's just such a neutral Bluetooth, it doesn't know. It doesn't know if you're it's the same as if you had a Bluetooth headphones. It actually has no idea where it's going. It's just a Bluetooth radio, right?
well,
Transmitter and receiver.
I think it's actually to do with the architecture for the Twitter app for Spaces. Personally,
Well, it's both. Like I said, yeah. But the problem you're having on Android is just that on the Samsungs, I found the Bluetooth is actually really, really messed up because it tries to do too many things, so it gets confused all the time. I constantly have to turn my Bluetooth on and off. So that's the problem. It's just the way Android handles any Bluetooth, even not this, because this is it doesn't know the difference between this and a pair of earbuds. I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I tried on a Pixel too, but of course the Spaces isn't available on that app, so I just tried a phone call, but it didn't work with Pixel either. So
yeah, that might be the other thing to try. Is try doing it as a phone call, because of course you should be able to do the phone call and try and narrow it down there, because at least that way, you're not having to deal with Bluetooth shittiness. I mean, Spaces shittiness, right? You're just working with just the Bluetooth shittiness of the Android implementation.
well, I got an iRig 2 coming as well to see if I can make a workaround happen with.
A what? An iRig?
Yeah, an iRig 2.
What's that?
Well, it's meant more for guitars, but apparently this is a workaround that people have been using for Clubhouse. You can check out some videos on it, and it involves quarter-inch jacks, TRS cables, right, and then you have a dongle converting, and it seems to work. It works with Clubhouse, so I'm gonna give it a shot. It's like $60 or something for the iRig.
Yeah, I have to check that out. Yeah, no, Wogpog was supposed to. I don't know if he's tried it yet, because technically everything I'm doing right now with this, I could have pulled out my big old mixing board and handled the mix minus and all that stuff, but it would just taken up too much space on my desk. Because there's a couple of things. One, you have to. Well, one, it has to do with some things that the iOS just does, and especially Apple does to like. Yeah, there's a bunch of issues there, and then trying to make it neutral, but then you have to like do like a then there was another problem because I was having it charging at the same time. So there's a number of problems with it, but yeah, but yeah, I'll have to try with it. I'll just have to try it and let you know, because like I said, even just getting my Bluetooth earbuds to work on Spaces sometimes with it is so like it doesn't surprise. It seems like it should work, but like sometimes it's just like that magic, and sometimes you have to do it 2 or 3 times. Like, okay, well maybe I'll come in first and then I'll back out, and then I'll. So I'll let you know. And let me know if you make any advance there.
Yeah, I have a feeling that it's going to be the iRig or nothing for this Android because I don't want that kind of unreliability glitchiness. But
I
I
don't
think,
know if you're gonna get away with it to the Android though, because even wired on the Android, I get unreliable glitchiness. Like even when I have a headset plugged into the phone, like, well, I don't have a. Does your phone have a 3.5 millimeter jack on it, or is it just going through USB C?
oh yeah, I've got both, but I was going to use the
Uh,
USB dongle, right? And I don't know.
yeah, that's where it might still be unreliable because even when I'm plugging a headset into the USB dongle, like I have a converter from 3.5 to USB C there, it's still sometimes I have to unplug it, plug it back in, back out, back in, even without the Bluetooth level. Like I've even had that issue with spaces for months and months and months.
So global, why not use iOS? Is there like some security issue why you don't want to use iOS?
Well, in this situation, it's going to be an account that's not linked to this iOS that's got these accounts linked to it. So I'm going
Right.
to buy a second iPhone to do it smoothly with the other account and not have to worry about Android being a piece of crap.
Yeah, it seems that most people on Spaces have more luck with iPhone than Android, right? I mean, this seems to be like something that has come up over and over again.
Yeah, it's just I can't risk having that kind of unreliability if it's going to be happening in real time, where it could cause the room to crash or just be unlistenable and nobody wants to be there. So kind of leaning towards. I figure I'll give the iRig a try and I'll let you guys know how that goes. But I think Android's just not worth trying to make work because it's just going to be too unreliable, like Zink's saying there. But thought I'd give it a shot anyway because I don't want to have to drop that much on another iPhone, but probably gonna have to. But thanks for the info there, Zink, and I'll mute my mic and put my hand up now.
Perfect, no trouble. Which of course I guess means that you're done talking. So yeah, no. So I didn't know if like was there anything else about the mountains and magnets part that we wanted to cover? Or?
Carlo?
No, keep going. Yeah. Yeah, just that part with it. Like, I'm glad you guys kind of got the same thing with the deodans that were, like they were kind of like the whole legend of magnets, but like, basically being like, amplified by the just kind of the what was happening around the mountain, really. Anyways, keep going.
So I mean, what came after that? After he escapes from the girl drowns, Kugel escapes from being injured, and he climbs up the mountain and continues on his way. Um, I forget where we were now. What happened? Was it? It's not the cave, is it? Or no? Was it the pilgrims at that point, or like was it the? Is that where he meets up with the pilgrims?
No,
No, no.
after mountains,
It's the cave, isn't it?
it's Pharaohism. It's the totality vignette. Like he kind of like runs down the mountain, and then he stumbles around, and he finds the quarry where like the like Pharaohism's people are doing the mining.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Oh, or they're like erecting some type of structure, right?
Well,
That has to be precise. And he
at the
talks to the
beginning,
foreman.
yeah, but at the beginning, it looks like they're mining. It's like a quarry, right? They're like just mining these big like rocks, and then you see they're building something. But yeah, and this is really funny though. This is what I said though. This vignette though, it felt to me like the most kind of disconnected. That I really got the sense that I'm like, oh yeah, like Vance was just kind of writing this for fun, or even like now that Zing mentioned it, that he just had like kind of like kill darling, Kill darlings from like other stories, and he's like, well, I'm just gonna like recycle this and like kind of like make like a through line, like a make like a common thread, and then just write from this. And I have to say, any time traveling stories really bothers me. Like I feel like that to me is like a plot breaker. Like whenever you have time travel, like to me it's like like either make your whole story about it, like, but like to just put it there like that to me is like potential like a plot breaker. Let's call in this one like it's so far when he travels, right? Like it's like, oh no, it's so far, like who even cares, right? But oh, and it's something weird there. Like he says, like he gets this sense of deja vu, and then at some point it's like, oh, was it because I traveled in time, or was it because I saw this and then traveled in time that I had the deja vu like sense? But anyway, it my least favorite. I feel like it's super disconnected to anything else. Um, yeah, the whole time travel thing. Like I'm not like too happy with that in stories, and the funny part though is that they could have just solved this by giving this dude some bread or whatever. Like it's so silly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that, Carlo. I was thinking that too. It's like, well, actually, the one guy did offer Kugel some of his meal, one of the workmen, but Kugel denies it for some reason, and then he finds that like,
Right. It's hubris, right? It's like, okay, well, I'm not gonna get like seconds, right? I'm gonna like hand me down food, like like someone's leftovers, right? It's like I'm Kugel, right? Like I'm a wine connoisseur, right? I'm not getting this crap. So I saw that it's just plain on the hubris. Um, but I mean, he could have accepted it. But yeah, no, the thing is, like, they could just. I don't know how this world is such a like stark world, right? Like, someone comes, like, it actually. I think we read like he's really hungry, like he's been like like he's even lost a lot of weight. They say that, oh yeah, he's like his eyebrows usually like like kind of like very bushy and that are like just kind of clean to his skin. Like this guy looks like he's starving for real, and he goes there and they just like, no, well, like they don't even give him some food or something. Like it's a weird thing. But yeah, it's interesting that like he, at some point like they offer him like to work there, and like I'm not sure if he's also like considering like, or he's just like, okay, I just want food and that's it, like get the heck out of here.
yeah, and I mean his deliberations as to whether or not he actually accepts the work. He's like, well, I have to consider all of the aspects of it, and then the wizard is like, well, yeah, okay, like that makes sense, and like, you shouldn't deliberate too long, and then he does, um, and then they pass him up for the work. You still coming back to when the guy offers him like the seconds. You say it's hubris. It's like he's pretty damn hungry at this point. Like I just don't see why
I
he
think it was because the guy was
wouldn't
really,
have
really
taken
small.
it.
It just wasn't even worth it because the guy was like one of the
Oh, okay.
tinier ones.
Right, so his portion was smaller, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it was like a morsel, like so it wouldn't have even accomplished anything.
Right. But I mean, if you're that hungry, you take it anyway, right? Like, I mean, um, but yeah. So I mean, one thing that with the time travel and stuff like that, so he eats that like jellyfish type of entity. Um,
So
he tells the wizard about it. The wizard transports him back in time. Sort of what I was thinking of, and we were talking about this in one of these spaces. Was it the last space or like a space before? We were talking about like that quantum superposition where like an electron could be here and then like on the other side of the universe. Like, um, I sort of thought about that when he's like, oh no, you have to see where he's gone now because like somehow because he ate him in that time, he's a million years away. So I sort of thought about that like quantum superposition. I don't think Jack Vance was thinking about that at all. I think he was just trying to add some like cool time travel scene into
yeah,
the story, right? I mean, um, Yeah, I mean, and the fact that nothing comes of it too. It's like, except
Exactly.
Kugel, he meets those creatures. He has an erotic encounter
Well, once
with
again,
one,
I think it's like
and
almost
then
the
comes
joke, right?
back. Like,
That this guy has waited and built this wall for all this time, right? And it's kind of the same as the beach thing, right? That and then
yeah,
Kugel
yeah,
then disrupts it, and then like the odds of him even finding it the second time were so slim, and now it's like what the odds for all this is like. Oh my, I think it is sort of like a math joke. Like, what are the odds of this thing? Because like he's like, oh well, there's only a chance of a 0.1%, differentiation of my
yeah,
time
yeah,
there.
yeah.
It's like, well, but that's 1,000 years for me, right? Which is pretty precise, all considered, but like it's not precise enough when you can. So I think he is sort of like mocking to some extent the math of it, just like yeah, like what the odds are of all this stuff and the chances are of it all and just everything else.
So that's sort of what led me what I was saying previously about like when I was talking about the math and like the different like logical things and stuff like that. Like, uh, I mean I don't know if Jack Vance was conscious of that. Probably not, but like you never know, right? So I mean, that's and this was one of those other times. That's a good point that you raised, Zink. Um, yeah. I don't know. I kind of get what Carlo is saying, that this part was disconnected from the story. I mean, I had even forgotten it, right? So I mean,
It doesn't
yeah,
it doesn't advance the plot though. Like it's
absolutely.
not go forward. Like he literally comes back like to the exact same spot, right? Like and nothing happens.
Well, once again,
Except
it's just the whole human, right? That yeah, you have all these different sized guys, right? Essentially, these guys are willing to let themselves be changed to like so like some guys are getting very small, some guys are getting very big, right, and all that. And which one's big, right? You usually want to be bigger, but yeah, if you're smaller, your needs are easier to satisfy, right? And everything's well calculated and everything else. And I think too with this wizard, because like for the most part, this guy is very benevolent, right? But of course, he's not particularly giving, right? He seems to be benevolent for the most part, right? But of course, once his last 300 years of his life have been wasted, right? Once again, we see with all the other people, right? That like the yeah the everybody's patience and compassion in this world does have its depth, right? So he's been able to be benevolent and high-minded for like a long time. Who knows how he worked his way there, but once he's confronted with this thing, right, he can get rather bitter.
Well, I mean, he's more of like an efficiency expert. Like he seems like a taskmaster, right? Like, I mean, he wants everything to run perfectly smoothly. And that foreman that is directing things that has that long finger to that extends out to point out people's different flaws so that he can fix it. Um,
I you
yeah,
know what
I didn't find it that interesting. Like
I have
it's
to say
kind of corny, right?
I did enjoy reading it. Like I found it really funny. And like I found something that's cool. Like from the linguistic point of view, like he gives him a spell to like kind of learn because he kind of anticipates that he wouldn't speak the language from back then, right? So he gives him a spell to like learn a language after hearing like a couple of phrases or whatever. And like there's a part that's really funny that like he's kind of sitting there, right, Kugel, like when he goes to the village in the back in time in the Back to the Future village back then, and then he's just sitting there like observing, and then like he talks to the owner of the inn, right, and then he's like, I don't know, it's one of the elders, right, and he's like, oh, like I had the line here, he's like, like Kugel finally talks to them, right, and then he goes like, oh, from your behavior, I assume that you were not only deaf and dumb, but also guilty of mental retardation. It is
Yeah.
now clear, at least, that you hear and speak. Oh my god, that was I just found that I just laughed out loud, like reading that. Like I forgot it was that funny.
Well,
Um,
and it's also sort of the irony that if this guy had just given him that little bit of food, Kugel wouldn't have been so desperate as to eat the thing, right? So like in some ways, his own like arrogance was his undoing, right? Like in that,
Yeah.
like yeah, if he had just like not left him there, right? Then So yeah, I think it's just there for like it's just another sort of like vignette, right? Yeah, it doesn't really change a whole lot, but yeah, it's just kind of like a sideways story there.
But did you guys enjoy it though? Like I had fun reading it, and like and you know what happens to him? Like he kind of hooks up with this like with this girl. By the way, they have like orange skin. Like I could not actually like kind of
Orange
reconcile.
and black or something, wasn't it? Or
It's just very strange. Like I was thinking like, wait, orange because they're like super tan. They have like tanning beds or something. Like what is happening here? Like I could not see them as like people, but he goes like, I have the notes here. It's like, together they went to the chamber and performed a number of erotic exercises. After which Google collapsed into a sleep of utter exhaustion, for his day had been taxing. It's like, what? And then like they call him basically like they treat him like a heretic because like he doesn't cover his face, or like they have like this weird custom, right? We're talking like this weird like habit where like everyone has to cover their face when they sleep, right? um and then he almost gets like lynched for not covering his face. It's like heresy, right? For I forget what it is though, if it's like covering like your head or your face when they sleep.
yeah, um, there was something else that he did too that offended them. Um, was that the only thing that he did that offended them to that point, or like there was
uh,
something else? It was like there was other things that he did that were considered like just not done or impolite.
well,
Um,
like I found it here, like the girl goes, because I mean like they fall asleep and then the girl wakes up and like she just leaves, and it's outrage. And then when they're trying to like like blame him, the girls she's speaking, she's like, oh, he sleeps with neither head covering nor devotional salve on his chin. Something so fucking arbitrary, right? um, uh, the girl Zion Brass reports that at no time in their Congress did the villain call out for the approval of jealousy. So I guess if they're having sex, he has to like get their gods like a benediction, or like whatever. So yeah, heresy beyond a doubt, declared the authors of the deputation. Yeah, and I mean on on Kugel's defense, like how the fuck would he know, right? He had to do all that.
yeah, I think they're more tribalistic, right? So it's like he probably can't reason with them either. So yeah, and I mean it's a million years in the past. So
Yeah, but what I said, like every time we visit like a new village, like a new tribe, whatever, like this is really well done. What I said, like it's to me what makes this world kind of work, and like especially compared to, yeah, I don't know, a lot of the Rings, Wheel of Time, like anyone's just whatever, right? Like in Lord of the Rings, okay, the elves, some of the elves just live in the forest or like on some like citadel, but they're just fucking elves, and that's what they do, right? Like they don't do, they're just humans, like kind of refined, like, and like every elf is pretty much the same, right? Like in any setting. But here, like even here, like it's so well done. Like even people, like I don't know if you guys remember. We'll get into it later, though, but like the pilgrims, they kind of have like a different like interpretation of the universe, and they go into these fucking arguments, and it's so entertaining. And like this is amazing. Like you can see like even a group of people here, like they don't even agree on like something as huge as like like theology, or like like cosmology. But anyways, yeah, I don't know what you guys have to say about this time travel shenanigans.
yeah, I mean I don't know if I really enjoyed this part. It was like such a departure from the main story, as he said, that
Oh, so
I'm
you
not
think so?
sure.
You think so too? You
Yeah,
did you? Yeah,
I didn't. I mean, I didn't even remember that this was the part that came next, right? So I mean,
no,
then
I mean,
Yeah,
when you said, "Oh yeah, they were mining," and then I was like, "Oh yeah, that's right, they were building." There was the foreman that he talks to, and like
like I
they're
remember
building this structure.
like I do think about like the whole idea of like the small guys and the big guys and being changed to like do that, but like yeah, like as far as like the actual once again, like I said, like a lot of it seems like he was just like had these ideas that like are interesting ideas, but you could just never fit them into a real story without breaking the overall logic of like a specific, like more serious, like fantasy world, right? Like it's like, well, that breaks the magic system of this world or this world, right? Whereas like with the Kugels, like there is like this like kind of randomness to the variety there, right? So he
Yeah.
could kind of like stick in these like weird little vignettes.
Well, actually, what I said to me it does break it because anytime you introduce time travel, like I'm like, well, you can go and fix this in the past, but like with this is so random and like so far like like the time lapse is so big that okay, like I'll give it a
Well,
pass.
that's what he's even kind of like mocking is like how precise you would have to be, right? Like it's like, oh yeah, we'll get it within a range of 100,000 years or something, right? Like,
Yeah. Um, but it's funny, like it just yeah, like and it got me thinking too, like hold on, like how like galaxies move, like solar systems move, or like galaxies are constantly moving. So like I mean, the spell would have to be like time, but also like space travel, right? So I'm like, wait, you magicians solve like space travel because if the galaxy has been like rotating around like the galaxy cluster for like a million years, it means it has moved like I don't know how many fucking like light centuries or whatever, like light millennia, and like how do you cast them like like that far in space? So, anyways, well, so you guys see, like to me, time travel just breaks the story because I start trying to like rationalize the time travel, how it works, and how the mechanics work.
But I mean, it's not even clear why he wants that entity and why building that structure would like draw it out. Um,
well,
and
it's the same reason any
Kugel
of the magicians do
happens upon
anything,
it,
right?
right? Like,
We don't really know why, what's his name wants whatever, right? Like, or even Mazirian when he's asking, Turgeon for his secrets, like, why does he want to make? Like, I think what you get with all these guys is just that they've lived so long and they're so busy that yeah, they have like they start to take on like really sort of obtuse sort of hobbies and stuff, right? Like
Yeah, they go
that
into
is
really
certain.
esoteric shit, right? Because
Like when you have all that time and everything else, right? You kind of find new things to sort of mess around with.
yeah. So I mean, I sort of I understand, um, the rivalry aspect of it, but with this one, we don't really get the sense. He explains that the structures that he's making will like that for 300 years that will bring the entity out. um I feel there could have been more explanation as to why he wants it, and then he wants Kugel to retrieve it because he's like, well, I mean, you messed this up, you ate it, now it's a million years in the past. Kugel goes, he does it, then all of a sudden, like, he achieves the objective, and then he's transported back to the future, and then
no,
he's like,
he doesn't grab it in the end. He has it like really really close, and then one of the winged beings like like pushes
oh
him.
yeah.
He lets go at the last second. So yeah, he doesn't achieve the quest.
But I mean, he was supposed to have, he combined it with like, what was it, some type of medallion that
No, it's a nullity, another entity that's kind of a medallion. Yeah.
um so he combined it, but then all of a sudden, like, somehow the wizard in the future recognized that he had um attached it together, and then he was transported back. Like, I don't know, that part wasn't clear to me, like,
No, hold on, because he like the spell the way it worked. It's like as soon as he like he merged totality with the medallion you're calling with nullity,
oh
it will
yeah,
be
totality, that's right, yeah.
it will be transported back right away. That, but like he makes contact, but then at the very last second, one of the wind beings like pushes him, and like he loses totality, so he's transported back, but he doesn't have totality. So how the story ends is like Pharazôn like ask him, okay, like what was the cave in the hill that where like you lost it, and they go there and they find the medallion, like just like it's been a million years sitting there, so it's barely holding, and when Pharazôn picks it up, it just turns into dust, and that's it. And like Pharazôn is like, okay, get the fuck out of here, like we're done, and that's it.
so essentially his 300 years of constructing, that monument that he's
Yeah,
constructing is all for nothing.
nothing.
So it's
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
I mean, is Vance really just commenting on the futility of a lot of this stuff, right? I
Well,
mean,
it's just a joke. It's just a cosmic joke, right? Like that he spent all this time, and then like, yeah, if he had just fed Kugel, Kugel would have gone on his way, but he didn't feed Kugel, and so Kugel tried to eat this thing. He didn't even fill up on it, right? Like, well, he had this totality thing, right? But he tried to do everything he could to eat something that was essentially inedible, right? And just over focused on it. And then yeah, this guy, this wizard who's usually dejected, right? He gets rather angry. And in the end, there, I guess that's kind of the idea is that this wizard could have gone further, but he doesn't really punish Kugel as much as other ones would have, right? He's just like sort of like, yeah, dejected, and he just, yeah, it's all and done, and yeah, will he even ever be able to get that chance again, right? Like now, it's a question of like not another 300 years, but even like, yeah, what's the odds of it happening in another billion years now, right? He was because now, like, yeah, now totality, I guess, is all butthurt or something too and stuff. So
Like something that I found really funny. It's like, I mean, like Pharazim is super pissed off, and he's like, well, like you don't know what you did. Like, like I mean, she tells him a whole spiel. He's been working on it for like centuries, and he's like, yeah, like like you don't know what you did, but like prodding, poking, boiling, chewing, whatever. He's like, like kind of giving a rundown of what he did, and then Kugel goes like, I have the line. He's like, what of the effects of digestion? Inquired Kugel delicately. Will the various components of space, time, and existence retain their identity after passing the length of my inner tract? I felt like,
yeah, I remember reading that.
like inquired Kugel delicately. I mean, I love like he's
Yeah.
trying to like like finesse his way out of this monumental fuck up. Like just made me laugh a lot.
well, that's the
But I mean,
thing.
he
Yeah,
really did nothing wrong, right? I mean, how,
No, I mean he
like,
didn't know. I mean, so obviously, yeah.
yeah,
It's just I think this one is for humor. Like I mean, the whole
yeah,
thing is ridiculous, right? And like yeah, and like what Singh said, like having Pharazim, like Pharazim is kind of like Jesus, right? Has this kind of like benevolent aura and like his long golden hair, whatever, and and see him like just be such a total douche over this, like thing, and it is kind of justified too. So it's complete absurdity. It's like pushing the fantasy, like in the humor absurdity at its best.
yeah, totally. Yeah, I mean, I do feel that this was separate. It was like a separate like quest.
Yeah, no, and what's funny?
Yeah,
What's funny, Adrian? Like you mentioned, oh, I forgot it. Like me, I can, like because I read it, recently, right? But it's like my fourth time reading this, and this one, like I can always forget what it is. I'm like, oh, what is it? What is this one? Like I never, because it doesn't follow the thread, right? Of the story, it doesn't follow like the, like the kind of like linear, like kind of the progression, right?
yeah.
I'm always like, wait, what is it? Like, what is the order of this one? I can never remember. Like, you'll see, like, probably in a couple of weeks, I'll forget where it goes because it's so disconnected to me too that every time that I read, I'm like, oh yeah, this happens now. Like, I always forget where in the timeline of this story takes place.
So then the pilgrims follow this, right? When Kugel connects
Yeah,
with them.
yeah. Yeah, he goes to the uh, to the inn. Like he just kind of rolls down the monument place, the quarry there, and he just like like stumbles upon the inn.
Yeah. And then I guess we covered the whole thing with
With loader mulch.
Luder Munch when he steals his room and stuff like that. And his meal. Um, so then he connects with them and
Yeah, you know what?
accompanies them to.
I don't know what you think though. I want to interject though. I don't know what you guys think, but like at the very beginning, uh, when they are, like Kugel is just listening to the to the pilgrims just talking, right? And like there is this sect, the the funambulous evangels who like they kind of refuse to walk on ground because their argument is like they kind of like the humans throughout the eons have like become dust and become the soil of the earth of the planet, right? And they walk around with these lines like grabbing these lines like to touch the floor as like as least as possible, I guess. um and then they have this kind of ceremonial shoes that they have to like step on. That was so ridiculous. Not sure you guys remember that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, maybe I have to read this again, or like go through it, or like listen to it. But like, I find myself like, a lot of like the other characters and stuff like that. Like, I'm mainly focused on Kugel throughout the entire narrative. It's like the other characters come in and out, and it's like, but like primarily like I'm focused on Kugel and like, what's he gonna do. Um, and just like, I don't know, you get so invested with his journey back to the south that I just find myself like really focusing on that. Um, and all this other stuff happens. So I mean, I've only read this once, and like I know you guys have read this multiple times. So like, I think I'll probably have to read it again to like, really
Yeah, to use the
hammer
audiobook.
down on a lot of stuff, or like do the audiobook, because like, I mean, what does the audiobook really add to this that reading it doesn't? It's like,
Well,
you
like
guys say, are the narrators like,
I think he just
he's
really
like,
captures like sort of like the malicious, like that, like I said, like not quite the maliciousness, but like the kind of like fuck you that every like that very
yeah,
much that kind of like that
the
attitude that everybody has. Yeah,
picaresque attitude. Yeah, he really
and
captures that.
and like the pretensions, like he's very good at got like with his voice, like capturing like the detached, like when dealing with what was the wizard we were just talking about, Pharism, right? Like when he's all like detached and like all high minded at first, and then later on capturing, like the like when he gets much more angry about it, right, and much more petty, right?
I
Yeah.
mean, you do get that when you read it, like, and it's just, your own sub vocalization. I
No,
mean,
but this guy does really well, Adrian. And like what Zing was saying, like when someone's being pretentious or when someone's being like flippant, like he really gets it. Like he nails it. It's so entertaining. Um, or like sometimes something is not on the book, right? Like when people kind of like hesitate or like like or they try to like hammer on a point that they speak too fast or like emphasizing like I didn't get that when I read it the first time, but with the audiobook, I'm like, oh my god, this is so funny, right? When like he kind of he I guess he's improvising like hesitations of that, but he does it so well that it's like, oh, that really adds some flavor to it. Um, or like
so
yeah,
Carlo, did you read it like visually the first time, or like was it audiobook the
no,
first time for you?
I read this. I read this the first time, like this one, like the first Google. I reread it like on my reader like twice. Then I listened to it. Like I love so much the thing that I listened to it again. And since then, like whenever I go to bed, I just play it like whatever it is. Like I just let it rip. Like it's so entertaining to me that yeah, I just like the and yeah, like Arthur Murray, like his dramatization is because it's really high quality to me. Because I listen to many audiobooks, and some people are very robotic. Some people overdo it. That is like, dude, you don't have to like do all this like when it's a girl or like when it's like someone who's supposed to like be like a let's say like a big dude. They just go them with this low pitched voice. Like no, calm down. You don't have to do special effects with your voice either. So this one to me is perfect. Like he really focuses more on the inflection and like like where to fit the words and what I said, like when maybe to add a hesitation or like when to make someone like when it's some pretentious thing or like when it's like a double entendre thing, like how to play with like vocal tones there. Like it's so well done. Like I'm like, oh wow, this is really high quality. So that's why I enjoy it, and it makes it funny sometimes. Like
I
or
was
someone.
even listening to the second book, and it was somebody doing the voice of somebody else, and so he like mixes the two very carefully, so you have this sense that it's somebody impersonating another guy's voice. So like it's that kind of like subtlety he brings to it.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm not gonna say that, but I know exactly what you mean. Saying like, well, yeah, someone who's impersonating another character, and like, but by the way he's dramatizing it, you get it. Oh yeah, this person is dramatizing this character. Sorry, it's imitating this character. So yeah, it's really top notch. But I actually read this on paper for this space. Like again, I read it like a third time, and
Right.
yeah, I got so much enjoyment this time. I really got into the details, and what I said, especially this vignette, it's just packed with like like really good goodies, and especially like all of this like a lot of like diversity into the pilgrims because there are like different sects in there and like different beliefs. Everyone has a different belief, and like yeah, it's a lot of like personalities in here. Everyone has like a really cool flavor. Yeah,
So
I don't know. Go ahead.
so I'm just curious, like so you guys have like read this or listened to it like more times than me. So the obelisk they go to,
Yeah.
um, how does Kugel get it to say that they have to make a pilgrimage across the desert and to like Azamai, to the south? Like, how does he get it to do that? Like, what did he use some kind of spell or something? Like, I don't remember it
The the the,
explicitly
the, uh,
saying.
the obelisk is this kind of is this contraption, right? Like I think it has like a speaker built in it somehow, like an amplification, like a sound amplification device. And the dude who runs it, wait, what's his name again? Um, the dude who runs the obelisk, like Kugel goes and bribes him with like all of this stuff that he gets from like all of the artifacts that he has. He
Oh yeah, that's right. That he stole
I,
from the magician. That's
yeah, that he steals from a what's it, Voynod? Anyways,
yeah.
the guy who gets killed, by facing the Bravos, he just steals all his shit, and he go bribes the the like the obelisk
The
warden,
operator.
the operator, yeah, and he and like tells him, yo, like do this for me, and I give you all of this, and like yeah, what actually, oh my god, like one of the artifacts is one that like it kind of makes people horny. Like I laugh so much at those um like all the different magic items that he has.
Oh yeah, and that was the thing that Kugel wanted to borrow, and he wouldn't allow it. He was like, "No, no, I'm not going to let you borrow it. There's no way." Um, yeah, yeah. I mean, there's just so many things to this story, right? Like, um, yeah. I mean, there's so many aspects to it. There was something that I was going to touch on
Uh,
there. So it's like,
then it's called the wait, let me see if I can remember what the guy it's called. I think it's called the precursor, like the operator from the obelisk, right? Yeah, that's it, right? Let me see if I can find out. Yeah, it's a precursor. Yeah. So he goes to see the guy, and like he goes to bribe him, and I just love the name of the artifacts. First of all, Sekugo, I know that I am a powerful wizard. Behold, a tube which projects blue concentrate, and here a sacred listen 18 phases of the Laganetic cycle, which he gets that from the magician, like legit. And this instrument, a horn which allows the dead to speak and use in another fashion, allows information to be conveyed into the dead brain. I possess other marvels galore. I love the items though, like they're so unique for all the magic.
oh yeah, there was one. I don't know if you guys remember the one spot where he had stolen. I'm going back a bit. Sorry.
No,
Um,
no,
where he had stolen the two buttons from Corwy, and
oh
but they
my
were
god,
like of a certain quality, and he gives it to the guy, and he's like, "Oh, you don't get any change." He's like, "Why? This is worth way more. Give me the gold pieces as change." And he's like, "No, dead men, don't need change." And he's like, "Well,
that
like, give it
was
to me
funny.
anyway, right?"
And like during the night, you have you have like the Sable Boy or whatever trying to steal his shoes. Remember that? And Cugel was like, "What's the meaning of this?"
Yeah, totally.
The kid is like, "Oh well, a dead man doesn't need these fancy shoes, right?"
Yeah,
And
exactly.
Cugel was like, "Oh, are you gonna send me to my death without shoes?" Yeah, it's pretty funny.
But then like if we fast forward back to the Pilgrims, I mean, if you think about it, it's pretty duplicitous of Kugel
Oh,
to
it's
get
horrendous.
52 men, like
They
he
most of them
dupes them
die, and most
to
of
go
them
across
die.
this desert, and they pretty much all die, or like we
Yeah.
don't know what happens to them, just
Oh
so
no.
that he can get across.
Oh no, no. I mean, like, I feel like every time, like, remember what I said? Like, I'm like, oh, like when he robs the, when he takes the talisman from the guy, like sits in the sand, I'm like, whoa, Kogol is horrible. Like, this guy, like, told him for generations, whatever, his family, and he's just taking that. But then, like, it gets worse and worse, right? Like, I mean, like, letting Marlinka drown, like in the boat, and now, yeah, no, this is pretty bad. That he manipulates the whole situation, and he knows, right, like, because he's told, like, oh, like the silver desert, what's it called? Yeah, I think it's the silver desert, whatever, I forgot what the
Yeah,
desert is.
the Silver Desert. Yeah,
It's like, oh, like you have, like, almost no one makes it, and like if anything there's just bandits, and like, like just only bandits there, like, like you need a bunch of people, and like few of them make it, and knowing all this, yeah, he like manipulates the whole situation, like, yeah, that's pretty nasty. It's like super cruel.
yeah. I mean,
Of course, this part, like, I can't remember all the details, but this is another part that was funny for me because it's just like mocking, like, well, in many ways, obviously, he's mocking Canterbury's Tale and other things, but like, just like, yeah, like,
totally.
but like, just
Yeah,
like these like silly religious arguments where like everybody's trying to one up each other, right? It's like, well, but my understanding of it is, it's like, oh, well, that's very profound, right? Like, just like these stupid conversations that people have, right? And even in spaces. So like that's of course, you know,
I mean, it's a lot like at Swim Two Birds when they're like with the puka and they're making that like pilgrimage, um, the convoy, and like they're all making fun of each other. It's very similar, and like, yeah, you are right, Zink. Canterbury Tales for sure. He pulled, Jack Vance pulled from that, like,
well,
you know,
it's even funnier to me lately because like in these spaces, right? Like it's even the thing I've been pointing out, like I said, when it comes to conspiracy theory, any of this stuff, like when people come in so definite, it's like I know this is exactly what it is, right? This it's like no. If we knew exactly, it's about vagaries. You have to be willing to entertain multiple things at the same time, some of which may be slightly, even contradictory, and then you have to place a hierarchy there, right? Like essentially, you have to do a sort of statistical weighting, even in your own mind, when just dealing with problems, right? It's like, does this matter? Is it fun? Is this something I should worry about at night? Is there anything I can do about it? Right? Like, and it is just like a general thing. And in some ways, like, and it goes both ways because to some extent, right? Obviously in our spaces, like sometimes people come in and of course they immediately, it's like, well, you guys know what's wrong with society. It's that, people aren't praying enough anymore. And it's like, okay, and I let them go a little bit, but I usually ignore, but it's like, they get caught up on their beating the drum. But then the other thing happens on the other side where the people going on and on about like what their little thing is like, well, we all know that, this is what caused, this thing. That it's like, okay. And I had to like calm somebody. It's like, okay, I know usually we let this happen, but we're trying to talk about, because we were talking about the AI thing. It's like, and I think the problem is like, yeah, people have gotten reinforced, right? Like normally in everyday society, right, they couldn't come out and say that and not be laughed at. And of course, we're very understanding in here. Whatever people want to believe, right? I don't care, right? Either way, just like leave people alone, right? It's more the way you would, kind of surround these things. What's your exact understanding of them, right? But yeah, being very definite. So like, it's like I'm not going to get into an argument about these things, but there's the things we know, there's the things we can postulate on, but like to make a statement like that, like you don't have direct knowledge that you can share with me, right? Maybe you've received it through some extra force or whatever, but that force has not provided me with that knowledge. So when you come in here with that information, you put me in a bad spot because I either deny it or I don't. So we have to, and this is what people just don't understand, right? Is that you can't like yeah, you just and then they overdo it, right? So yeah, they've spent their whole life like, oh yeah, they can't say it out loud, but now they can say it in here, and so sometimes people just like run off on these like silly things. It's like, yeah, it's like it's mutually assured destruction. Like that's the problem. Is that like we're all understanding in here, but if you really want to dig down on it, right, we can all mock each other's, sort of more supernatural beliefs like that all we want. So that's why we tend to avoid them, right? But then some people, if you let them go on for too long, they don't understand that you're tolerating them. You're not agreeing with them. It's like, yes, I'm being tolerant. That doesn't mean I'm being agreeable with you. But if you keep forcing it and you keep cementing it, then you're gonna push me onto the other side. You know what I mean? Like it's
Well, I mean, I have to say, like, you guys on Spaces, you're super forgiving with religious people, though. Like, I'm like, and I'm tolerant too, right? But as soon as someone like starts talking about like, oh, like you don't pray enough, like, oh, if you read the Bible, I've been super open. I'm like, yeah, like, shut up, like, like you're not gonna impose this on me, right? Like, I mean, I know you understand that, like, in like, you're like, oh no, but like, if because you don't understand, I'm like, no, I don't have to understand. Like, like, you telling me like a 2,000-year-old like religion, like I have to base my life on this. Like, sorry, and like with all respect, like, like I'm not interested in, like, you respect that, right? But like they just keep going and going and going, right? It's like, oh no, but if you understood, I'm like, no, I don't have to understand. Like, why don't you get that? Like, I'm not interested about understanding. Like, there's the whole concept to me that it's, it's like not interested. Like, can you please respect that? And I have to go there because like they don't stop.
well, because that's the
So
top. Like
like
I said, like this is the
yeah.
right. Like so, yeah, you'll have the people come in. It's like, well, the problem with society is that we don't have God in schools. And actually, I love explaining this. It's like if having God in right, because like I mean, that's the problem. Like Canada actually is an explicitly Christian nation, right? It's written into the Constitution. I don't know when they stopped it. Maybe it was even within. I don't know. Carlo, did they say the Lord? Well, you went to a really Catholic school, though. I don't know. Like at some point in the
So
last
when I was
30.
6 years
I
old, I remember in well, 6 years old, in grade one, we did do the Lord's
Well, so that's
Prayer.
what I'm saying. So at
But
least
so
up
that would
until
be
about the
19,
80s.
yeah, that would be 1986,
Yeah.
87.
So yeah, I don't
So
know when the exact because it sounds like yeah, like younger Gen Z guys like
No,
have
we
said it.
had we had mass when I was young, but
Well, yeah, but
then
you went to a Catholic school though. I'm guessing.
elementary school though, like after that, like, yeah,
Yeah,
like, I think in grade 4 or 5, like that, they stopped that
but
shit.
that's what I love is because like
yeah, yeah.
if injecting God into schools and into the Constitution would have saved anything, then Canada would be better off than U.S. right now, which obviously it is not. Is the opposite. So it
Yeah,
bolsters
yeah.
that argument. But then on the other, so like that's what when you have the Christians coming in. But then you have of course sometimes like and like I said, this is the problem is that because they're given so much latitude in these spaces, like the New Agers have become a bit more arrogant about it. So like sometimes
So that
I've had to
now you're
reel them
touching
in.
on, yeah,
No,
now
no,
you're
no
touching.
names, no names.
No, 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 no. I'm not gonna go no name. I'm not gonna say any names. I'm just gonna say like, you know, it's not so much like the religious people that I start to tune out and like I'm just tolerating. It's more the new age people that go on and on about like the spiritual stuff in like
Well,
this new
it's
age
once
context
again,
that
yeah.
actually really loses me very quickly. And like I find I am biting my tongue quite a bit because like I know that they are like good people, right?
They
and
mean
and
well,
it's like
yeah.
yeah,
They mean,
it's so like I
yeah.
really am biting my tongue a lot
Well,
of the
once again,
time
it
there.
comes down to like just what happens in these books, not to the same extent, but like once somebody's now in, now that they're in the right, so that now they're in a place where they're allowed to say right, so they've waited to say all these things. They actually almost do the same thing that they've complained their whole life about. It's like, well, not everybody believes what you believe, right? Like, but now that they're in the position, right? I mean, we have to remember this is why the people, the what do you call it, the pilgrims on the Mayflower, right? The Puritans came to the U.S., right? They were seeking religious freedom to be religiously oppressive, right? They were in Britain where their flavor of religion wasn't popular, so they ran away because they were being oppressed. Then they got to the Netherlands, which was too free, right? They're like, no, 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 we don't want people, we don't want our children to be exposed to this. So that then they moved to the Americas so that they could impose their right. So that's what you get with these people is now that they think people are going along with them, so they start to feel kind of bolstered in it, right, and overconfident. And so yeah, then you have to pull them back. But like, and once again, I'm not going to name names, but of course, if anybody's listening, they know exactly who I'm listening to. There's another person who I'm assuming must be atheistic, but then they come in there with their weak sauce excuse that like, oh, in the Bible, in Romans so and so, it says that you should obey all your leaders and everything like that. So if you want to be a good Christian, then you should have to obey COVID mandates. And I'm like, I'm not even a Christian, and I can like knock that down for you in 5 minutes. What's going on in that verse, right? But it's like, so then you even get that thing where like it's like, because I mean like when I was younger, and I'm talking like 20, 23 years, like I'm talking like Yahoo chats around 2001, 2002. Like I would go and I would troll in Christian teens rooms on Yahoo chats, right? Like, but I've outgrown that, right? I've gotten over my little angst there, right? I'm not really interested in like, fighting those battles.
You've become a man now,
Well,
right?
that's what's weird, but and that's what you get with these people who are on the left and saying resist, even though it's like, but Biden's in power. What are you guys resisting more? Trump's not in there. They're
Yeah.
so caught up that they're counterculture, right? Because a lot of people are still fighting their fucking high school battles, right? And unfortunately, it's actually the people who's going to complain about the most, right? Like you see the leftists out there, like, oh, these people peaked in high school, right? It's like, why are you so obsessed with high school, right? So what it is that they're still obsessed with, like, yes, you were, I guess, like I guess they were a loser in high school and they still can't get over it, right? I mean, and I wasn't even that popular in high school, but it's like that shit's over. That shit's gone, right? I moved, but that's the problem is that these people are still fighting these like petty little battles, and they're like yeah, in their 30s, 40s, 50s, right? It's like, okay, grow the fuck up and move on, right? Like these leftists, right? I was like, oh, I'm gonna
Yeah.
fight back against the Nazis. It's like you're 62, you've never met a Nazi, right? Like it's so like it's all of them, right? It's like it's nothing that can be solved in here, and it's not the important part, right? But like yeah, like people just like they want to bring in their thing to beat on that drum. It's like if you haven't seen what can happen, if you get it your way, right? Like that's what I've hopefully people have seen. It's like when it was the culture wars in the 80s, then yeah, they felt all powerful, but now it's a new sort of culture wars, these cancel culture wars, and so now they're seeing like, oh yeah, we put in place those kinds of structures, so hopefully when if things get back to a better state, we won't be pushing the other way, right? Like, you got to just let people do their thing. But yeah, it's
Yeah.
but no, the new agers, at least I guess in our circles, have become rather blatant about like now they just say some of their shit as a given fact. It's no longer I believe. It's like, well, we all know that the crystals of this type are able to do this, so therefore it's like whoa, okay, you're stating this
Yeah.
like it's an absolute fact. I'm not denying you to believe that, but don't bring it in here as an absolute fact, because all I can fucking say is either I bow and scrape and give in to your point, right? It's conversational, hostage taking, right? It's like what are you going to let me say there, right? Either A, I tell you that you're fucking wrong, and then we just digress into that, or B, we don't, right? So like, and of course, like I ran into this, like usually at least it seems luckily the Christians that come in our cycles kind of know this. I've only ran into with one guy that I kind of had to like focus this, but it's mutually assured destruction, right? It's like if we want to talk about just ridiculous things like that don't really matter, right? But we can keep it vague enough so that anybody's how you get there is one thing, right? It's just as long as you're in the right direction, right? Like whatever your ulterior motive is, so long as you're aiming for the same target, right? Like that's kind of what we try to focus it down to.
So I mean, at this point, and this isn't even about spaces really. This is just tweeting. Like I am at the limit now with like CPCers. Like I am just like so done with their dumbass arguments. Like I don't even care anymore.
Well, I mean,
Like
you saw my
I'm
tweet
just
on that
calling it
today, right?
out.
Like
Yeah.
I kind of summarized it because I was talking to Comrade Vera. I don't know what she goes by now, but kind of like she was like, like asking like a question like, oh, should there be a debate about these things? Like, no, well, I mean, I've debated it. Like, she's like, oh, should there be a spaces debate of CPC versus PPC? And people keep bringing this up, and I keep telling them, it's like nobody has done this more in spaces than I have. I guarantee you that.
Yeah.
I like
Totally.
literally, it's the one thing. Like, I can literally have their conversation for them, but it's like it can't be an actually structured debate because you have to have a specific question. If the question is who has the better platform, well, the PPC is gonna win easily, right? Instead, it's gonna be what's the best strategy. It's like, well, but why is it the best strategy? The real question is why don't the PPCs want Pierre? Well, it's because I don't like his platform. I don't like what he's aiming for. To me, that makes no difference, right? But that's just like we're getting rid of shit. So I mean, I can make all the arguments for them. It's like that's the thing because we're not even arguing for the same thing, and it's just a childish thing. But like, and then she was like, "Well, yeah, I'm just trying to be more nonpartisan." And of course, that's what everybody's like. Well, I don't
Yeah,
want to
but
get up.
that's the problem, right? It's like
Well, like
at this point you have to pick a side. Right? Like I mean, staying in the middle is what's fucking got us into this point in the first place, all right? And it's like, you know what? Like Canada like skillfully stayed in the middle like through the Cretin years in like the 90s and like into the early 2000s with like Paul Martin. And it's like that actually benefited Canada because like we weren't really seen as like a threat. Like it's like, oh, that's just Canada, and like we kind of like they maneuvered it in such a way that like it was politically advantageous to stay in the middle. And I mean, most Canadians aim for the middle themselves, right? Like they're not shooting for the stars; they're shooting for the middle, right? So it like kind of goes along with like the mindset of like Canadians in general, right? But I mean, like that is the problem. Like it's not the '90s anymore. You know what I mean? The world is different. Like things are very divided among like definite lines at this point. And like Pierre and the CPC are trying to aim for that middle ground again. They're like trying to capture the middle now that the liberals have gone full on like straight extreme leftist with the NDP and the green is right there beside them. So like Pierre is trying to like orchestrate it so that he can take up the centrist like middle position. And it's like it's fucking stupid, all right? Like I mean, it's actually alienating more people away from that because he can't take a fucking stand, right? And I mean, that to me is the biggest problem right now. And it's like all of these like zombie CPC voters, like I think they're actually worse than the LPCers and like the
Yeah,
NDPers, right?
Well, it's
Because
like once
like
again,
at least we know
like I
that
said,
they are
I'm not
extreme
gonna say
left,
names, but
right?
somebody's. So that's the thing. So today I tweeted. I don't know if you guys saw it, but like, because like, well, I was responding to somebody else. Like somebody put out a post saying like, oh, well, the powers that be are trying to divide us along lines of religion and nationality and all this. So that's why we have to like, work together. And then somebody was like pointing out like, well, how do I know who my enemy is? And this person responded back to them. It's like, well, if some, whoever has the gun pointed the other direction rather than me, that's my ally. And so that to that person I pointed out, it's like, well, you know, friendly fire is still going to kill me, right? Like the point is like, if whether somebody, shoots me intentionally or unintentionally, I'm still shot. So then I put out a tweet. I don't know if you guys saw, like, the reason I can't unite with certain people is because I can't trust them. There's two levels of that trust that I know what they want or that I know how they work, right? That is to say, I know their kind of decision making process, right? The first one,
Absolutely, yeah.
it's going to be the people who are going, good intentions, but they're going to shoot me in the back, but I can work with those people, right? And then if there's other people who like, well, I don't trust exactly where you're going right now, but I know how I can trust kind of your process, right? I can at least rely on that. Maybe the fact that you're getting that I can under, I mean that you're I can't do either of those things with the CPC people. They have no logic to where everything they're doing is based on fear. No, we can't take 4 more years, you guys. So they'll just take whatever because they're being sold just like not Trudeau. Not Trudeau is not a position. So those are the people who, whether they're going to turn on me and shoot me in the back, or they're going to accidentally shoot me in the back because they're fucking retarded, I'm still going to get shot in the back. I can't.
Yeah.
And so like that's the thing. I can't. If you're on a, it's like, well, we just need more people, guys. It's like, no, no, no. If you think about it from the strategy, it's like, okay, yeah, they have 2,000 on their side, I have 2,000 on my side, but at least 500 of those guys I think will turn on me at any second and start shooting at me anyway. And then another 400 of those guys are going to accidentally shoot me in the back because they're retarded. It's like, you know what? It's still, 2,900 guys shooting at me. At least I would just rather have my 100 guys know where they are, know that the bullet's coming from the front, and take the bullet from the front, right? Like, so yeah, it's like, well, then
Exactly.
you're not going to win. It's like, yeah, but at least I'm going to die, knowing where the bullet came from my enemy, right? I'm not going to die like, oops, somebody shot me accidentally, or like I should have seen it coming because I knew that they weren't being trusted. Like that's the thing. It's a completely moot point. Like this person who's trying to make the point, they actually gave me the perfect analogy. It's like, oh yeah, that's exactly what it is. Either A, they're going to turn on me and shoot me, or B, it's going to be friendly fire, intentional or unintentional. I'm still getting shot in the back, and I'd rather get shot in the front by 100 bullets rather than one bullet to the back.
So
So
I did see that tweet and I liked and retweeted it. So I mean, like you guys and like PPC hardliners, I just have alerts for like everybody. So when like they tweet something, like I automatically see it and then like I can read it and like it and retweet it just because
well,
like
but that's what they
yeah,
want to leave it down is that like that's a difference of opinion. Like it's like, well, I mean, I think we're all in this together. I mean, for me, when the next election comes, I'm going to vote for Pierre. But I mean, we're in this together. It's like, no, no, you're not. Because if you think that voting for Pierre is viable, right? I mean, then there's the people that's like, oh, well, voting won't get us anywhere. Fine, if that's what you believe, then that's another thing. I think we can do both, right? I mean, I can still
absolutely.
cast my coat and then go hide in my cabin in the woods, and stroke all my guns and my survival supplies, right? It's like takes you 15 minutes. it's not like I'm putting all my eggs there. But like, if you can't get people on board with that, then I start to wonder if it's just because they want to, reinvent the wheel, right? And reinventing the wheel, once again, I can't trust how you work, right? You're like too busy, like, polishing your gun, right, while I'm trying to do something, and then you shoot me, right? Like, it's like, once again, it's just like, I don't trust your kind of like your decision making skills. Some people I just don't trust their decision because I think it's led by fear, and other people I don't trust, like, their point, like, yeah, it's just either one is somebody I can't really put my trust into, right?
So I mean, CPCers seem to be really caught up on seats, right? They're like, oh, well, Bernier, he doesn't even have one seat. The PPC, they don't even have one seat, like, but it's
Their
like,
thing is, it's just that they're
oh
afraid. They're
man.
hoping for just a little bit less pain. Like, they don't want to just rip the Band-Aid off and accept that shit has to get bad, right? That's what it is. It's like, oh, guys, but I work in oil and gas and it's going downhill. It's like, well, what about all the timber industry and the fishing industry? Like I said, like, this was coming a long time. You should have seen it. I'm sorry. I'm glad you made your money while you were in there, but you should. Right? It comes down to the AI thing. It's like, well, I've had this nice cushy job all these years, and now it's coming for me. It's like, yeah, but the writing was on the wall with that job, and the writing was on the wall with the gas jobs. You guys knew that the government was going to fuck you over. You should have planned for that, and you should have been pushing back harder. But you're just like, oh, they could never, screw us over. It's like, yeah, they could, like, but like now they just like, yeah. So it's a bunch of like fear. It's like, oh, but then it's fear and bitterness because like, yeah, they've given up and they know they're going to be betrayed because once again. It's just like the people want that, like when it goes like, hey guys, we were all scared of COVID when it first came. It's like, no, we weren't. I wasn't scared of it. Don't drag me down with you. Plenty of people were telling you this is bullshit, right? All those times when you were out there clapping on your front porch or complaining about the person who was walking around the store without a mask on. No, there was plenty of people giving you this indication. You chose the wrong side. You were a bad person. Either embrace it and admit it, or you're still. It's that's what it is. Is they want they're terrified of Trudeau. They know they can't trust Pierre, so they want to get Pierre in so that when he fails, they can say, well, it's not my fault, right?
Wait, you think that they don't actually trust Pierre?
They absolutely don't. They admit it. They do often say it's like, well, I can't. They try to, like I said, this faux skeptic is like, well, I don't know a whole lot, but well, at least I think I can trust him more than Max. Or they'll just be like, well, it's but I know I can trust him more than no. Some of them they play both sides, but when you really poke them, it's like, oh well,
Yeah,
I'm not saying.
that's the problem. This whole like centrist, like they want the middle ground, right? And Pierre wants to give them the middle ground again. Like this whole centrist part of it. It's like, yo, we've moved on from this, all right? Like I mean, like that doesn't exist in Canada anymore. Like it's time to pick a team, right? It's time to pick a side. And you know that's what we have to do. This is the biggest problem, is that they want this middle ground, right? And like, I mean, we often talk about it that like, the CPCers just don't have the vision or the imagination. And I mean, Zinc, you say that they don't have they're short-sighted. I mean, they're all of that, right? Like they just don't see what the country really could be. But I'm saying that Max does, and he's actively working to get us there. Hence the PPC platform. And I mean, there was this one guy, and I mean, if you guys, I'm not going to mention names, but if you go on my timeline, he calls me out. He's like, oh, a platform is generally established like before the election starts and this or that. And I said, well, I mean,
Yeah, I saw
go
that.
on the PPC
Yeah,
website,
so
there's like a roadmap. And then he's arguing with me, oh, well, you have to say that, Pierre, he doesn't have a roadmap or a plan. It's like, yo, buddy, a political platform is a roadmap or plan. Like, I mean, that is the
well,
definition
here's
of
what's
it,
funny.
right? Like, I mean,
Pierre, after 20 years in Parliament, has accomplished so little that they actually, when they're trying to brag about how great he is, oh well, that when he was in college, he wrote a paper on freedom, right? That's how impressed he is with freedom. Now, of course,
wow.
that's what I'm saying. He has accomplished so little in his life that he's still vaunting this little. And it's like, yeah, he won the prize because usually like 5 people enter it, and like, yeah, like if you wrote a coherent sentence, you can easily win those. They just give out the money practically because people don't enter into them. But then he's done nothing with all that. And of course, it's like, oh, he wrote it about freedom. It's like, really? Because from what I understand, like the one thing he wrote about in there was like term limits, which obviously he doesn't believe in anymore. So if he doesn't believe in term limits anymore, and he was writing about freedom, then I'm not going to share. But like that's how unaccomplished he is, right? But it's like,
This guy has said nothing about fucking babies dying, nothing about mandates,
but that's the
nothing
thing. You
about
have a guy who's like
sending fucking
obviously
money,
so
like money
he's
laundering to
written
Ukraine.
these papers since the for the last 20 years, and he obviously gets reelected. It's like, okay, if he doesn't have a platform, what why does he get reelected? Is there are there no more problems to fix, right? I mean, obviously, if you're trying to get into
No, but I mean,
politics,
yo,
well, of
this guy
course
doesn't
there isn't. He just wants to be in politics, right?
he doesn't have a platform, but he's not on anyone's side. Like I mean, all this shit is happening to us. We're losing our rights. You know, like we're being treated like dirty in the country, and like this guy has nothing to say. It's like, oh, well, I support Ukraine. Oh, I just hire foreign, nurses. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Like, we're getting screwed over here. Like, what are you on? Like, I mean, how can you trust this guy? Like, fuck him. Like,
Well, like I said, why did he run for politics? Of course, we know the answer is because the problem is I ask a rhetorical question that people actually try to answer it, but we know why he's in politics because that's the thing. If he was in politics for a genuine purpose, it would be fix a genuine problem, which means that he has a platform, right? He's not trying to fix anything. He's just trying to always find something new to complain about it there on right. So like it should be like the thing that he has like day one, right? Like day one, like if I was to write, go into politics, then I would have my litany of things I'm trying to fix, right? And day one, I could throw those up there and then pad it out after a while, right? I mean, and that's how the PPC platform was, right? It was the things most important to Max, and then he's added since then to there, right? But of course, yeah, I mean that's why supply control is all the way up at the top and a lot of things like that. But he should have these things off the tip of his tongue, right? But it's a lot of vagaries and hand waving. So yeah, it's just it's
no,
but
it's super wishy-washy, and like even like the fucking NDP and liberals, they have shit, right? Like, okay, we want to be globalists, we want to turn this into a socialist shithole, but like it's there. You could you at least can see
during the
like
leadership race,
right?
Sheree had a platform posted on
Yeah,
his website, right? And yeah, like
nothing.
well,
It's
all Pierre has is some stupid commercials about him planting a tree and the wood in his fireplace and having a pretend conversation with Trudeau and carrying his
Oh
tiny
man, those are the
laboring.
fucking worst, man. Like
No,
when
the
he's
first one was the worst, where he's like carrying his wife on her back, and it's like supposed to be so endearing, but it's just like sad looking, right? Because like his wife is like itty bitty tiny, and he is like laboring to carry her on his back, right? It's like,
oh man, and I mean, his wife leads him around on a leash. All right, like I mean, when he won the leadership race of the CPC, his wife spoke first. Like I mean, what the
no.
fuck is going on here? Like I mean, did we vote her in? Did they vote her in, or like
It's weird.
Poilievre, like Pierre himself?
I,
Like
I guess they're probably playing it with the whole like like trying to appeal to leftists, the whole feminist bullshit. But I was like,
yeah,
oh,
yeah, yeah.
dude, like you just
well,
make
that's
you
the
look
thing. They
so
wanted to make
bad.
him look like such like the traditional masculine man, like, oh, his wife's feet were tight, so he was going to carry her out. And I'm pretty sure that like at first they wanted him to like carry him across her arms, right? But of course he couldn't handle that, right? And so then she hopped up there on the back, and she's like clinging back there as much as he's clinging onto her, and like you can tell that he can barely bear it, right? Like it's like, and like I mean
You
I
know
don't even.
what? You guys have no compassion. You have zero compassion.
Huh? Wait, who's this? Sorry,
We have zero
She's
compassion.
Oh,
joking.
you
Yeah,
know
she's
who
joking.
it is.
It's
Carlo, you
clear.
know who this is. Come on. Come on.
Is this your
Okay,
backup
I'm not
account,
looking at my
Clear?
phone. Carol.
Oh, this is like my fifth account. I've been on
Oh,
here
okay.
since 2010. No, you know what, you guys? I hear you loud and clear. You know, it is hard to follow your heart. It's hard to follow your heart. So I have compassion for those. I know a lot of those CPP they or CPC they actually do want Max. They do. I know in my heart they do because I'm from the States. I know that passion. But Max needs a lot of money. He needs some big wigs behind him. And they don't want to be on the losing train. Let's face it. Politics have turned into my team, your team, win, win, win. It's no longer about the people or policy or anything. It's about just winning. So I do have compassion. And once you have it, and I know you guys are frustrated, But once you have it, you can talk more rationally with them.
But clear, like, this is part of the problem, right? Like, you can't talk rationally to them because it's like it always devolves into, oh, Max has no seats, and then you'll be like, well, he got 840,990 votes. I mean,
Well,
for a
so
4-year-old
Adrian, and
party, right? So I mean,
right, but that's where you show them the stats. You show them the stats.
they don't
You
care though.
know,
They just
Well, no, no,
ignore them. Like, I
like
mean,
no, because I get what she's saying, because like this is what it gets down to. When you really get past them, they just don't flip out. There's like, guys, I can't take it anymore. I'm gonna lose my house. And the only answer I can tell them really is it really comes down to, like I said, ripping the band-aid off, right? They think that there's some way that they can rip the band-aid off slow, and I mean, unfortunately, I don't have. Well, I mean, of course, I'm in a different boat, right? Because of all the circumstances, I haven't even been able to get a house, and so in some ways, it's like, where's their compassion for me? It's like
yeah,
this.
yeah.
But I mean, that's the point. It's like I don't know what to tell them. It's like they think it's like, okay, guys, just 5 more years. Just give me 5 more years before, and then I'll be shoulder to shoulder with you. It's like it's too late. I'm sorry. I know, like, none of us want to do it. You just gotta rip the band-aid off, and that's just what they don't get. They think they can soft land this, right? Like they think they can, like, oh, we can get Pierre in there, and we'll slowly start turning the tide. It's like, no, all you're doing is slowing it down. And then if you can get them to admit, it's like, well, I
Well,
just need five more
slowing
years, so
it
my
down,
kids will be out of the
like
house, right? Like,
we don't even know this. Like slowing it down, like that's what we all think and say,
Exactly.
but we don't even know. Like, I mean, like I mean, and like, do you guys know that Pierre was on the website before this whole the web
Yeah,
before
yeah,
it became
yeah.
popular? Then he magically disappeared. But I mean, like, I went to check, and I just wanted to see what Canadian politicians were there. Once I did this surface, and I'm like, oh shit, this guy is here. Yeah, and like whatever, I just kept going, right? But he's not there anymore, right? And then he announced the web, like we don't even know this guy, like how compromised he is, and like I mean the fact that he's not talking about the vaccine, that it's killing people, and like it's on the fucking CDC website, like it's causing blood clots. Like how is
Yeah,
this
yeah.
guy not denouncing this? Like it's there. Like come on, dude. Like what are you
I know,
doing?
but Carlo, all you guys, we're into politics. There's so many, trust me, coming over here from the States, and Zink, you know this, in the States, politics is huge. Over here, every time I opened my mouth, it's just like, oh my God, you Americans and your politics, you Americans with your this. This is what they're not into politics like we are. So it's up to us to teach them,
well, I mean, well,
like,
like,
hey, slow it down and point out the facts. For a new party, for PPC, a new party, they got great potential, like great potential. And this is where we need to hold back and remember we're a new party and our numbers are great. We can either take this further or we can blow it by being ignorant and having no sympathy for anybody. We have to coddle a lot of people, and if you can't help them and hold hands, then you're not in this race for the long haul.
well,
So
it's both things. I mean, yeah, I mean,
go
people
ahead.
come in, like I said, if people come in and they don't start off shitty, then it's like, well, what are you gonna get? Like, I've tried doing this, and when you work it down, and then you get that to them, it's just like, well, I just want 5 more years, guys. If Pierre will give me 5 more years, then I'm willing to die, right? So long as I can get my kids out of school and maybe down to the States, and that's like,
But
if you
Zink,
scratch it, that's their
maybe
idea.
that's what it will be, though. Zink, maybe we need these 5 years. I don't know, but
Well,
I'm
no, and
just
that's fine.
saying
Like I said,
we
I mean, none
have
of us,
to.
yeah.
If you believe in this party, it's not for right this minute. It's not for 2 years ago. It's not for this year. It's in for the long haul. So what you believe now better be what you believe in the future. So if you truly believe in the PPC, you'll accept that. You know what? I'll take this because I can lubricate, I can fuel up, I can do whatever I need, rotate my tires, whatever I need to do to get this machine off and running. We're off to a good start. Don't blow it.
Well, but that's the problem, is that the CPC people are telling us, it's like, okay, but you know, don't do that now. Come over here and fix our piece of shit jalopy, right? That's what they're demanding out of us, right? Like, it's like, you know, I don't want to do it. Like, they're the ones coming out and like saying this stuff, and then we come back and we point it out to them, right? They're demanding that we come over and fix their pile of crap, right? And not work on our
But
car.
aren't we
which wouldn't
demanding the
work
same
anyway,
thing?
right?
No, no, no. If you're saying they're demanding, we are too.
No,
So
no,
it's a
I
two-way
actually
street.
blatantly tell them, see, the difference with us is the CPC assumes that all PPC voters will vote for them, right? Whereas when I'm trying to get new people out there and I'm trying to do whatever, now when they come out with these attacks, right, then I say, you know, I keep explaining to them, this is why we're not. They assume that we're entitled to their votes. I don't assume that. I've said it many times. Most of our voters that we got in 2020, 21 were old hippies who were voting Green Party, right? That party collapsed, and old hippies, you know, I think you said he never voted, but Wogpog probably would have voted Green Party if he had at some point, right? Those are the guys who were anti-vax, right? That's what's weird about all this. It's the weird old hippies, the people who complain about GMOs and all that stuff. And actually, some of them are still complaining about GMOs. Those, like, we really did pick up a lot from the Green Party, right? I'm former NDP,
And
Adrian's former
non-voters.
liberal.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a lot of people were for, like, I mean, you know, a lot of people, like, it's so. I mean,
Well,
that's
I'm a non-voter. Like the last time, like the last election, no candidates was okay. I'm like, you know, like there's nothing for me here, so I didn't vote. Like, why would I vote, right? And it's the same for me now. Like, if it wasn't for the PPC, I would not vote. I'm not voting for.
Exactly.
I'm not voting for
Exactly.
Trudeau,
the thing,
obviously.
like, I'm no more focused. If anything, like I said, I'm more focused on trying to get these young disaffected guys who don't vote for anything than I am. But the difference is it's always one-sided, right? We're talking about this stuff is like, oh yeah, and we'll vote for Max, and it's like, and I mean, for months and months and months, like way back, like, you know, like when all this started happening, like, you know, 6, 7 months
But
ago, and then
but
they would.
hold on, Zane. Like, I'm not even voting for Max. I'm really voting for what the PPC represents. You know, represents like my values, my ambitions. You know, like my expectations, right? Like, I don't give a shit that Max is there, right? It's really what the party is, and like this is like the CPCers make it like, you know, Max a piece of shit, whatever. Like Pierre is our savior. I'm like, no, like I don't give a shit about, like, you know, some figurehead. Like, you know, it's really like I'm thinking like long term, like 4 months ahead, right? Like,
But that's
where
what I'm
my
saying. But
country
like,
is
so
going,
like
right?
we would bring this stuff up, and we're just talking about the PPC, and they'd come up and it's like, but guys, we got to get Trudeau. Like, I mean, I was hearing this 6 months ago, like in the spaces, me and Wogpog, and you know, like they were much smaller. They'd come up and they'd be like, you know, but you know, we gotta unite behind Pierre, because you know, if we don't, like, I mean, I've heard this for months. That's the worst part. I've
Yeah,
heard for
yeah.
months and
I
months
You
and
did,
agree.
months.
yeah, you're absolutely right. We did hear it for months, but remember, there's 10% truth in that. We do need to get him out. So that is what they're trying to say. So don't take every advantage, every circumstance you have, and use it and play it.
Well,
But
that's what no.
they do have a point. We do need to get him out, and that's what they're saying. So don't lose that point.
No, I tell them
But
this every time.
but
I tell them, what's the difference though? Like, we need to get Trudeau out, but Pierre's the same thing. There's no. I've said it. You can look up the word.
exactly.
If you go and
Oh,
search my
that's
timeline for the
exactly
word
right. But
meaningful.
we're into politics and they're not. So remember
Well,
that.
well,
You
that's what I said. I
remember
mean,
your audience. Remember your audience. Remember who you're writing the story for. Your audience.
well, that's the other point too. I mean, this is out on the timeline where people are shit posting, right? So people and so they're out there being shitty, and then you get shitty back with them. It's like, well, this is why everybody's going to vote for the PPC. It's like, but you were starting it, so like, it's like,
Yeah,
I'm like not worried.
exactly.
So like, yeah, if somebody comes into the space, I treat them one way if they act a certain way, right? But out here with when you're dealing on the timeline with the trolls, it's like, well, you're already dealing with the trolls, so you just got to get the points in, right? So like, yeah, I mean, know your audience, know the medium and everything else, but like,
Yeah.
yeah, like,
So tell them just to simply say, well, have you read the platforms of everybody? Because honestly, if you read the platforms, NDP has the best platform that I agree with. I know the leader isn't, and I know the platform has changed. But if you go to the platform and actually read what they stand for, it's like, oh, I really like the NDP platform. And that's how I came into this, only to find out that's not how they're running their platform. That's not what they're doing. They're not following any of it. But you need to take those people that come in with those ignorant attitudes and the splitting the vote, and you know, a percentage of them are only they're CBC regardless. They don't care. They only know the news and their party. But if you tell them to read the platform, actually ask them if they read the platform. I guarantee you a large percentage don't
I've
even know the
posted it many
platform.
times. Like
Yeah. So clear. I mean, we are at telling them like check out the platform. We are saying this type of stuff, but like then you get like some smart ass answer back like, oh, that's not a platform. That's a receipt and like stuff like that. Or like this one guy that I was arguing with today. He's like, oh, a political platform only comes out when there's an election called, and it's like, he's like, it really should be a roadmap. Then I said, well, a roadmap or a plan is what is on the PPC's website. It's their platform. And he's like, oh, well, you need to. So he tries to start to play like semantic games with me, right? He's like, well, if you want to be more accurate the next time, and I'm paraphrasing here, he's like, oh, say that Pierre doesn't have a plan or a roadmap. And then I
he doesn't have
responded to him
any of
like,
it. Yeah.
it's the same
That guy's actually
thing,
wrong. It's
right? Like, I
yeah,
mean,
I
It
know.
is the same thing, but again, like I said, if you read the NDP, have you guys read the NDP platform?
so
Because it's a good platform.
I'm on the
It is a good
website.
platform.
I'm on the website right now, Clear. I just want to note that like the NDP has put this up recently. Like a few months ago, they did not have a platform on the website. Now they
Okay,
do.
no, no,
So
no. I read this like I'm going to say a couple years ago. Like I said, I only became a Canadian. I've
Well,
been
that's what I'm
in
saying. I mean,
Canada for
like
30 some years, but I only became a Canadian 5, 6 years ago. So my first
well,
vote
yeah.
again was for Max, only because I loved how outrageous he was. I loved how he spoke, and what he said was what he meant. And to me, that was everything. Like, don't talk fancy to me. Like, do what you're doing. And so I did vote for it. And I heard the same thing you guys did. Like, everyone laughed at me, especially being a new Canadian voter. It was just like, oh my God. And it's just like, well, you know what? I have clear conscience.
right. Um, so I mean, Clear. Like, and this is something. So I mean, Carlo and I are pretty much Canadian. I don't know if you were born near Carlo or not, but I was born in Canada, and like you guys that are like American and Canadian.
I
Oh,
was
you were
born in
born.
city. Yeah.
Right. So I mean, you guys like Zinc and Clear, like you guys that are born in USA and like you've come over to Canada, like, I mean, yes, USA is much more into politics than Canada is. I fully agree there. But also, like, the mentality in USA is different, right? Like, I mean, the Americans aim for the stars, right? Because they know if they fall short higher up than if they just aim for the middle. And then when they fall short, they're actually like, in like a shitty spot, right? So, I mean, this is the type of mentality that the PPC is trying to evoke in Canadians. It's like, listen, like we have to kill this like leftist woke bullshit, that Trudeau and Singer have put in place. But like the country really can be very rich if we would just all get on the same page and aim for the stars. But like Canadians are uncomfortable about aiming for the stars. They want to aim for the middle because the middle has served Canada,
Right. So
for
you know why?
decades.
And PPC needs that. Oh God, this can be horrible. You guys are gonna kill me, but I don't care. The Jamaican bobsled. Like they need that
Yeah,
moment, that breakthrough moment where everyone rallies, even though they know, like, no way is this team gonna win.
yeah, totally. And I mean, like, that's the whole thing. Like, you can accomplish so much if you rally and like you aim for the stars, right? And that is something that I can get behind, right? And it's like Carlo was saying before, if there was no PPC, I wouldn't vote either. Or I'd throw a vote on like some jokester party, like,
Yeah. I'll just like
like the none of the
rock.
above party. That was actually a party
Yeah.
here in Ontario. Like,
Wait, what was
it was called the none of the above party, and like it was on the ballot, and like I saw it, I actually laughed about it. It was like, I mean, I went new blue in the provincial election, but like there was a whole bunch of other. There was like the Christian Women's Party, like you know what I mean? There are always multiple parties beyond the main ones. Like, yeah, I would vote for one of these like joke parties before I voted for, Pierre or NDP or CPC, NDP or LPC, right? But I mean, the PPC is there. It is an option with like things that I can actually get behind, right?
And your things at the PPC, like actually, I talk to PPCers. I've listened to them on Spaces or like on Discord. Like these are people who have their shit together and like they have like this vision of what we talk about, right? Okay, like let's get out of this middle thing here. Like let's get out of mediocrity.
Exactly.
Like let's just push really hard, and I'm really on board with that. And like with other parties, like politicians are just like really like lizard politicians, right? Like silver spoon lizard politicians. Like I'm not on the same level as they are. Like I feel like so like light years away disconnected from these people. But when I hear PPC like like members, it's like, oh shit, no, these people are like me, just like with like a even just like a with an actual like determination to where they want the country to be, right? It's just so concrete. Like that for me is the thing to follow, right? And what I said, like any the other parties is like, well, like who are these people? Just like like bureaucrats with like a like a silver spoon lifestyle. Like I don't connect with them at all.
Well,
And
just remember, okay, so I'm American. So, of course, I'm very vocal. So, I try to hold back. So, when I talk about the PPC, I hesitate and approach it very gently, very calmly, because I know, like, oh my God, oh, of course, the Americans coming over here and voting PPC and that Max guy, they don't even know his last name. And it's just like, so I hold back and I just feed them tidbits. That's all I do is just like plant the seed. Because that's all you need to do right now is plant that seed. Make them question because those are the ones you're going to get through. The ones that are like the pleb and everything, they're already voted. They voted for the next 20 years. You're not going to get through to them. So why waste your time? It's, it's a good party. I love it. I put my money behind it. I've put some signs up and I'm working on an area in Windsor here. And it's like, so I got time and money invested in them, but I'm in for the long haul. I already know this is going to take some work, but I love it. I love the numbers. I love where they're heading. So that's all I'm saying is be patient and be kind.
so I'm going to kind of touch on what Zinc said earlier, Clear. It's like, where's the CPCers' compassion for us? Because, I mean, they really are the ones that start all of this acrimony, on the internet
Okay,
and
but
stuff like that.
remember, Adrian, look where their mindset is. It's where ours is, except for the PPC is new. So some of them haven't even heard about it. They haven't even read about that. They haven't done their work. They haven't done their homework.
Well, no, but that's what
So
we're talking about. A very, it's. I don't know if you've been on these timelines. There's very specific trolls. There's ones with specific names that I'm not going to say here, and then there's a few other ones that jump in there. The pleb is probably like the one that you see on there that probably you do know of,
I
and
mean,
they get in
he's
there
really bothering
well,
me
no,
these
well,
days.
they post these
The,
things.
the,
So here's the thing.
those are bad though. They're smearing the PPC really bad. They're
Like I said,
smearing Max.
so
It's
here's the
really
thing. A
awful.
lot of these people, like I said, if anything, because I ran a space. I don't know if you were in there, Clear, but while Tamara was back in jail after they denied her bail, I pretty much ran a space for like 2 weeks, like just while I was working, like every other day or so. Like, why is Pierre not saying this? Why is Pierre not saying this? Right? And I just really rubbed it. And they come in, they'd be a little bit butthurt, right? Right after Pierre won his little election, I think they had to admit that he was always the front runner. They were actually more angry at that time. And the reason they've been super angry is because Pierre's been saying a whole lot of nothing in the last couple weeks, right? Like, what was it? He came out and he spoke out against the fuck Trudeau flags, and then he also said the thing like, so they see him breaking, so they're now becoming more angry about it. So all they can do is beat the Trump harder. So it's both things. So the people we're dealing with here, like I said, is is I'm going to poke them really hard, and I'm going to get them to overcome their hatred, because then when they break, they're going to shatter. I don't want them to break a little bit and be able to patch it up and go back. No, no, no. I'm pushing them to the point of total breakdown, because the goal here is that when they do, I can't control when it happens. All I can control is that they're not going to have anything left to fall back on. So I'm gonna give them everything now, and then when they break, they're going to be fully broken. And they're on the throat shoulder, right? I'm not dealing out here because there are, like I said, everybody that we hit on our timeline because of the siloing are PPC adjacent, right? So these are people who are pro convoy, right? There's plenty of CPC people who voted for Charest out there, right? I'm not trying to reach the Charest people, right? There's spaces and there's people like that and all that, but we're not trying to reach them. And at the same time, what more so is that you have to remember people are watching this, right? And especially, like I said, it's always these young guys watching this, right? We have to show that we can bite back if we get right. We don't bite first, but we bite back harder, because we want to make sure, because they're going to see this exchange for the drama, and we need them to see us drawing blood, right? They need to see that we're the ones winning, because like we have a silent audience out there that is what I'm more concerned about, right? I'm not concerned about these people. These people are fools. Maybe they'll get on board. Maybe they're resisting hard, and with them, it's just like, I bloody them until they can't take no more, and they either have to admit what their real goals or whatever. But yeah, it's very much the people watching. We can't seem weak. We have to project total confidence, right?
So, in saying that, Zinc, in saying that, make sure you call out any idiot on the PPC, because if you're backing that and you're calling out, there's a few of them that make us look stupid. So if you don't have facts, so when the pleb posted that thing about Pierre with the vaccine mandate or whatever it was, I posted back to him Trudeau saying he would never mandate them. And I said, how is this not different? I never got a response from him, but I just pointed it out. Here you go. So you're posting this for your guy, and I'm posting your guy just said the same thing Trudeau did. And that's, to me, you fight them with facts. You fight them with 100% word for word. So that way they don't have an answer. They can't come back.
So they're clear. Their answers are pretty sparse, right? I mean, really, all they've got is Max never got one seat. I've heard this so many times now. It's actually
And so
becoming
did
quite
I. So
tiresome.
you come back and you say the party started. The party is only what, 6-7 years old.
Well, no,
So
it's
I'm
4 years
sorry.
old. Well, it's I guess it's 5 years old now because
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. So what do you expect them in the first 5 years? They're going to pick up a whole bunch of seats? Come on, this is a coalition. We're moving. It's a new party.
Right, and I mean, clear. We really do point that out. I mean, I point out so many of where they're wrong. Right. I mean, the whole thing is, they start all of this because they think, it's like Zink said, they think that PPC votes automatically belong to them. It's that whole like, and it's died down now, thank God, but like that whole unite the right thing. They think that every PPC vote should be going to them to quote just get Trudeau out. And it's like, well, no, like, why would the PPC abandon all of the party building that is growing in steam and momentum? And I mean, that's why they're actually becoming more angry and vocal, is because like the PPC is in fact growing in steam and momentum.
Because you
And,
know what, Adrian, they want Max. Like they do. Like they're so afraid of Trudeau going in again, but they can't place the chips. It's like gambling.
Well, that's
And
that. Like I said,
you
that's
go
why
in.
we just have to
You
rip the
know.
band-aid off. We have to
Yes,
give them
but
total fair. That's why, like, when they're like, "Well, you're gonna get more Trudeau," it's like, "Well, we're not voting for Max, so whatever." Right? Like, I never get them to. It's like, "Oh, well, you're voting for Trudeau." It's like, "No, I'm just voting for Max." Well, you're voting for Trudeau. It's like, "No, I'm not voting for your West Right." So I just make it so clear. I make them understand how completely obstinate we are, because then they understand that there's pain, right? that drives them
Right,
even
but
more
okay, so
fearful.
in saying that, Zinc, in saying that, you guys, do you honestly, be honest, do you honestly think that if they called an election this spring and everyone voted with their heart and conscience, that we would have Max in office?
We would have seats, right? If the
You would have
trajectory
seats, but
continues
you would
on.
have Trudeau. Would you have seats and Trudeau?
Well,
I mean,
it's a different than having Pierre and seats. I mean, I don't know. I don't know why. Like, I don't know what you guys don't see through Pierre. Like Pierre. I mean,
So
Oh,
here's the thing.
I see
It's not
through Pierre, but Carlo, I'm asking you to look at the people you're arguing with.
Claire, this is what I always explain to people. When the Orange Wave happened in 2011, which was before I moved up here, but I was watching it at that time. Um, it happened completely randomly, right? Like the Orange Wave went from like 0 to 60, right? They picked up a bunch of seats in Quebec mostly was where they picked up the most because of the collapse of the bloc, right? Places that had never, where the NDP had never won suddenly won NDP, right? That's how random these things could be. So like people are thinking like, oh, it's a shift, it's a shift. We've seen the max out on Pierre right after he got elected, right? He's never going to pull higher than that, and they've already set the stage for this. The reality is that a random, people being disgruntled and randomly voting for the PPC and seeing a big purple wave is more likely than Pierre getting a majority. That's what I will say. A purple wave of frustration, just like the orange wave of frustration, is more likely than Pierre getting a majority.
Then play on that. Answer that. Go after that. Like, don't go in hard. Go in with a little bit of compassion and sympathy. So
I do. Like I said,
when these diehards come in, just say, "Well, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, but I have to vote this way. Like, I'm so sorry you feel that way."
I've explained to you more than that, Claire. Trust me, Claire. I do get what you're saying, but you have to understand. I've had every variation and every flavor. Like I said, because when Comrade Vera was asking this, right? It's like, should we have a PPC CPC debate? And I told her I've had this from every angle. I've explained how in my district, right? I'm here in Mark Garneau's district. He gets 54% of the vote, right? NDP comes in second with 16, right? So my one little vote for him is going to go. It's like, oh well, thanks for getting Max reelected. It's like, no, my vote will never go to the CPC. Well, it's up to you to build this. Oh, so it's not only up to me to vote for the CPC, but I have to go door knocking for the CPC, right? They want me to tune up their shitty, ugly little car and get fucking Millhouse elected, right? When you really poke at him, it's like my one little vote for it was actually it was for Viva Frey, but that counts to that overall 5%, which gets them more funding, right? So my vote was more effective that way, right? Like the problem is they're really really bad at math, and they're really terrible about all this stuff because like then they're just gonna post that thing. It's like and so like you can explain to them in 40 paragraphs. So like I used to explain to them in 40 paragraphs, and I found it's not effective when they get in a certain way. The only thing you can do is just prick them, just keep pricking them until they
Well,
collapse.
get used to keep doing it because you got years ahead of you of doing exactly just that.
so I mean, also clear, like it's we have to keep in mind too that like if an election is called, potentially every seat in the House of Commons is up for grabs, right? I mean, you know, they can't rest on their laurels, and say, "Oh, this seat will never leave. It'll always be blue, or this one will always be red." Like, I mean, we just don't know, right? And I mean, the reason nothing changes in the House of Commons is because, you know, Canadians just don't have that imagination, right? It's part of aiming for the middle all the time, right? They just they can't see how it could be so much better. They don't have the imagination. They don't have that shoot for the stars mentality that Americans have. Um and like that's we're seeing a consequence of that in the CPC. They want status quo. They don't want better than status quo. They simply want the country to become status quo as it was, when Harper was there. I mean, that is all they're aiming for. They're aiming for nothing else besides that. And
Well,
that
you know
is a
what?
big problem.
Coming over here 35 years ago, one thing I did notice about Canada is they do not have the patience. It's all or nothing. It's all now. It's like hit them hard, hit them now. It's like just the prices are this and they'll lower them later. But it's always this bang out now. And it's like I was happy. Adrian, I converted like 3 people and I was so happy. I had 3 people going PPC that I don't know what they were before, but I was content with that. That's 3 people. And that's the long game. That's what, like, people that, go out and
But here's what you
spout
have to
out.
understand about Clear is we're on Twitter, and Twitter is just inherently right. I mean, what I guess what I'm trying to say is, for the most part, I treat them with this nonsense the same way I treat the LPC or the NDP. Right? To me, they're all viable candidates. Right? Like any of these people, what's going to finally break them to see them through? Now, these people in particular, right? Like, yeah, the people who I suspect it's misery loves company, right? The people who are really pushing hard, who should be in our camp, they're a different breed, right? What they're trying to do is they're afraid, right? So that's why they're trying to convince us, oh well, you'll vote with us, right? And then we'll get Pierre in there, and I can get 4 more years, and then I'll die, right? So that's what they're voting out of fear. What I'm trying to do is we have to, for this specific group, the ones doing this, right, which is what we're talking about, especially here, they have to rip that band-aid off. It just has to come off. They have to accept that most likely Trudeau will be prime minister. And even if he isn't, Pierre isn't much better, because then like I keep saying, right? Then they're going to tell us like, well, we got to keep voting for Pierre because now he needs his majority, or we got to keep voting for Pierre because we can't let the liberals back in. So it's going to always. So it just comes down to just, I want them to be absolutely terrified. I want to drive them to the absolute fears. I want them to imagine themselves sitting homeless with their kids in a car, because that's where it's going to come, and unfortunately that is where it's going to come. But what they're doing is they think that this idea of Pierre is going to be this bubble that's going to keep them from sitting in that car with their kids. If they accept that that's not going to save them, well, first of all, they're going to try and put in place the actual things that will save them, right? Pierre isn't going to save their house from being repossessed if their interest rates are skyrocketing. They need to already embrace that, but they're not, right? So even from a personal point of view, these people are not making the right decisions they need to now, trying to figure out, it's like, okay, I just have to accept I'm going to lose my house. I might not getting any equity out of it, but maybe I can find a better position to at least keep us from, being called out in the winter. Now, if they can at least solve that, that's one step. But then once they accept that too, then they can look around and say, okay, Pierre's not going to save me from that. Now I'm overcome my worst fear. What's the best case? What can be the best case? Now, of course, yeah, it's going to be a rough couple of years, but now what can we do to fix this, right? Because Pierre's not going to fix it. He's just going to slow it down, but he's not really. So once they can accept that, so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get them to fully, for these people in this very, very specific target on here who are crying. It's like, oh, we can't do it anymore, guys. We can't do it. It's like, well, you got to rip the band-aid off. You got to accept that you're going to lose your fucking house, and then
Yeah,
what are you going to do next?
I think I'm talking more of like human people that I actually have eye contact with and
Oh,
I'm
absolutely.
out.
That's what I'm saying. We're talking about
Yeah.
purely Twitter here. The way you behave on Twitter
Yes. So Twitter
is
is a different game. And so this is where we need, like, I'm sorry, you need to have a private space, or you need to come up with something where Twitter people, there has to be a coalition. And I don't see that on Twitter. I see the echo chamber and I see everything, but there needs to be actually on Twitter a game plan to everyone's on the same page. And I know Wog was talking about the meme war or something, and that's when I started my 6-year-old freaking meme program. Sorry guys, I'm old, but at least I tried. At least I put that effort and tried. So that coalition, you need to get uh, there has to be a same mindset to face this on Twitter. So what you're saying, Zink, that you're sick of these people and you're combating and ripping the Band-Aid off. I don't know. If ripping the Band-Aid off is going to win it, then great. I'm on board and I'll do it, whatever you tell me to do, because there's a lot of soldiers like me that are willing to work and do that. And you know that. But I don't know if that's going to be it. So as all I'm saying is, you know what? We need a game plan. We need a Twitter game plan, because I'm telling you, in human life and going out, there's so many people, they are approachable. And like they say, as soon as you go to the grocery store and somebody does that, you like sigh and like, oh my God, I instantly say like, oh God, I think we need a different federal government. You know, those little things that you can say to make them think. And I'll tell you, they're listening.
So it's interesting that you say that, Clear. So I mean, where I buy my gas, like I've shared this story previously. I don't know if you guys were in the space when I did, but where I buy my gas, there are these Muslim guys that run the gas station. It's a Shell station, and I always go in. I ask them, so like, is the price coming down? What's going on with the price? And like the guy's like, oh yes, no, not to worry, sir. It's coming down. Yada yada. I'm like, you know what? Like, it shouldn't be this expensive, right? It's Trudeau and that like stupid carbon tax, and like I carry on banter like that, right? So I mean, then after like 5 weeks of doing this, I see the same guy all the time, and like I always moan about the carbon tax. Well, no, I complain about the carbon tax. I don't moan, but like yeah, I'm voicing my disdain for the carbon tax. Then he actually opened up to me, and he's like, you know what, sir? He's like, you are right. He's like, I didn't even know about the carbon tax before, and like how it's adding to our gas prices. So I'm like, oh yeah. I'm like, you know what? And like, nobody else wants to fix it. I'm like, check out PPC. Like they want to lower these prices because like, at the end of the day, like these people are human as well. They're working jobs, like, just like the rest of us, and like, they are seeing their bottom line dwindle because of these dumbass policies. So I mean, like, you know that is one thing, but a lot of these CPCers are very, very obstinate, and it becomes about saving face, right? It's like there are inklings that are there that they kind of know that the PPC is better, or like, but they don't want to admit that they're wrong. It's like, okay, Harper lost in 2015 to Trudeau, Scheer lost in 2019 to Trudeau, and then O'Toole again lost in 2021 to Trudeau. It's like, how many more losses are you going to take before you wake up, right? I mean, like, you know, now all of the hopes are on Pierre, but it's like now the blame game comes out. It's like, oh, if it wasn't for that damn PPC, like O'Toole would have been in there. No, he wouldn't have. There would have been the coalition government, and we would still have Trudeau leading that with like Singh on the sidelines. So I mean, like, O'Toole, even if he got every PPC vote, which is saying something to say the least, right? Because he's not going to get every PPC vote. I mean, he still wouldn't have been PM, not for long anyway. He would have been, the coalition would have taken him out, or they just would have voted down everything that he wants to do. It would be like a complete lame duck session where nothing gets done, and we're back to square one. So like, I mean, they are the
Well,
ones attacking us, right?
Adrian, yeah, but none of them are perfect. Like if PPC were to come in and win and everything, we're going to face disappointment. We are going to face those hard answers. So that's a given. But you have to, with each step, and this is like, it's ugly. Like, I have kids and I was involved. And I'm telling you, when you go into those, the school thing, working the fucking bingos, and then you go to the board meetings, and you go to the city board meetings, and you go to your neighborhood board meetings, I'm telling you, you see ugly stuff, and it's not pretty, and it moves at a snail's pace. You have to fight for the stupidest, simplest things, and it makes no sense. But if your heart's in it and this is what you want, you will fight for it. You will continue on, and you'll recognize, like, this is going to be slow, this is going to be hard, but I'm in it, and I'm going to go there. And that's what we're looking at. It's not an easy fix, and there's no, like I said, PPC, we have there's problems there too. They're not going to be able to solve everything, but it's just those little things that we need to do to keep fighting, to keep, like, everyone was on me. I think it was in I think Zinc and Adrian, you might have been in the room with WOG, and I kept going on about the tax on the carbon tax. And I am so
Oh
livid
yeah.
about that. Yes, right,
Oh
Adrian?
yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, listen, Clear. I mean, tax is my thing, right? And I mean, so in
Right. So
2020,
that's, yes, that's when I contacted, yes, I contacted you. I was so like, are you fucking kidding me? Like,
yeah,
but you know, I had like PPC and CPC people like, oh, well, that's just a common given. There's tax on the gas and there's this tax and this tax. And I'm like, whoa, like, whoa. So you're accepting of this? Like, are you fucking kidding me? And that's what you're facing on all these parties. You're facing those people like, well, it's just a given. You have to do that. It's like, no, actually, no, I don't.
so Clear. This brings up something. So I was in a. I'm not going to say any names. Don't worry, Zinc. I was in a predominantly CPC space where there are some PPC in there as well, but it's predominantly CPC. So I said, and I relayed the story that in 2021 I expected that I would be voting CPC because like there's no way I was going to vote Trudeau again. That like I mean, he has just gone way too far. It's just like it's too retarded. Like I just couldn't stomach it. But when I looked up their policy on tax, right? They had nothing. The only thing that their website said in the lead up to the election was, oh, they were going to form a committee to assess the tax system. So, I mean, what does that mean? They're going to spend like what, 6 mil or more to hire a bunch of like statisticians and experts to take a look at the tax system, produce a $6 million document that nobody gives a shit about, and then nothing happens. And I was
And
saying
that
it,
is,
and I was saying in the space, like tax and tax reform used to be a blue issue. It used to be a conservative party issue. Like that is a main platform thing that they would run on, and it's all but disappeared. And like the response that I got from the host in the space was, "Oh, well, because Trudeau has racked up so much debt, like it's yeah, I know the PPC wants to eliminate capital gains tax, but it's like that's probably not going to happen because of the debt that Trudeau has racked up.
so
Yeah,
make
and I
them
mean,
go after,
so
make
so
them go after it, Adrian.
so
Make
so
them
I
go
mean,
after the carbon tax. Make
so
them.
I say to them like Max wants to kill the carbon tax immediately, and he wants to get rid of capital gains tax. The minute the bad in like 4 years after being in office, like when when the budget is more balanced. But and then I also brought up another aspect of it. It's like, you know, they don't see that there is like probably like $1 trillion locked up in private equity, like people that buy shares and they just hang on to it for like decades, right? So I mean, you have these shares that are just locked up and nobody wants to cash them out because the tax burden is just too much, right? So like I say if we unlock that money and there's no tax, it would actually make the society more prosperous because there's just more money circulating. There's more people going out to diners and like, buying things that they need because now they can actually get at the money without this excessive tax burden on them. So like it actually stimulates the economy to do more. And I say that, but like the only response that I get after like point after point after point of like talking about the economy and why PPC is better is, oh well, Trudeau has spent so much, like taxation isn't going to go anywhere, and it's like, wow, you actually have zero imagination whatsoever. You don't understand economics in any sense at all, because
No,
you're actually on board with the
Adrian.
tax. Like, I mean,
No,
yeah,
Adrian.
it's just
No.
outrageous to me, right?
No, you planted a seed. And remember, it's like a good debate. And this is, again, American thing. We go in debating. We go in with a fight and a debate. And we love debating because after you debate, you leave with thought. You leave thinking of, how could I argue their side? Like, what did they have right? And if the tables were turned and I had to take their side and argue it, what could I come back with? And that's the approach I feel we need. This is the approach. Like, I go into all these spaces, and trust me, I work at home, so a lot of times I'm not a speaker. So Zinc, when I don't take the mic, it's because I'm working. I'm
Oh
listening,
yeah, no
and
trouble. I mean, we just toss them out when we're bored. Yeah.
screw you.
Well, no, I mean, it's
Um,
just yeah, no, I mean, nobody should ever feel compelled to take the mic. I just because I mean, sometimes I'm not. Yeah, I'm working too. I mean,
Right. And so but you're back there and you're listening. Like I'm a great listener, and I so wish so many more would listen. But you listen to, what's going on, and I'm in the background yapping away like, are you fucking kidding me? Blah, blah, blah. And I'm yelling a storm. But that's what it gives you. It gives you your fight. It gives you, like, where they're coming from, you hear what they're saying, and then you get to group and combat them with their fight. And to me, that's everything. Your fight is everything. So when they're spurting this out, and that's what I said, some of these spaces, it's like you're saying stuff and you feel like you're spinning your wheels. You're like, are you freaking kidding me? And it's like, but that makes me dig in and like, oh, I'll prove you wrong, motherfucker. I am going in now and I'm going to find that article. I'm going to find this. I'm going to find that. And you come back with that. And that is that's your fight. And when they don't have an answer, like when Pleb didn't answer me on what I combated him with, I'm like, well, you know what? Maybe 10 people read it. And that's 10 people that I'm happy with out of the thousands that he has following. Maybe 10 people said, well, he didn't answer that. He didn't have an answer. And that's where your fight is. You'll win them over with facts and truth. And it's a long freaking battle.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you clear, and like, I think we're all pretty much prepared for the long battle. I mean, I can't speak for Zinc or Carlo, but I absolutely am prepared for that. Just because the principles of the PPC I do believe in. Um, yeah, I mean, just the problem is though, like, the CPCers are willing to like move against their own interests. They're also willing to like, concede things that they would never concede before. It was like, I mean, under Harper, it was about tax. He said, I'm going to get rid of the GST by 1%. He did it. Then he said, oh, we're going to take it down by another
He
1%.
got rid of it by more than 1%.
Yeah, it was 2%. Well, he did
Oh,
1%
I think it was
first.
more than that. Like
No, it was 15. So it was.
We
Um,
were 18%.
are you in Ontario?
Yes.
Yes, so am I. So it was 15%.
No, back
It
in the day,
was
it was 18 or
no
17
no
or
no no
18.
no. It was 15. Clear. Now it's 13. He lowered the GST by 2%. 2%. That was
So I was a bit of a Harper fan. Again, go ahead, guys, twitch your nose or whatever. I came in here as a Reagan Republican, but Harper had the American dollar. He had our deficit down. He had our dollar was at par, I believe, or
yeah.
not better.
Yeah, that was because the U.S. housing market collapsed in
Well, whatever, he
2008.
took advantage of it. You know what? Whatever made it happen,
Right.
there's other things into play. And he got the taxes, the HST, GST
Yeah,
down. I thought it
he
was
did
more,
do
I
that.
could have sworn we were 17, 18,
No,
but he
no.
got that down and he was working on getting it down lower.
Yeah. Sorry, do you want to add something, Zink? Go ahead.
I guess I can take pride in the fact that I have never voted for a winning president. I voted Nader, then McCain, then Romney, then
Oh
McMuffin,
my
and then
God.
Kanye. So I can be proud to say I've never voted for a winning president.
I need to unfollow you.
Which one? Which one was it?
I think all of them, Zink.
Well, like I
Actually,
said, but
all
it
of
comes
them.
back down.
Unfollow.
It comes down to the fact that I vote out of Utah, so it doesn't matter, right? When you stack it up that way, then you realize why I did what I did.
I'm sorry. I can't stop laughing. McCain. Why would you vote for McCain?
Well, this was in 2008, so it was Obama McCain,
I voted Obama.
and I'm the one who's supposed to feel bad.
Okay, I will accept your unfollow now.
No, if there's one that I do feel really bad, it's Romney. That's the one. That's the one I thought somebody'd shame me over. But of course, once again, it
Yeah.
was Obama versus Romney, out of Utah, so it doesn't really matter what I was voting anyway. But yeah.
Yeah, that was, I'll tell you, that was that was, you know what, that's probably, because I didn't want Obama in that second term. I truly didn't. And I just thought, Jesus Christ, why did you give us him out of everybody? Why him?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean the whole thing with the whole thing I couldn't understand about the Affordable Care Act, like, and I mean this is from a kid born Canadian that's lived here my whole life, was, and I follow U.S. politics as well. So the Affordable Care Act, it was like the government mandated that you must have insurance by a certain time. Okay, so you had to find somebody to get insurance, and then it's like if you couldn't find an insurance company that would insure you, there would be a government insurance option that would you could have that. But then if after a certain period of time you did not have health insurance, the government would levy a $10,000 fine against you for not having insurance. And like
I don't know if it
this
is
was
exactly that because this was back. That was actually when I moved up here. Was right before that came into place. But I think I'd calculated out. It had to do with how much you're making. I think it was 10,000 maximum, maybe. But yeah, it had to do with like your earning rate and stuff. So
but I
yeah,
mean
no,
to
exactly.
fine you for not having insurance. I mean it could be $200, right? I mean like you don't have insurance, now we're going to fine you, and
Well,
it
it was
like
a
it wasn't a
fine.
oh
What it
my god.
was it was like a tax reduction, right? So like you couldn't get fined for it, but like yeah, if you didn't have it, you would essentially not get that tax credit. So that's what it was essentially, is that you wouldn't get it. Yeah, it was like a tax increase, right? So it wasn't like you were actually having to pay out, like I guess unless you were, if you were, if you did your own withholding and then you had to pay your taxes at the end, then maybe. But yeah, it was really vague how they did it. But yeah, no, that, like I said, yeah, that was absolutely the worst part of it. That was why I never supported it, because the idea that like yeah, everybody had to have it or you had to pay, right? Because like like at that time I was still in my mid 20s. It's like, well, if I'm not getting it through my work, right? Why would I want?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I that I did not understand the whole
Because essentially,
fining
well,
people.
that's well because what it was a tax on young people, right? So forcing them to make sure they have insurances, because the insurance companies made the deal with the government, right? So of course that's the thing. All the people like, oh, but people were mad at Obama because he wanted to give everybody insurance. No, no, no. It was all worked out. So it was the worst of all worlds, right? Where it was pretty much led by the insurance companies. And yeah, the insurance companies like, fine, we'll do it. right? Because it's like, well, we want it so that you still, allow, pre-existing conditions, like fine, but force it so that all the 25-year-olds have to get on our insurance and pay for something they don't fucking need, right? So I mean, that's how insurance companies work, right?
Okay, first of all, the pre-existing was a lie. And I know that firsthand. That was a lie. Pre-existing, you were. If you had a pre-existing ailment and you had your own insurance, when you called over for the Obamacare, when it first happened, I know this only because my sister-in-law was on the phone for 2.5 days with them, and her rates went up $1,600. I swear to God, guys, $1,600 a month because she had pre-existing. So that was a lie.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They made the whole system worse, but it's like, well, we got to do something, you guys. Once again, it's like we got to do something, you guys. It's like, no, no, no. It's better to do nothing than something always, right? A bad decision is worse than no decision.
Yeah, especially when the federal government is involved, right? I mean, like they have a track record of like just making things shittier and shittier. It's like, I mean, let's actually try something different for a change where there's like small government and like, you know, like I mean, and that's something in Canada that's never really been tried, right? And I mean, this is what the PPC represents. But I mean, people, they just keep holding on to like they want to go back to how things used to be. I'm sorry, the world is just much much different now than it was in, the late 80s and throughout the 90s. Like it's just not the same world, right? So I mean, yeah, that's my
And
whole
you're
thing,
right,
yeah.
Adrian, it's not. So make sure, remember that when you're talking to your boomers and your, what is it, Gen X? I think I'm Gen X. I'm 65 or 1965. I'm not 65. So I'm on the
Right.
borderline. So have that compassion because, guys, like I had to go in and listen to you guys because I love listening. You talk way over my head. Your technology is just like, Jesus Christ, I know nothing. But you know what? There's that percentage that if you have compassion, you're not going to lose them. They are going to come to your side. And always remember that a small percentage is better than a 0%. So you win them over with your compassion and your patience.
Oh no, I mean this is always my point. I mean, I know people see they come out and get shitty. I guarantee you, every time I get shitty, I let somebody get shitty first. Now, when somebody gets shitty with me, I bite back. Right, I'm not gonna just take it. And I'm a certain amount of patience, but when they're just being shitty, then I can.
Hey, hey, clear, but I'm not rude. I just like whenever they attack the PPC, like some like outrageous, like random attacks, I just kind of counteract with like something that's true, right? Where like they're saying, oh well, like Trudeau is paying max, right? And I'm like, well, no, like is that why the PPC has a media blackout, right? Like, I mean, just posting things that are factual. Like, I'm not using, I'm not calling names. I'm not like trying to instigate anything. I'm just like, like giving a logical answer to what their attacks. That's all I'm doing. I mean, I feel like attacking anyone or like, using insults unless kind of for for humor, like for an effect. Like it doesn't accomplish anything.
So, I mean, I will admit that over like the last, maybe week and a half, 2 weeks, I have become a bit more abrasive just because, you know, their attacks are just getting irritating to me. Their points are dumb. And the thing is, they're calling us dumb, right? So they really are starting it. So I do have this fight fire with fire mentality. I'm sorry. I'm just not going to back down. Actually, I'm not sorry. I'm not going to back down. Okay, what they are saying a lot of the time, and that the pleb. I know he's been in a couple spaces, and like, sometimes he has okay things to say, but like, this whole like the vitriol against the PPC, has just really started to piss me off.
He's
that
trying
I
to
must
make
push
money, so
back, right?
he's just trying to hype this stuff.
And like, I
Right.
mean, there are.
So, Zink, was it you that talked me off the ledge there? It was either you or Wog when Trudeau posted that statement on Ukraine, and I was going to lose my shit over it. It's like, no, no, no. That's what they want you to do. That's what they want to show how evil
Well, so
your
yeah,
side
so like
is.
I said, so that's the when Trudeau does it, yeah, it's to bait people in, right? So in the case of the pleb, I'm not letting him bait. So there are a lot of things I do avoid, but I fight him by mocking him further, right? I don't like with him. You do not argue with him. You make fun of him, right? Because that's what he wants. He wants somebody to get angry on there. So instead of what you do, and like if you actually look, there's been several times I've roped him in and gotten under his skin. So that's the right. I mean, the reality is, I'm a troll. He's a troll. I'm a better troll, right? I've done this. You know, I was there when the old magic was made, or whatever the quote is from Lion Witch of the Wardrobe, right? I mean, you know, he's you know I've if anything I've become kinder over the years, but I am at my heart a very old troll.
Yeah, well, I mean, there are other CPCers that I absolutely have no time for, that like Debbie Bloodclot and like that, dumbass Boo, and like, that Evelyn or whatever the fuck her name is. Like, I just truly can't stand them. Okay, they have no points to make whatsoever. Everything that they say is just dumb, right? And I must push back against it, just because, like,
You think these are real people, or just like kind of bots or trolls, like just kind of fishing for reaction?
No, they're both. They're out there.
yeah.
If you spend enough time on the timeline, you're gonna run into one of them.
No, but like, have you guys heard them on a space or something? Like, I never.
Yeah,
Blood clot. Yeah,
Yeah.
blood clot gets up there sometimes.
Yeah.
Boo, I often
Yeah,
wonder
but
about.
you
Like,
know
she
what?
seems fake.
Carlo brings up a good point. And Carlo's a listener like me. We listen. So you see there's people, they are all over the place. They're like with this person, they're with this person, they're agreeing with this person. And I'm sorry, guys, those are the people. Hit them with facts. Those are the people we want, because facts will always prevail.
But once again, I mean, I do that
Clear,
in
we are
space,
doing that. So, I mean,
but you have to remember, out on the timeline when you're in troll and you're 15 deep into a thread there, right, with 180 characters, right? I mean, that Twitter is not conducive to, you know,
Yeah, to
No,
type.
but
long term.
you know who I'm talking about. There's a great, I'm going to say, we have, what would you say, 50, 80 of the same people on the same space. And you see them on different spaces, and they're just like, oh, yeah, I love this person. Oh, yeah, they're so right. And then all of a sudden you're like in another space, and they're like, oh, yeah, I totally agree with them. I'm thinking, whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm only here listening. And that's why I say, you know what? The speakers give themselves away. If you listen, you see it. You see it.
so I mean, what do you mean give themselves away? Clear, like, I'm
Oh,
just curious.
they're on there again. I won't say names, but there's different speakers. There's probably like I'll say 12 different hosts. They host spaces, and they're all different. Some of them are only by 5 degrees, and others are by like 60 degrees. But you'll see they're speakers, sometimes listeners, but a lot of times they're speakers, and they'll go on there, and you're like, well, that's not what you were saying last week on Zinc Space, or on global space you were totally different. Oh, on this space on Rampart you were saying this. You know what I'm saying? Like, those people are like, they are non-factual. They are on here for whatever reason they're on here, but I want those people. I want to win those people over with facts. And that's kind of what like I use this for.
So I think Clear, I think those people are fame chasers. It's like somehow Twitter Spaces is like their claim to like 15 minutes of fame. Yeah, I quite honestly don't want them on our side because they have no principle. Because if
I
that's
want
what
their
they're aiming
vote,
for,
Adrian. Adrian,
yeah,
I want their vote. I don't want
nah,
them on
no,
my side. I
they're
want
gonna
their
go.
vote.
They're gonna go CPC. It's pointless trying to appeal to them because like they are that hard line CPC, right? I mean, like
Not
I
with their
really
heart. You
don't
know
think
what? In that booth,
that they're coming over.
in that booth, when you check that mark, nobody on Spaces, nobody on Twitter,
Yeah.
nobody in your neighborhood is checking it out. And like I said, I know you guys brush it off, that seed planted, but that seed, maybe because I'm a grower, that seed means a lot.
So I mean, my message on all of these when I talk about PPC, I generally tend to focus on tax and the economy just because primarily that's my wheelhouse, right? So, and I feel that that is potentially, a common touch point that affects all of us. Um, you know, and like sometimes they agree with what I have to say, but then it's like they default to, well, Pierre's our guy because like I heard him say something in the House of Commons and like it doesn't even relate to what I'm saying because I mean, Pierre's not saying anything about tax whatsoever. And I point that out, and it's like they make excuses for him. They're like, well, I mean, Trudeau's racked up such a debt. Well, yeah, he has. The taxes are going to have to remain, for quite some time, just so that we can pay this down. It's like, no, no, no. There are other ways, that it can be paid down, right? Like, and then I'll say, well, let's green light, some of these mining projects. Let's green light liquefied natural gas. Let's bring back all of that industry, and then
Okay,
that's a way to
Adrian,
pay for it without keeping tax or like raising tax. I mean, there are concrete answers to this, but
and there are simple answers. So I didn't know TR6 at the time, but I went and he went to, and we saw, oh God, I forget his name. The one guy was in Essex and Roman. And then the
right.
following Monday, Pierre was in Windsor. So this is how simple. This is what I mean about planting the seed. So I went with a group of women and we met with another group of the neighborhood. So when we went there, he was over an hour late. They didn't have chairs set out. And two of his I don't know, campaign people, what have you, they snapped at us because we're asking for chairs. So I simply said to the guy, I said, well, we have a couple seniors with us and you're snapping at us about chairs. Do you honestly think they can stand here for 2 hours? Like, I'm just saying, if this is where you are here with just a simple campaign in Windsor, Ontario, I don't know if I'm in the right place to vote. And I planted that seed with the people I was with. I'm like, if this is how they're treating us here and an event to get our vote, it's not going to get better once they have our vote. And that's all it takes is that, you know what? Make them think. Make them fucking think.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with you, Clear. Make them think, but
I know
somehow
it's simple.
somehow
It
their
sounds
brain
so
th-
stupid and
th-
simple,
but no,
but
no, no,
I
sometimes I think their brains are just off, right? Because I mean, they just don't see the vision for something much better than what we have right now. It's like they want the status quo back. They want a Harper conservative government back, right? I mean, this is what they're aiming for, and ultimately, it goes back to what I was saying. They're aiming for the middle, All right.
And they are, Adrian, you're totally right. But if you believe in what you believe in, then you will fight with it like the old people with the grassroots. And grassroots has a true meaning to it. You go to your next door neighbor. Grassroots is exactly that. You start at the beginning. It's painful. It is so freaking bloody painful, but you get your momentum there. So if you truly believe in what you believe in, you will take that on. Like that's what that is. It's taking that one at a time, two at a time, 10 at a time. That's where the momentum comes. You start slow, but you will get there.
Right. I mean, I totally clear. I mean, I'm pretty vocal in, my beliefs and, where my allegiance lies politically. So I mean, I mean, I have not changed, right? So it's been this way, from before the 2021 election. I'm like PPC, and after reading the platform, I was sold. I'm like, the PPC really has the answers that Canada needs right now, like
But we're
within
not going
the
to get it right now, and that's why we got to be patient. I want it right now too. God, I want it. I wanted it years ago, and
right.
that's where we just have to be. I want those 20 people in a space to like, yeah, but I have to accept reality. And reality is a bitter pill, and I'll take it if it means that, eventually, down the line, it's gonna correct itself.
I wonder why not the PPC, like the PPCers are not like making more spaces or like just gonna, pushing their platform with a megaphone. I feel like it's a wasted opportunity. And like a bunch of people don't even like, they see a space, whatever, just gonna go there, right? And like, like it might stake, or if we push it to right, we retweet it and like, we kind of beat the drum. I feel like it's so much interesting when you actually read their platform and like when you listen to them. Like I feel like we should like like kind of push that. And like for what I see though, it's not like I really have to go look for the PPC stuff. Like and like not many people have that drive, right? Like most people are
Yeah,
lazy. So
and Carlo, how many of those PPCs are following you back? I can't even get the PPC to follow me back. I'm like, are you freaking kidding me?
it's really hard, and I don't want to complain, but like at the beginning when I joined the PPC Discord, and I was like, oh my god, like I want to volunteer, I want to go out, like wear a purple shirt and like a hat, and like go tell people how amazing it is, and like like I don't care, like because I used to work in customer service at a bookstore, right? So I know how to approach people, like I know like how to get their attention, like I know all these tricks, right? So I'm like, no, like I'd be down to volunteer my time, like on the weekends, I'll do it. I'll go to the metro stations, whatever, right? I was like really gung ho about it and telling them, and like I got no answers. So that was a bit disappointing.
And so that's what we need to work on. I swear to God, that's where we need to come up and just say, hey guys, we're out here and we're doing this. We can't even get you to follow us. We can't even get you to come into a space. Like, where
So
are you?
so clear. I mean, I gonna push back a little bit there. So I mean, I do have quite a lot of PPC um, voters and supporters following me. So I mean, yeah, I mean, I have the vote PPC hashtag and like join PPC, and then just the
But
hashtag PPC in my bio,
Andre,
and
they
like
should be following everybody. They should be out there following everybody. They should be like just spamming everybody's account. They should be just follow, post everything, comment on everything, come back. As soon as they hear somebody say something, they should be coming back with, here we go. Here's our platform. Here's our
Yeah,
platform.
that's
But
what I'm saying.
I'm sorry, they're weak.
And actually, like the liberals, so much as I hate him, like hate him with a passion, but they do have that stuff, man. they know how to push their garbage, right? Like, and I see them like I've been accosted.
It's more complex than that. Like if you do that too much, you get punished. They do it because they're paying for it, and they're paying for it in special ways.
Well, but you have to do
It's
it. You have to do it at a certain extent, Zink. Like at least somewhat, right? Like I mean, with PPC, I got nothing. But I said like, I offered to volunteer. I offered to do all of these things, and like it's kind of weird to me. Like I guess they're busy. They're like working people like us, right? But like, there should be at least a bit more of a push, and especially with the media blackout, like
it's at
that
the
we
right
have.
time at the right place, because if you do it right now, it's pointless. You're just wasting money.
Okay, Zink, no, I'm going to argue with you on that because I wrote a pretty big fat check to them. And yeah, I got the Christmas card from Max. I get their emails and I get this. But I'm telling you, I'm sorry for what I donate. They should have contacted anyone in my area, and my email, my Twitter, I gave them my Instagram, everything on there. They should have been follow her, do this, and approach me. And I had like nothing.
But I think clear there might be like privacy concerns there too. Like, I mean, they can't really like. Well, I guess they could ask you if they can do that, but and then like, I assume you would agree. But like I don't think they can just like give out constituents like
Well,
information, right? So
I'm following them. I'm following them.
By the way, I sent in an email and I put, all of my contacts, like, yo, contact me. Like, I want to volunteer, like, for anything, right? Like, I mean, at the very beginning, like, I mean, now I tried too many times and I'm like, whatever, I get no answers. But I was really gung ho about it. And, like, I don't know if in Quebec they don't have, like, a kind of well structured, like base. But, like, yeah, I contacted contact them on Facebook, like all these places. And, like, I don't know. I mean, I don't know, like maybe Sync knows more like what they're up to, but like maybe what you're saying is like the timing is not right. But at least maybe like I know, no, thank you, like we don't need you to volunteer right now. I feel like like a bit more of a attention, or like like kind of like honoring your interest. Like that should just give you like a signal that like you're in the right track. I don't know. It's just I wish there was more courage for like people who like want to like give them their time, or their who align with them.
Well, like I said, this is the problem with they do the shock election, they bankrupt all their money. I mean, this is why the LPC and the CPC run it that way to waste all the money of the third parties, the NDP, even more. Like that's why they shock them like this, because it saps all their money. And there's not the infrastructure there. And unfortunately, the problem is like you can't be going around during an off season when there's no election coming up soon, right? Like you run things, and of course they do have like various events going on throughout the year, but you have to run the events that I guess you would say are passive events. That is to say, if people want to go to the event, you run events so that people can attend them, right? But doing door knockers in an off season and stuff like that, like some people say, like it's like no, there's no value in building that, because you don't know when. And plus, at that point, you're also wasting money, time, and resources at that time, right? Because there's just so I mean, you have to.
So then that's saying if they call an election, we automatically know we don't have it. If they call an election this summer, we're automatically no, we don't have it.
Don't
so
have what?
yeah. You mean
Oh,
like
sorry,
the
I didn't
win?
do my mic. Yeah, I'm just saying if there's an election called this spring or summer, they didn't like, oh, we can't waste our time right now because it's not an election. But if they call an election, we have to badmouth everybody that is not voting PPC because they didn't waste their time because
No,
they
but
didn't know the election was going to be called.
There's a lot of, so this is how they wasted on other people's time, right? Like yeah, all this time that people are wasting, there's not going to be election this spring or summer. I can guarantee you that. They don't work in the spring and summer. At best it's going to be fall, but it could last longer, right? Because yeah, Singh doesn't really want it's that's half of the psyop, isn't even people making people think those are even possible,
Yeah, they're
but
not
it could.
incentivized to call an election now. Neither Trudeau
Okay,
nor
so if
Singh.
it's fall, guys, if it's fall,
It's
that's
2025, clear. Is that's what I'm saying.
okay. So I was just saying if I, again, sorry guys, I'm new to all this. I didn't expect the last when they called the election last fall. But if they're saying now's not the time, so they need to work on 2025. So that gives us 2 years to get momentum, get our word out, put our signs out, get recruits, do the grassroots, do all this stuff. But if all of a sudden, if election is called in 2023, that leaves us where?
So clear. I'm gonna push back a bit on that. Like, so in one of, I think it was Zinc Space. Like, this is like maybe 3-4 weeks ago. I don't think you were there, Zinc, but no, you weren't there.
I
I
love
think you fell asleep or
pushback,
something.
Adrian.
But Michelle Lindsay actually came into the space, and like for some reason I was co-host, but like I was talking to her and asking her questions, and she's actually really good. And she was saying that she was in Mississauga um, with the by-election there, and I forget the guy's name now. He was a PPC candidate. And anyway, that's not the point of what I'm trying to make. It was that she was going door to door. So I mean, she lives on the east coast of Canada. She used to live in Toronto, but like she knows the GTA, and she's kind of a popular figure in the PPC. She came out here to Ontario and was canvassing door to door, and she was saying in the space that like there are people that like going to their house and like they have Tesla in the driveway and like all this kind of stuff and like you know and the message that she was saying to them about PPC and like just generally how like it could be beneficial. She was saying that the message actually was resonating. Now obviously, I mean, they can only canvass so many homes, right? And I mean, I think he got like what 4% of the vote. That's like in line with like. But she was saying that like, she was like received well by like everybody out there. And I mean, I live close to that area myself, so I mean, this is like a liberal. Well, I mean, Mississauga's a bit different. It could go blue, but generally it goes red. It's like red or blue. But like the message of the PPC was resonating, and she said that. So I mean, the whole thing is the momentum is there. Like this idea that there's no momentum behind it and nobody is actively trying to do something. Like I just don't agree because
No,
I
I didn't say they were not actively trying to do something. I'm just saying, like, if you're thinking the vote is not till 2025, then you'll accept. Like we're just working and we're doing our pace to 2025.
well, I
But
mean
if
that's it
something
exactly,
It's
right?
neither or. So that's the thing. They've been playing
But
this
if
psyop on
something
people
gets
since.
called in 2023, where are you? That's what I'm saying. Where are you if something gets called this year?
Well, I mean the PPC I
They are
find
building
is
this like.
more active now.
I'm gonna be honest. These are all good questions, but the thing is, people are working on this. It's just, I mean, you can look into it. You can go and see, and they are doing things out there, but they can only rebuild so much, right? They've been slammed with 2 back-to-back elections, but people always have these very clever ideas. It's like they're building it as fast as they can, but at the same time maintaining enough reserves in case they get slammed with an election. It's just the complexity of it, right? They With the other parties, you have these big old machines. They have plenty of money, and they don't run every EDA too. And you still support them in every region and whatever, and you just rely on the randomness. It's I don't know, like, yeah, it's just the way it has to go. They're building it. It just takes time. But of course, the only thing you could tell people is yeah, you just got to do right. Their complaints are rather silly, right? People are, but the whole idea is like, well, I'm not going to support it because I just I'm not saying you're saying this, but I'm saying the other people did, because I don't know, like, I've just heard it all. Like, it's
No,
just
no,
what it
no,
has to be.
Zeke. I get what you're saying. I do belong to a small group, actually, here in Windsor. And TR6 belongs to a different group here in Windsor. And we're only, I'm going to say we meet every Tuesday. We're a small group. We're the conspiracy theory group. We have our freezers. Everybody has a time, a place, a position. We're all on call. We have organized, and we are PPC, and we are small. I'm not going to kid you. We are small, but we're here and we're working. But I'm saying we know, like our small little group knows, but we're working every Tuesday, you know, like I said, one at a time, two at a time, three at a time. And the group that I work with, they are so, I don't even know, like oh, they're well under conspiracy theory. They are, oh God, the underground, like one, if we have a meeting at the one place, there's no cell phones, there's no nothing. I'm talking like, this is like, holy cow. But we're there and we're one at a time, two at a time. And I'm the internet girl. I'm the one that's like, oh, I report on social media all the time. And it's like, ugh, this is where we're at. This is where it goes. And it's like, I just feel we need more of that. And when I have to report back, I'm just like, yeah, I don't have that PPC behind me. I, you know, have this one person, and I feel like I'm falling on deaf ears. Like I don't know. I just feel like I'm spinning my wheels.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of, I mean, in a sense, I get what you're saying, Clear, because like, um, you know, on social media, like Twitter especially, like, I don't know. Sometimes I'm like, I don't understand why people are not getting behind this more. Um,
Exactly. They'll
yeah,
promote the slow roll. They'll promote the freedom convoy, the slow roll, but they won't commit to an advocate. They won't commit to a political figure. And it's like, okay, I'm not wasting my time with a slow roll. I'm not wasting my time here. I need to produce and I need a candidate to put out there.
You know, guys, but
right.
here, like the PPC doesn't get any like any coverage anywhere. Like, why can't they just have a space running, like I don't know, weekly, just explaining what they do, right? Like, okay, these are our policies. This is our like what we're trying to work for, right? This is our aim for the future. Like that's it. And then you can have people just, or you can even retweet the space, or like ask people to go, or like let's say someone attacks with the PPC, or like I got asked by people at work, like, okay, because I was talking about it. So what is this PPC, right? And I sent them to a website. So imagine here though, we have like it's so easy to like just fish people, right? Because I mean, like you have a bunch of people sometimes trying to waste time going on spaces, right? Like they will go on it, not even knowing what it is, and then they hear right like about the policies and like how actually serious it is and how logical and like like sensible it is. Like they might like buy the bait and like go check the website, or maybe you get interested, like ask more questions, want to join. Like you never know, right? Like I mean, how are you gonna get out there if you like you're not even like using what's there to boost yourself? Because I mean, like spaces are free, right? You don't have to pay anything. Like you just go 1 hour space, like just listing what the PPC is. That's it. Boom, like once a week, and
So I mean, Max does have on YouTube, and I think they've pretty much migrated most of the content to Rumble. Um, but I mean, they still have a
And they
presence on
have,
YouTube.
Adrian, they
Um,
have, but I
where
report back.
Max,
It's you guys. It's you guys I report back on. I'm like, okay,
right,
this group here, this group here.
but also anywhere
right,
where you can ask questions, right? Because like this to me, like I have to go into the Discord, like like server to ask questions, like specific. Like it wasn't easy, right? It took me a while. I have to go like like dedicate my time. Okay, I want to ask him questions, and like I have to get emails and all of this, right? But imagine if you can just go on a space and like just have people ask questions, like that would. And what I said, most people are lazy, so like I feel like you can generate like this interest like so much easier than as soon as people have to I have to find their email, whatever, like they're done, right? Like they're not gonna go email anyone, right? It's gonna keep going with it with their lives, like okay, f this, right? But if you have that direct contact like on a space, I feel like that's a huge advantage.
So, I mean, Carlo, do you think that Max should go on like a Twitter Space from time to time and like answer questions, stuff like that?
I don't think Max, because Max is just gonna get like crucified and attacked by CPCers, right? They're just gonna completely like lambast him. But like just some like like high rank PPCer who's like well involved, like they know their stuff, right? They can answer probably as well as Max, like like they're in the loop, and have that person, or like have someone like delegated to do that and just answer questions, right? Or like list what the PPC is about, and then have people asking questions. That would be amazing. I feel like, and like all these stupid myths and attacks, right, that the CPC trolls are doing, like you can debunk all of this right there, right, and like debunk them live, right, and even to whoever goes trolling there, like you just debate him, and like that completely demolish their super like trolling arguments. So that would be brilliant. And like at the same time, like by doing that, just like experience, like spreading the message, like getting attention, right? Like what I said before to you guys, like the PPC gets no attention. I feel like even negative attention is good. Like, and that's why I tweet, like I challenge all these trolls, like because whenever like I get PPC there, like sometimes I get questions. So like, okay, what are you fighting about? Or like like I get a friend from work, like because he follows me on Twitter, like, oh, you're always fighting, and like like you're so active. They're like, what's a PPC, right? It's like asking me like, what are you fighting about? So even that, right? That negative attention is attention still. So just have the message out. Like I feel like uh, the PPC is so eclipsed by the media blackout. Like we need to get something out.
So, I mean,
And we do,
Michelle
Carlo.
Lindsay
I'm gonna,
was in a space,
Adrian.
right? I mean, and Michael Bader have been in numerous spaces. So, I mean, I've been in spaces with them and asked them questions, stuff like that. So, I mean,
But I mean,
But so
I
our
don't
small
know, Adrian.
group in Windsor, we had Danielle Smith for the new blue. She came to our little small thing. We couldn't get anybody else to come out, but the new blue, which I knew nothing about the new blue,
oh,
who they were.
isn't that Belinda Carahalios clear?
I thought her name was Danielle out in my area in
Oh,
Windsor.
maybe, I don't know.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I don't know who it was, but and same with Zinc. I don't know if it was your space. I'm almost positive it was your space that Trent came in, and I asked about Derek Sloan because there were some people in our group here in Windsor that he was originally supposed to be with the PPC, and they wrote a check, and a hefty check for Derek Sloan, who was supposed to be with, we thought, PPC, and they were trying to get that check back. And that's why I asked Trans, what's the deal with Derek Sloan? So, there, I don't know. It just seems like, I'm like I said, I'm the social media one that has to answer back to the group on who is where and who's coming in and what's going on. And it seems like PPC is just a little lagging there. And I feel we need to get that. Like, I don't know if it's us or, our other group of spaces, but I just feel we need to build this back up.
Well, like I said, I was talking a number of weeks ago about this, but yeah, it just right now it's low because everybody's on holiday, so it's not. But yeah, in the coming weeks,
This has been for months, Zinc. This is not holidays. This has been for months.
what do you mean for months?
Oh, I've been on this bandwagon and trying to promote PPC for a while now.
I've done it like I said for months back there. Like all summer, I did it. Every space I ran. I mean, this is
Oh
why.
no! I'm not meaning you. I'm just saying the presence in our groups or the presence of a space or a presence of something. Like I don't know. I'm just not. I'm not feeling that pull.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. It's up to somebody who does spaces to do it. So I've been discussing it with Michael Bader, and he said And like I said, there's a way we can grow it out of there. But yeah, it comes down because you wouldn't want just somebody jumping on spaces who doesn't know how spaces work. Because spaces is a landmine. It's that's the biggest thing, right? So I mean, we've talked about it, and like I said, yeah, like we've discussed it with them. But yeah, no, that's what it comes down to.
Yeah, I'm hardline PPC, right? I mean, I every minute I get, like I've donated my own cash to the
But
PPC, right? Like, I
I
mean,
think I think I'm gonna wrap this up. Was there anything you guys still want to say on the book? Because technically we can carry it over onto the next one since it's all part of the same thing anyway. So I figure
Well,
Okay. No, 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 no. I'm cutting y'all off. I'm cutting y'all off. What's our next book?
it's the second part of this. Unfortunately, I guess for you, it's the second Kugel. But then after
I hate you guys. I hate you.
but did you try to get into Kugel, Clear? I'm just curious.
Actually, that's what I was listening to you guys because believe it or not, you guys, after we talk, I generally will listen to the book again after because especially not picking out names, but Carlo, you bring up so many points. I'm like, oh, I need to re-listen to the book. I need to re-listen to that book because I miss it. So that's why I went on to listen to you guys, and I did get sidetracked with all that medical shit with the spaces, and I regret that. But I do, and I wanted to listen to you guys, but I gotta say, I did listen on YouTube. They had some clip notes or something on the book, and I'm like, ew. I didn't like the first book by Jack Vance, and listening to you guys, I'm thinking, ew. I don't think this is a book for me,
like I said, you
but
just gotta
I do
because it's the
listen.
way he constructs it. So like, I wouldn't say to try the cliff notes. I just try to say like a few minutes of actually listening to the construction, like the actual flow of the story, right? Like, because that's the thing is like it's too hard to explain this story because
Yeah, no,
it has a progression, but there is no like it's not a plot you can really describe to people, right? It's the tone of what happens and the way he moves
yeah,
through the
it's the
story.
tone and the language though. Like the language is so flowery, right? And like he uses language for a lot of effect, right? And like he uses just these like super elaborate words, like and it's all kind of like in a tongue-in-cheek way. Like I find it beautiful, the language. So that's the fun part because it's funny. Like I saw this book like I don't know, like 15 years ago, right? And I read the back of it, like the blurb, and I'm like, I wouldn't like this, right? Like I mean, just with the description, like yeah, whatever. And the cover was like meh. And it was only because of saying that I read it. I'm like, okay, no, I get it. Like I get it why it's so cult and so many people like it because it's just so well constructed, right? Like amazing. But like yeah, like the premise itself and like like it's not like an amazing like arc or anything. It's just like the way it's executed. It's it's so compelling. That's pretty much yeah. What's up?
Okay, on a funny note, Adrian and Carlo, will you be my book partner listener? Like, will you be my partner in the book club? Sorry, I just had to throw that in there. But
But as far as that, so yeah,
okay,
I mean,
so
I would still
Adrian,
just give it a
You
chance.
got that right.
Yeah, I got
Just so
that.
like, I
Please
would just
tell
say
me you got
Without
that.
mentioning names, I kind of got that. Yeah.
I would just say to give the audiobook a chance on this. You don't have to go all the way through it, but just like because it's very much about just the way like you can't explain this story. It's just like a weird sort of like adventure, right? Like that's really the only thing you could ever tell anybody about it. It's just that it's a weird adventure.
Okay,
But
so
as
can
far
I
as
listen to the next part, like, and still be clued in or no?
no, you had to listen to the first part. I'm just saying to try the first part at least, and you know what I mean like because you definitely need the first part for that because the second part is a direct sequel to the first part.
Yeah,
Okay,
actually,
so
I,
what comes after that?
So yeah, so it's this next Kugel, and then after that, it will probably be. I think it was going to be like Gateway or the library at Mount Char. It was one of those
I thought it
two.
was Gateway.
I think. Let me see. I can't remember. I think it was Gateway.
Yeah.
So yeah, Gateway by Frederick Pohl, Pohle. No, just Pohl.
and then there was nothing after that. It was
Nothing's firm. Nothing
yeah.
firm yet. Yeah. So
I
and
mean,
then yeah, the
we could
library at
probably
Mount Char.
I don't know, do Murakami for clear. I feel like she would be more on board with that than just like straight up speculative. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm quite interested in the Murakami. I must say. So,
Wait,
I don't
Claire,
know.
have you read Murakami? Clear.
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay. No, because I mean, like, yeah,
So will I get it, Carlo? Will I get it?
Murakami. Yeah. I mean, it's also kind of surreal, but it's definitely more. Like there's a lot to read in it, and like it's a bit abstract, but like no, like for sure, like I was saying before in this space, that like how I got to read Murakami is because like like a lot of like I mean I was really young when I worked at the bookstore, but like at the time like older women, it's like you have to like oh you're into books, you have to read this guy. I was like oh what like. Why is it older women? I'm like, I don't trust this, right? But when I read it, it's like, okay, no, like I get the hype for this, right? But for some reason, it's like, like, I guess like people who read a lot they end up getting there because it's more like it's more involved, right? Like reading. So anyone who starts reading like from different directions, right? Like if you read more speculative or if you read more I don't know like like more like thriller or that, like you end up working your way up to like someone like Murakami because it's kind of it kind of pleases many readers, but it's also like very high level, right? Like so that's and I found too like a let's say like someone who read a lot of non-fictional this and like biographies. They also like Murakami. This person who like worked at the cafe, like she also like Murakami a lot. It was like, oh wow, like I don't understand how you go from like reading biographies and like more of this stuff to Murakami. She's like, no, because it's like like I wanted to like I wanted to read fiction, but I found fiction too formulaic and all that, so I wanted something different. And she's like, I read that and like I really I really fell in love with it because of that. Like it's not like the typical novel, so I was like, oh, interesting. So that's what I found. On Murakami, like many people who start on like different places reading, right? It can be like I don't know, like a mystery reader or like a like a fantasy or like a more like a graphic novel reader. They end up on Murakami for some reason. It's like it's on a high level, but like I guess like appealing for many styles of reading. It just encapsulates like many things in it. So I don't know. I feel like I mean I think it's safe for you, Clear. Like it won't be like like an easy read. It will be challenging, but like definitely something you can enjoy and probably like enjoy the tackling the challenge.
Okay, you guys have given me so many challenges. Like truly, they are a challenge for me. Remember, I'm a Dean Koontz, Stephen King, James Patterson, true crimes. So every time there's a book on this club, I'm like, holy shit! It is cool. It is.
I think you'll
But
probably
it's
like
good, right?
Gateway though.
Clear.
I think you should like Gateway. I mean, like I said, it takes
All
place in
right,
space,
I
but
will
in some
read a
ways
gateway.
it's structured much more. Um, yeah, it just takes place in space, but it's not like hard space science. But like it's a yeah, like it's kind of like I think it's probably more something you'd like Gateway.
But I mean, Clear. It's good, right? Like it's good to challenge yourself, right? Like I mean,
Oh my
like
god!
it's beneficial, right? Like I mean,
Yes,
I think if
yes.
more people like came into this space and like actually read the books. Well, the thing is, they have to read the book first, right? Like, they can't just come into the space. So, I mean,
No, and
that then they would actually
Adrian, you are
get
totally
much more
right.
out of it, right? And I mean, I think that's like actually like I mean, it's actually quite astute of Zinc to start these spaces because like you know, I think this could actually get people on board with PPC more and like just thinking in different ways than like just the standard aiming for the middle and stuff like that. And I mean, that is ultimately the goal, but like the ultimate goal, like the higher goal, like aiming higher than that is just to like, enhance your own mind, just so that you're thinking
Well, it,
differently and like on a
for
higher
me,
level. Go ahead.
Adrian, like Adrian, I witnessed you kind of like seeing your perception like change, right? Like your perception expand. Like I feel like that's been amazing. Like for someone who worked at a bookstore, like this happened very rarely, right? Like I would get people interested in stuff, right? But they would be like, would be a point where like, no, like I'm out, right? Or like there would be too set in their own like kind of like writing path. But with you, like I've seen you like at the beginning, especially like kind of like kind of questioning things from like your kind of pre-established like like kind of reader habits or like reader like reading like experiences, and then like slowly like change and like open mind to like different things. And I was actually surprised with City in the City that like I'm like, oh wow, like I feel like the way you interpret it and the way you kind of consume this story, it was better than when I read the first time. Like I was more confused and more close-minded and more like, what the fuck is this? Like, more like, like not accepting to like, like the breaking of the boundaries there. But you were like, you really, really like, like it really like surprised me. And you're like, oh wow, like it took Adrian like, like a couple of months to like, like get to this level where like it took me like 5 years, right, to like be able to like, like see, like accept a lot of like the like the kind of the paradigm changes in reading, right? Like I find that just yeah, like I commend you for that, like, and witnessing that was really cool to see you like open your perception to different styles of writing.
Yeah, I
Well,
find that what you guys, when you talk about a book, I'm thinking, whoa, I was on a whole different page than you guys were. It's just like, wow, I took this and this out of the book, and you guys dissect it in a whole new level than what I do. And again, you guys, after we talk about a book, I re listen to it all the time. It's just like I didn't take anything what you guys said. I had a whole different view on it.
so I mean I will defer to Zinc and Carlo. I think they really are the ones that add the most perspective to the stories. I mean, I jump in where I can, like from what I know, but like, you guys really add more, to the story. So I mean, it just in
I
like,
disagree, Adrian. Like at the beginning, yeah, but now I feel like you sometimes like like you add more things that I don't even think about, or like like especially the last book that we read, like you said, like, oh well, like on the O'Nolan book, Third Policeman, that you said, like, no,
right.
you interpret this as science fiction, or like like I'm like, oh wow, like that just kind of blew my mind a little bit. I'm like, I never picked, I was seeing the book as a ghost story, and I kind of kind of railway my whole like thought process, like like I put it on those rails, right? Like, oh no, ghost story, supernatural. But then you said, no, like what if this is like, and that really, I'm like, oh my god, I wish I would have thought of that while reading it, right? To like have that lens, that scope when I was reading it, like it was really interesting. So I disagree that you don't contribute the same as us. Like disagree, like especially like the past, like I don't know, like couple of months. I feel like you're definitely even more than probably than I contribute.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with that because I would not have read The Third Policeman if it wasn't for Adrian promoting it.
Um, yeah, it, I don't know. Did I promote it? Like, I'm just trying to think.
No,
Like
actually,
when
you
did
you
I?
promoted the author, not the book. But it was like, oh, give it a chance, Clear. And I'm like, ah, frickin', I can't stand O'Brien. And you were
Right.
kind of like, give it. I don't know.
Are you sure that wasn't
you know,
Carlo? I mean, I think it
oh,
was Carlo that said that to you. I don't think it
okay,
was
well, it
me.
could have been, but somebody cheered it on, and I shamed myself into reading it. So hats off to whoever it was,
But yeah,
because I read it, and I'm not sure I still liked it, but I read it or listened to it like 3 times.
right. That's awesome, Clear. Like, I mean, yeah, I mean, you're coming up too, right? I mean, without the book club, like, I mean, you wouldn't be exposed. Without the book club, I wouldn't be exposed to, a lot of these stories because, like, it's as I said before, that's like very much out of my wheelhouse. Like in terms of literature, I was focused more on like the classical literature and stuff like that. Like and generally for like years and years and years, I just avoided literature. I was like nonfiction stuff, like books about computers and programming and like other like technical type of stuff that like I was really into, like science and like biology and like all kinds of stuff like that. So I mean, I was like, I would say I was like much more one dimensional, but like since the book club, like it's like, okay, no, there really is value, because like I don't know if you guys remember, I'd like at the beginning of the book club I was like, let's introduce some nonfiction, and Zinc was like, no, I don't want to do that. I want to talk about nonfiction, because like it doesn't go anywhere, right? So but yeah, it's been great, right, to cover this more
Yeah, no, like
speculative,
like
absurdist.
what's really fun when you do fiction for book clubs is like that interpretation, like that is kind of subjective, like that to me is amazing, right? Because I've done like not non-fic book clubs, and like, yeah, you just kind of regurgitating the information, right? And like maybe arguing your points and extrapolating a bit, but like like that kind of getting a glimpse into someone's like thought process, into someone's brain, right? A window into their brain, like you don't get it with anything else, right? Like where they're interpreting something, like you kind of experience the same thing, right, with the person, the same story, but like the way the subjective way in which they interpret it, like it's like, oh, it's so cool, like it's like, yeah, having your brain like like kind of like stimulated, and then comparing it to someone else's, right? Like, I mean, it's the closest way to be into someone's psyche. So that to me is like, yeah, like it's incomparable to anything else.
So, guys, do the same thing with politics.
Right. Yeah, I mean, politics though, like, I mean, I think Zinc's goal is like with the book club, it's like it's political as well as like intellectual, right? So I mean, we covered PPC versus CPC for like, a solid what, like hour tonight. So I mean, it's all like mixed together, like different stories and stuff like that, and like with the book, and like sometimes we like you know diverge like quite far away from the book, like the narrative of the book, and like just talk about other things. So I mean, yeah, I don't know, it's actually very interesting. I find like this book club very engaging. So um I don't know, are you still there, Zinc? Is there anything you want to say
And
about
and
like
now
Kugel, or like to
and
wrap up?
I'm hoping Zink will start playing the books in the evening at nighttime, and it will encourage more people to join in as they listen at nighttime, and or pick up the book. Like, hey, if they picked up on chapter 2, 4, whatever, that they'll go ahead and listen to the book and join in later. I think that is he should absolutely do that. And we'll get a lot more people in here, and a lot more people that, what, in discussing, we'll get our group together.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'll start doing that. I'll start playing them more during the night there.
Oh, you sound tired, honey.
Yeah, I'm a bit tired.
So
All right, I'll sign off. Good night,
uh,
guys.
night clear, take care.
Right, clear. Thanks for coming
Yeah,
in.
see you next week.
See you soon.
Have a good one, Claire. So yeah, but yeah, it'll be Gateway. I'll put out the thing Gateway, then Gateway. Well, I mean Kugel 2, Gateway, and the House at Mount Char, and then probably Murakami.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Is there
And are
are we
going back to short stories, or not for
Yeah,
now?
well, it's at some point. Like I said, I'm just like yeah. At some point, I'll figure that all out. Yeah, obviously, I'm just trying to do some other stuff right now, though. Yeah, but probably maybe not. Obviously, not next week. Maybe the week after. So like
No,
maybe.
just
so is it
asking.
going to be the Rashomon? The did you find an audiobook yet, or the Akutagawa?
Maybe. I mean, we still have to do Borges there. Borjas.
Yeah, it's true. We haven't done Borges. Yeah, it's true.
Borges. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't know. I had more things to say about this, but we can do it next week. It's fine. I'm also tired too, and I work tomorrow. So
Yeah, for sure. But that's what I figured. I'm like, normally I wouldn't, but I was like, well, yeah, we have the time because of course some of the points will also be like kind of like arcing the two as well too. So I figure, yeah, we
wait,
can
are
save it
you?
for next time. Well, I mean, arcing the two together, right?
Yeah, yeah, I know for sure. Especially the last two two vignettes there. Like, yeah, they.
Yeah.
So are we doing this on the weekend again next week, or is it going to be a different day? I'm just curious.
I haven't decided yet. Yeah, well, I guess I'll think about. Well, I'll see what my schedule's like coming up here this week. So then.
Yeah, because I actually have quite a busy week this week myself.
Oh
This
no, like
past week was busy and like
say that during
yeah,
the week or the weekends. What do you
yeah,
mean?
during the week. I mean, yeah. So I mean, something just came up. I was ready to do the book club at 2, but like something came up that I just had to deal with.
No,
You
but
know, like
just FYI, like during the week for me, it's much harder, right? Like, I mean,
Yeah.
I'll be
right.
working or like coming back from work or like
In
shopping or
some ways,
something.
I like doing it on the Saturday. I mean, on Sunday for the most part, because I really don't do anything on Sunday.
All
And
right.
I
I mean,
find
yeah,
the
Sunday is fine. Yeah.
The weekend I'm open, like anytime in the
yeah.
weekend.
So yeah.
Yeah. No, Sunday's
I mean,
fine for
so
me.
far at least
Yeah.
next week's will probably be Sunday. That's what I'm seeing for next week. So
All right.
Sunday, I'll have to see my schedule, but I'll let you guys know in advance. But most likely Sunday. Usually Sunday is just the easiest. So perfect. So yeah, if that's
All right.
it, then
Cool. All right. Yeah. Well, again, great Space Inc. and great talking to you guys. It's been
Yeah,
it's been great as
I'm glad
always.
you like Cugel, Adrian. I wasn't sure if you like it because
Oh, it was fantastic.
it,
Like
it,
it absolutely lived up to the hype that you guys were like talking about it previously. Like, yeah, I loved Kugel. It was totally lived up to the hype of everything you guys were saying. So
no,
yeah,
because
it's fantastic.
this is probably the most like fantasy thing that we read. Like, it's actually like comparable to other fantasy things that like people tend to hate that. So yeah, I'm surprised you did actually enjoy it. Like you didn't just find it readable, you actually enjoyed it. So yeah, that's cool.
perfect. So yep.
Yeah. All right, Zinc.
Thanks
Yep.
again, you guys.
All
Talk
right.
to you
Take
guys later.
care. See you later. All right.
Take it
Bye.
Bye.
easy.
Bye. Bye.